Good morning, how you guys doing? Hello. It's good to see you guys. Oh my god, we have front page today. That's so neato bambino, don't you think? Holy crap. I feel like it's been a minute, but it was just last week. I was here last week. I'm fine. How you guys doing? Hello, it's so good to see you guys. Thank you for coming. I honestly almost forgot it was my partner anniversary. I've been so focused on the conspiracy aspect that I really didn't realize how close we were, and then I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. I logged on this morning, I was like, oh my god, that's crazy, that's actually insane. It's been an entire year since I hit partner. I was like, oh my gosh, time flies, because this was like genuinely all I ever wanted. So whenever I started streaming on Twitch, I wanted to be partner so bad, and it was just a dream come true that it happened, and I can't believe it's already been a year. That's crazy. I feel like I haven't done much. But I'm very excited to announce something I've been working on for a really long time, which is the introduction to cryptids for dummies by dummies, which is my 50-part streams that I'm going to be starting today. So today is the first one out of 50. There are going to be 50 deep dives into cryptids that we are going to be doing, and I'm very excited to get to show you guys all the things that we have planned, all the things that we have in store. But thank you guys for sticking with me for an entire year. That's crazy. That's insane. But I want to say hi to you guys. Hello. There's a lot of you guys to say hi to. Hi Maggie, hi Mr. Hypes, hi Zark, hi RNG Cannon, hi Kratos, hi Twist, hi Party Kid, hi Mayu, hi Colt, hi Rudolph, and hi Small Cat, hi Zinzi, hello Twist, hello Fonz, hello Mal, hello Cat, hello Novel, hello Gilligan, hello everybody, hello. It's so good to see you, and if it is my first time meeting you, welcome in. Welcome to the shit show, featuring yours truly, me, the shit show queen. Is there gonna be a conspiracy for dummies? There is, but today is about cryptids. I wanna dive into cryptids before I dive into full-on conspiracies, because boy, is it a rabbit hole. Guys, I went down so many rabbit holes, it's crazy, it's been crazy. All of that has been crazy. Who am I? Hello? But it's so good to see you guys. I'm so excited. I want to give about 15 minutes of chatting first, just to make sure that everyone can get in here first before we get started on the conspiracy. I do want to put some background. This is something I've been working on for over a year. So it's taken a lot of my time, and I want to be clear. This first episode is not one I've been working on for over a year, so please, don't judge me too hard, okay? Normally these streams will take place with pools, hot tub, and bikinis, so we're gonna be doing that. You sound fat with braces. You sound fat with braces. I don't have braces. I just have problems speaking, okay? Hi Johnny, how you doing? Welcome in. But it's so good. We're gonna do pools, hot tubs, and conspiracies. Why are you breathing so hard? Because I have asthma. Is that a crime? Is it a crime to have asthma? A talking vampire looks really awesome, right? There's gonna be lots of it. Definitely a dude with a voice changer. Yeah, you caught me, bro. You caught me. Okay, we've started. We completely started. It's crazy. When you game today, front page being special, it's okay. We welcome the special ones. We are doing conspiracy theories today, so it's gonna be super great. It's gonna be awesome. Definitely young boy. Come on, guys. Come on. I'm not a young boy. I'm a little dude. It's different. Crazy. Aw, man. Look what we got. Already. We're just starting it. Conspiracy theories. Do you think it's the craziest? There's a lot. I used to think the dead internet theory was the craziest conspiracy theory, but now I just think it's true. So there is that. Why are people hating? People like to hate. That's okay. Just mentioned pools, hot tubs, and beaches. Yeah! We're gonna be doing pools, hot tubs, and conspiracy theory streams with our tinfoil hats by the beach. It's gonna be wonderful. It's gonna be great. There's more to it. There's a separate podcast thing coming. Everything. There's a lot going on, guys, and I can't wait to show you all. I don't want to overwhelm you right now, but there's a lot that's gonna be happening and going on, and I'm very excited. I've worked on it for over a year. So please be gentle. This is my baby. Please be gentle. My tinfoil hat ready? Let's go. I mean, I know they found us out. They found us out. And that's okay. That's all right. We got a lot of work to do and a lot of learning to do. If you guys didn't know already what cryptids are what we describe as like anomalies that happen in folklore and mythology that may or may not be true. I'm so confused. Don't worry. It's gonna get worse for you. It's gonna get worse for you. The elusive pools, hot tubs, and the cryptids. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get all that stuff. All that jazz. All the pools, hot tubs, and the cryptids. The sexy Loch Ness monster and it all. We love it. Why Files Part 2. The Who Knows Why Files. If you guys ever tried to do deep dives and you've gone to Google and you haven't found any sort of things that you're looking for, there's a reason for that, and that's the dead internet theory. I covered that last time. I actually will have a YouTube video going up on that pretty soon. I did that with my friend Grimmy. It was really fun. I need Mothman in the jacuzzi with a Speedo. I can do that for you. We can do that. We can do all sorts of Mothman stuff. Bikinis, Speedos, Loch Ness monsters. How many, like literally, if you think about it from the perspective of the Loch Ness monster, I'm assuming that means it's a woman, so we'd have to have a bikini. I mean, maybe I should assume that in today's day and age, but it happens to the best of us and the worst of us at all times. Thank you! Or the wrong search engine. I know, like, they filter out all your stuff. I have a whole section on that. Don't get me started on the dead internet theory, because that will be where I put. When tonight, the topic is on Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Do you guys know anything about Bigfoot besides, like, that he's got big feet and people say they see him all the time? Is anybody like a Bigfoot fanatic here? A big fan of the feet? The foot? He's hairy, yeah, he's got grippers, yeah. Bigfoot not to be confused with Sasquatch, that Bigfoot, yes, that Bigfoot. Bigfoot to be confused with Sasquatch. Bigfoot to be called a whole bunch of other stuff. You know what they say about big feet? I sure do. Big feet equals a sturdy foundation. Yes, a sturdy foundation to build your life on. We love big feet here. It keeps you upright. Do feet ASMR. I love that. I love that for you. I also like foot. No foot fetish. No foot fetish. No, we're not foot fetishing. Our society is disassociated with the reality that the most comfortable interaction is a fucked up adult. Yes. Big feet mean expensive shoes. That's also true. So what's up? We're talking about Bigfoot. We're gonna be talking about Bigfoot. I'm gonna literally hold up. We're just gonna dive on in. We're 18 minutes in and we're gonna dive on in. Why is that so small? Why is that so small? That is so tiny. That is tiny. There we go. Okay, we got that. Hold up. I'm pulling it up. I heard feet. Welcome to the foot stream. Specifically, the Bigfoot stream, where everybody talks about feet all the time. Specifically, two big grippers, waffle stomping its traces down the drain. Yeah, we're talking about cryptids. This is the first episode in a 50-part series. Bigfoot, a man, a myth, a legend. The Squatch investigation. By me. What do you mean vile? What do you mean vile? I'm just starting. You guys gotta cut me some slack. I'm just starting. Okay. Hold on. I need some water. Gotta calm down. I'm talking too fast. I gotta slow it down. Anyways, welcome to the stream. Hi, I'm Ghosty Sage. It's nice to meet you guys. I'm your local idiot, here to perform like a clown, aka tell you guys the very deep truth. I told my mom I was doing Bigfoot investigation and conspiracies. My mom's a very logical person, which I can respect. I can respect the logical. You know, I get it. But I do want to point out there, I want to put this, I'm going to push it out there. I want to push it. I do want to say that while I respect my mom's differences and will not bring it up at a Thanksgiving table ever again, I do want to say that I respect it and I do not agree. But I do respect if you are, you know, a conspiracy hater. I understand it's not for everybody. I want to put a disclaimer out there before we start. A little disclaimer. I want to put a little disclaimer. All of this research is my own. I did all of this. I put all this together. I made all this, you know, all this videos and what pictures I took from the internet and my own sources. I want to be crystal clear. I am not the all-knowing. I am not afraid of your questions. I may not have the answers to your questions. And if you think I'm the idiot at the end of this, that's your opinion. But I do ask you to be semi-respectful. You can point out stuff you don't like or that you don't agree with. You can point out all that stuff. I get it. I get it. You don't have to agree with me. But I'm speaking my truth. You know, my truth. And this is where we're starting with the truth factors, okay? This is where we're starting is Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. He has many feet, but these are his. Say barbecue. Barbecue. Conspiracies is a conspiracy. Well, the act of conspiring makes anything a conspiracy, you know? I'm giving you guys the information. I'm giving you guys the theories, and you guys can craft your own opinions and your own stuff and everything. You can do whatever you want to do, whatever you think. I love to conspire. I love that for you. I also love conspiring. I'm a true conspirer through and through. People look at me and they go, what is she conspiring about? And usually, 9 out of 10 times, I've got nothing going on in my head. If you guys don't know me, I have had a Diet Dr. Pepper addiction since I was 12 years old. I got to where I was drinking about a 24 pack a day. It is who I am at my core. I gave it up for Lent this year. I don't know why I did that. It's been miserable, but I'm 20 days in today, so you know, we're good, we're good. So this won't be debunking? No. No. This is just learning about Bigfoot. This will not be debunking Bigfoot. You can find a million other people who debunk, but I will not be debunking. I believe most of it. I gotta be real with you. I believe it. You might call me gullible. I might be gullible, but I think it's cool. I think it's cool, and I want to share it with you guys. It's funny how many monsters are named for around the world. Diet soda is good, guys. Regular soda is not where it's at. Regular soda stays on your teeth all granulated. I don't like that. It is diet. Diet. Okay? Diet is good. Diet Dr. Pepper. I like Diet Dr. But I'm 20 days off of Diet Dr. Pepper. Yo, my homie says he'd go to school with you. I don't go to school. I'm not a school goer. Your homie's a liar. Diet Dr. Pepper is the only diet I like. I just like diet soda. I like Diet Dr. Pepper. I like Diet Coke. I like Fresca. I like Diet Sunkiss. I just don't like regular soda. Unless it's Fanta. I like Fanta regular. High fructose corn syrup is terrible for you. Is that in diet or regular? Says you are male 17, but alright. You know, I might be. Want to see my dick? Just kidding. I won't show you. That's not right of me. That's not right of me. Sorry. It's bigger than yours. Sorry. Anyways, we're gonna start. And we're gonna start with this. You see this? Bigfoot. A man, a myth, a legend. A Squatch investigation. Can you ban me from this chat so I won't have to see this on the front page of Twitch? Sure, I got you. There you go. Have fun! Alright, getting on to the start of it. You know what Dr. Pepper has at its base? Pepper. And the real doctor sticking behind you. Pepper? The real pepper. Okay? We got the pepper. Alright. Moving on. Prune juice. What do you mean prune juice? Lost my Twinkies. Or a bunch of people coming in here and being stinky. It happens. It's front page. Front page is an amazing opportunity. It shows a bunch of people your content that wouldn't normally get to be there. However, with that, you got people who are miserable. And you know, you can't help miserable people. I hope it gets better for them. I really do. I hope it gets better for them. I don't take any offense to it. I don't care. It is what it is. It is what it is, you know? They should make a vanilla soda. I don't like vanilla. I like vanilla ice cream, but I don't like vanilla soda. Something's off. Something's wonky. Something's real wonky. Was meant to drink warm. Actually, that's a sin. That's a sin. Will there be a quiz after this? Yes. I will be quizzing you. You guys don't have to answer, but I will be taking note of who doesn't answer. And by taking note, I won't. Process was not to be soda versus coffee and tea thing. Oh. GG, I'm failing the quiz. It's okay, Mayu. It's okay, Mayu. I'm still not sure about you, but I know you're probably smart. He have room temperature. Room temp, brother. Ew. But have you had chocolate? I've not had chocolate soda. I've not. That's not one of my go-tos. There's other chocolates that I like. And honestly, I'm not really a chocolate person. That means I can't pass out. You can't pass out. You gotta watch. You gotta watch it. There will be a quiz, guys. This is on cryptids. Cryptids. Do my own thing and have fun. Good. That exists? Ginger ale. I like ginger ale. I like ginger ale a lot. Troll, not banning someone who specifically asked for it. Well, I'm not trying to be a troll. If you want to be banned, just just ask. I'll ban you. No worries if you never want to see me again. It's no worries. It's no worries. It's no skin off my nose, dude. I've been doing streaming for a while now. People are gonna come in and be rude because they're miserable. They're gonna come in and be rude, and that's okay. I mean, it's not okay that they do it, but I don't really have an issue with it. My feelings aren't hurt. You're hella cringe. Thank you, bestie. Love you. You want to see cringe? You want me to be cringe for you? I got you. I'm thinking about you every morning. Come here. Let me give you a kiss. Let me give you. You're so pretty. You're so gorgeous. Never forget Pookie. The daddy loves you. It should have been me, not him. Don't worry. I'm here for you. You guys are wonderful individuals, and Daddy's here for you. Now, Daddy's gonna teach you a little bit about conspiracy. And thank you for all the happy partner anniversaries. You guys are wonderful individuals. Here for you. I'll always be here, except for when I'm not, because I'm not live all the time. Believe it or not, I don't have a life, but I'm still not here all the time. Okay? I'm a VTuber. Alright, back to Bigfoot. Back to Bigfoot. A man, a myth, a legend, a squatch investigation. Ooh. Follow from Groovy Stream, how you're doing well. Thank you. I am doing well. I'm having a good time. I'm having a great day today. It's pretty typical. I'm not that typical. I'm trying. I'm different. I'm quirky. I'm different. I'm different. Okay, I'm different. All right, ready. Let me pull up. Let me pull up the thing. I messed it up. Leave it to me. All right. Gonna turn down the music a little bit for me. How big are these feet? How big we talking? We'll get into all of that, okay? We'll get into all of it. Right now, we're doing the Bigfoot legend. We're doing the legend of Bigfoot, the Bigfootus, the Bigfooticus, the sturdy foundation man himself / woman. Because there's been a lot of women big feet, according to the many deep dives into YouTube videos I did last night. I feel like most squatches that come and talk to people do so because they're female. And I don't understand that. I'm not saying I do, but most of them are female squatches with the big feet. Because there's this one guy I deep dove down into, and he was just like, there's a squatch named Flower who's very protective over me, and I thought that was interesting. I mean, whether or not you believe that or not, that's up to you. But I thought it was interesting. Okay, I'm just here for the conspiracy. Well, it's more of a cryptid. You can conspirize about it, but this is what we would call a cryptid. There is conspiracies of him in general, though. So we're going to talk about Bigfoot, okay? Bigfoot is also known as a Sasquatch. He's a cryptid. A creature whose existence is unproven by scientific evidence, which is what a cryptid is. So he's found in mostly Northern American folklore, specifically in the Pacific Northwest of the United States and Canada. He's typically described as large, ape-like creature, often standing between 7 to 10 feet tall. He's covered in thick hair and walks upright like a human / a chimp. A lot of people report his sightings over the years. They say, oh my gosh, you know, like I saw this big chimp, I saw this big guy, I saw this big whatever. But it seems to be something not quite like anything else. So that's kind of the crazy part about him. There's been multiple sightings about him. A lot of the legends come from like indigenous folklore and stuff that happened way before, for like centuries and centuries ago. My mouth is dry. Some key features you want to do associated with Bigfoot, you know, a lot of people say feature his large size. He's got hair all over his body. He's all like whacked out in that. He's got giant ass feet, usually up to 2 feet in feet. And a lot of people say that when he's around, there's a smell that's strong and unpleasant through all that. Water. I get the water. I've been drinking lots of water lately because I'm not drinking the Diet Dr. Pepper. And thank you, girly pop model. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say. So Bigfoot comes from around these areas, but he has been seen from around the world. Like, there's lots of spots where Bigfoot is active. There's been sightings of him in Russia. There's been sightings of him in Germany. There's been sightings anywhere where there's like a heavily wooded area. Usually you can find Bigfoot sightings. Smelly Florida. Florida has a lot of Bigfoot sightings. There's a ton of it. And they are everywhere. Specifically the Pacific Northwest, but there is other places where he can be found. Most of the places that he is found are heavily wooded, but there has been sightings in like Mexico in unwooded areas, which I think might be kind of a misdiagnosis of him, supposedly. But despite the sightings and the claims, there is definitely no proof that he exists that's been proven scientifically. You can conspirize, like, you know, that he's been proven in other ways. Some people have caught him on camera, but we do not have any DNA evidence that has sufficed enough with multiple scientists to actually prove his existence. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist. I, for one, do believe he does. But there's a lot of evidence that kind of goes against the claims. Just giving you some of the facts from him. I need the number for Bigfoot Uncle. What do you mean? Okay. Alright. So here we got a lot of cave paintings that are like the early days of Bigfoot. There's tons of them. Usually they, like right over here, you see how he had in this picture that I'm highlighting right now, he's got giant ass feet. They're enormous. No human, no ape, nothing has big feet like this. Hence the name Bigfoot. Obviously. Obviously. Do we have historical something? We have lots of historical stuff, but we do not have, we have like prints of his feet, and cast of him and his feet, but we do not have any DNA evidence, which is strange. But many Native American tribes across North America have lots of stories about giant ape-like beings that resemble what we now call Bigfoot or Sasquatch. There's a lot of different words you can use to describe him. Some people call him Momo. Some people call him a Yeti. It just depends where you are locally that different names come up for Bigfoot. But these creatures, the Bigfoot, or, you know, like other names called, often play important roles in a bunch of mythology, spiritual practices, or lessons in respect for nature. So the Salish people, they are a Native American tribe. They're a group of indigenous people from the Pacific Northwest. They have tales of the creature that they call Sasquatch, which is also like a smaller, more interesting way of spelling Sasquatch, which translates roughly to the wild man or hairy man. These creatures were considered supernatural beings, sometimes believed to be spiritual protectors of the wilderness, and they also have stories of being tricksters. So there are stories whenever this happens that I learned a lot about it, where they would tell kids that if you were bad, you'd be taken away by the Sasquatch. So they used a lot of it as like kind of a fear mentality of the man with big feet. And some of them they would have where the man with big feet would come and stomp you out before taking your body away. So he would literally come over, stomp you out with his massive grippers and waffle stomp you and then take your body away, and you'd never be seen from again. The Chehalis people, another group, they tell stories of a similar creature that they called the Simok, which is believed to be like a powerful spirit or guardian of the forest in their stories. And they have like a deep connection to the land, and the Simoks come and they like bless the land, and they bless the land that you travel on barefoot, which also makes sense. Yeah, waffle stomp. I'll peel you out from the trail and I'll be good. Literally, there's so many different stories about him where he's just kind of a murderer, which I found very interesting. Not that you should be a murderer, but that maybe, I don't know. Kind of, I guess, how like Krampus is described. You know, if you're bad during Christmas time, Krampus is gonna like take you away and beat you with a stick. I guess that's similar, you know? Did any of you guys believe in Krampus growing up? What is a waffle stomp? Waffle stomp is a gross term about taking a crap in the shower and then stomping it down the drain in like a waffle pattern. I don't know why I keep using it, and I apologize for that. So I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I'm not the most classy of lady. I now think Bigfoot is the OG Slenderman. You wouldn't be too far out. You wouldn't be too far away from what a lot of different tribes believed back then. Some of them believed that he should be revered as such, and there's been lots of cave paintings right here, if you look at this one, where he kind of resembles that, especially the smaller ones where he's drawn up here. Looks at people as waffles. I get it now. Yeah, you get it. I'm sorry, I'm kind of gross. My bad. So the next one is the Ojibwe. The Ojibwe, another Native American tribe, have stories of the Mishimokwa, otherwise known as the Great Bear, a creature sometimes described as a large, hairy, man-like being. And while it's more directly tied to a bear, some interpretations of the creature's appearance and behavior overlap with the modern Bigfoot legends. So some people think that it would be just like a big black bear, and that's how it's described in their folklore, but others believe that it's a bear with man features and big feet, which also brings us right back to Bigfoot. It brings us right back there. Yeah. Then we have the Yakima tribe, which is in Washington State, and they have a figure known as the TMA, which is a large, hairy humanoid who's said to live in the forests and mountains. These stories, like others, often emphasize that encountering such creatures should be avoided. They also bring the Bigfoot captures you. They don't have the stomp me out, though. That's a specific one. I do like that interpretation that he's just there to stomp out young children. If you're bad. The Krampus theory. Bear with man feet. Yeah, I got man feet. So a lot of these early stories that were told by the Native Americans were deeply symbolic, and they used it during rituals. They would pray and do offerings and teach for moral lessons rather than merely describing the creature for like curiosity's sake. There's lots of times when we describe a creature, especially if you're into cryptid zoology, where you're hoping the creature is real. And those kind of stories kind of negate what we originally thought, and they take it to a more spiritual, sound environment where you learn about like the spiritual properties of nature, and they're used more metaphorically over literally. So we got that. And you can see kind of in this picture right here, if you can tell, that this looks like an ancient suit that is like for ceremonies that they would use to mimic the great spirits that they worshipped. So the hypothesis of the spiritual folklore version of Bigfoot suggests that Bigfoot could be a symbol of wilderness, representing humanity's fear of the unknown or the instinctive respect for nature in wilderness. Tripping over my words. Oh no. Fun story is the Pied Piper. That is a good one. So with these are the kind of roots that we look at when we're looking at how the Bigfoot rumor or stories or spiritual guidance really started, was back in ancient folklore, ancient spiritual mythological stuff. So in the evolution that we move into the modern folklore, we begin with the European settlers when they begin to spread across the North America. The Bigfoot legend evolved into something that closer to what we know today. In the 19th and earliest 20th century, as settlers encountered the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest and other remote regions, they started reporting strange ape-like creatures. And sometimes these people would take that as a feature of an ape or a feature of a bear, and sometimes a mixture of these with humans. A lot of that stuff comes from a deep infatuation with things that are different. When we got to around the mid-century, like the 20th century, Bigfoot is like incredibly established now. A lot of you guys have heard different stories and requested different things about him. We've seen him just pop up. We all know the signature stance that he has, where he's kind of like in walking motion, and the famous Patterson-Gimlin film, which was from 1967, that has Bigfoot having his modern, dare I say, foot? sorry, in cryptozoology, which kind of fuels the legend that it happened altogether. But in modern folklore and what we see people believing, we have lots of different hypotheses of what Bigfoot is, where he came from, and what we see together when we're studying Bigfoot. So some of the core key values of modern folklore with Bigfoot is isolation. Some people believe he's a shapeshifter, that he's a guardian or a trickster, or he's a human and animal hybrid meant to cause fear, you know, by the government or whatever you want to say, to kind of control the mass hysteria. That's what a lot of people believe with him. Might be looking with garden gnomes at night. Me too, buddy, me too. I want garden gnomes, and I want like flamingos. That's not on topic at all, but I love flamingos in yards. I think that shit's awesome. If I had a flamingo for every time I had a bad day, I would probably have like 100 flamingos, and they would all be different. I would dress them up. I would have a lot of dresses for them. I feel like if we had a lot of dresses, we could have like a bunch of flamingos. I feel like trashy yard, dare I say, can I call it trashy? Trashy yard decorations needs to be brought back in full force. I really hate like the way that yards look. They're freshly mowed and whatever. Gotta bring back clovers and tackiness. Yeah, tackiness. Yeah, gaudy. We need to bring back gaudy decor. Have like a Sasquatch shower curtain and stuff. You know, my grandparents' houses were always incredibly interesting, and now I feel like I see the same thing everywhere I go. A lot of garden gnomes got various outfits, so it makes sense to dress flamingos too, right? There's a person in my hometown, and they have a goose that they dress up in different weather and seasons. I love that shit. I love geese. He always looks different. He's got like baby hats and shit. I love that. Yeah, Hujong. Flamingos in the villainous garden gnome. No, I love them both. You guys remember the movie Romeo and Juliet? Did you guys ever watch Romeo and Juliet with the like, it's Romeo and Juliet, but it's with garden gnomes? I don't remember very much about that movie. I remember I liked it though. Maybe we need to watch that again. You watch that with your moms again? Let's go, let's go. Thank you. I never saw that one. It's like, it's literally just that, is that two people have lawns, and then there's the red gnomes and the blue gnomes, and then Romeo falls in love with gnome Juliet, and then they fall in love. It's a Romeo and Juliet story, but it's with gnomes. Can't believe it's been a year. Right? I can't believe it's been a year either. That's crazy. It's actually insane. I gotta stay on topic. I gotta stay on topic. I want to show you guys a bunch of cool stuff. I'm passionate about this, damn it. I'm passionate. Okay. Hold up. So we thought, like, there's isolation. The people believe that Bigfoot is often portrayed as an isolated creature, that he lives on his own, existing in remote, untamed forests, mountain ranges, or other wild areas. This reflects the human tendency to see mysterious or unexplained phenomena as being, you know, connected or unexplored. Those kind of regions encourage exploration and adventure. It's like really cool that the isolation theory helps with that, because people want to go search out Bigfoot as if there's only one Bigfoot. I feel like there has to be a lot of Bigfoot, because this has been like the same Bigfoot for a long time. It could be like a species thing. Species, traveling, nomadic. It's the isolation theory. Is that the theory that Bigfoot is just one guy and he's isolated and he moves and he's nomadic? A lot of people think that Bigfoot is a shapeshifter, meaning he can turn himself into different animals. Some people just believe that he's like a guardian or a trickster. He's meant to be like a spiritual living thing, more like a demigod kind of thing. And then some people believe that he's a hybrid of a human and animal. I don't like that theory. I don't like that theory at all. And then some people think that they made Bigfoot up for the sole reason of the government trying to like push fear onto something else so that people forget. You know, they pivot it around. Kind of like the alien stuff, when the government was like, oh yeah, aliens are real, and then everybody didn't care because there was more important stuff going on. Like they hide their secrets. They think it's a government secret. So that brings us to the cryptozoological hypothesis. This hypothesis is when it's a widely accepted and known hypothesis. Most people who believe in Bigfoot believe in this, is that it is an undiscovered animal that just keeps kind of dodging the everyday scientists and people around it. It's an endangered species. It's like a primate that didn't quite get labeled correctly and just roams around. See, I find, like, I love cryptozoology. It's one of my favorite things. But there's also a lot of gaps in this theory. Just because even with animals that we know are endangered and stuff, we have found tracings of them. But a lot of people who believe in cryptozoology believe that, and Bigfoot, believe that he's just an elusive ape-like thing that has human-like tendencies. For an example, burying the dead. Whenever a human dies, we bury our dead, which makes it harder and harder to find. But that doesn't explain all the tracking. But they think that we are distant relatives, and other primates are distant relatives of this. They think the, well, I'm gonna butcher this, Gigantopithecus species is the closely related to Bigfoot. Not proven though as a theory. Yes, if it's not completely proven, it is a theory. That's true. That is completely true. So while the creature's origins are rooted in indigenous traditions and early settlers, a lot of people believe that Bigfoot at least was an endangered animal that was described by the natives that lived here before European settlers came in. So they think that the creatures did exist, but they don't anymore. Is your heart beating fast? Always. Always. I'm like, I got like a tremendous amount of Adderall. It is my prescription, but that's who I am. It's who I am, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to stay focused. Stay focused because my Adderall is trying to keep me focused. But I'm not good. I'm not good at staying focused. I'm not good at staying focused. I'm the most unfocused person alive. My dad during November. Why does your dad only have big feet in November? Thank you, Jupe. Thank you. So a lot of people think that Bigfoot is a modern myth. They don't think that he actually exists. They think that a lot of the things that is recorded or seen is fabricated. I can agree with that because of the deep dive search I had to go down to find evidence. And a lot of it is AI, which is unfortunate because it's getting harder and harder to believe when things are unbelievable, you know? That's a really big detriment to our society with that. Because we don't know how much of it can be edited, especially nowadays. And I think about the Samsung phone and how they discovered that it wasn't actually taking pictures of the moon, but instead was just like AI fixing the moon on your phone with your pictures. And I think about that a lot, where it's just like, oh man, any sort of like evidence that we find in cameras could just be edited like that is crazy. It's crazy. AI ruined Google search is true. I wonder, are you an AI? I am not an AI. My life would probably be a lot easier if I was. I get the idea with you. Thanks. Into the idea with you. The idea of Bigfoot? Just let the smell of fear is intoxicating. That. What? What are you talking about? Anyways. Moving on. A lot of people believe in the missing link theory. So the missing link theory is that there is an evolution, a specific missing part of humans that wasn't found that links us to primates. So evolution is a completely distorted kind of web of what can happen in different states, whether it be the cold or whatever your body needs to adapt to the way of living happens with evolution. So a lot of people who do this in the missing link theory believe that Bigfoot is the missing link between these Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. I don't know if Bigfoot, and this is just my hypothesis on it, I don't know if Bigfoot can be the missing link. I don't know what kind of missing link would have us grow 5 extra feet and then have us shrink back to normal size. You know what I'm saying? Because according to a lot of people who've seen Bigfoot, he or she ranges around 7 to 11 feet. So I'm not sure that having these things and having Bigfoot be the missing link is the most logical. Granted, not all of this is logical. The most logical explanation. However, a lot of people do believe this theory. And there's many different hypotheses about Bigfoot, ranging from traditional cryptozoology theories and more unconventional and paranormal ideas. But a lot of them don't really incorporate Bigfoot as the missing link. I think there could be a missing link that could possibly link us more closely to primates, but they've discovered in recent years of science that that's just not the case. Could use pure oxygen, so things could have been bigger. But bigger in between here and here, I just don't think a 5-foot gap is the way to go. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think that's the way to go. Some people do, though. Other people believe in the wild man / ancient human hypothesis. This kind of hypothesis is where there's a random wild person running around, a Paleolithic survivor that stands there, has lived like that forever. And those kind of people that believe it's a bipedal gait, that their large stature is possible use for tool capabilities, that they want to be like swinging around trees and trying all those extra steps. Does that even make sense? I'm not sure that makes sense. Hold up. Let's see. Yeah, we're doing some live editing. Actually, there's a video of a guy who recorded a giant on top of the mountain and got killed 2 weeks later and got followed by people at his own apartment. That's crazy. Do you think the giant was Bigfoot, or do you think it's an actual giant? Giant theories everywhere. True. We'll just skip that part for now. I don't want to say anything that isn't realistic for this. Alright. Other people believe in the genetic mutation or hybrid theory. So this theory is one of the ones that I believe in the most. I believe there is a specific link that could possibly cause a genetic mutation, such as hypertrichosis. Hypertrichosis is a disease. Well, it's a genetic mutation, not a disease. I don't want to call it a disease. That causes you to grow hair all over your body. This is an interesting mutation because it is such genetics. But it's a genetic in a way of, if you're a father, you're going to give it to your daughter. If you're a mother, you're going to give it to your son. So it has kind of an split XY that I thought was very interesting when I looked it up. Which somebody else who's better at that probably knows a bit better of that, but I thought it was interesting. So one of the examples that comes with this is the P.T. Barnum, who did, like, have you ever seen The Greatest Showman? It was made about him. But he had a traveling circus and a not so traveling circus where he showed quote unquote freaks. One of the people that he showed was Jojo the dog boy, which can be seen in this picture that I'm highlighting right here, who grew hair everywhere. Now, if you notice with Jojo, he has a very specific Bigfoot vibe to him. There are stories that Jojo was originally found in the United States, and then he was shipped over to Russia, and then he was shipped back and sold to P.T. Barnum. There is no information on if this is true or not, but I did see multiple videos and multiple accounts of that, but there is no actual forms that prove this to be true. I'm a research-driven person. I like doing research and finding out things for myself. But I did think this was an interesting theory because when you do see his photos, they do match up a lot of the similarities of Bigfoot. The body don't match Bigfoot. Well, that's true, but they said that he might be a baby Bigfoot. I don't know how true that is. I'm just providing you guys the information, okay? I don't know how true that is. I'm just showing you guys the information. I just want to show it off. But the other person is Alice Elizabeth Doherty, and she's been compared a lot to Bigfoot, and she doesn't have hair all over her body. She only has it on her face. Now, I'm not so sure if it was like shaved for any specific reason, or if that kind of like drew more attraction to like the quote-unquote freak show. But I do think it could be an interesting theory that maybe people, especially back then when they had like shame rooms and stuff for anybody who was differently abled, if there was a situation in which people who were shamed back then went off on their own. This is something that a lot of other people believe too. But it overlaps with the whole like excommunicated and starting your own tribe. Talk about Bigfoot when the latest news is literally 2 kilometers under the pyramid. I'm not talking about the latest news. I'm talking about Bigfoot. I'm talking about cryptids today. Do you know anything about cryptids? You're lame. What the fuck? Rude! Cryptid Talk reminds me of the Secret Saturdays, if you've ever heard of it. No, I haven't. What's the Secret Saturdays? I've not heard that. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's a lot of different interesting things that you could cover with like cryptozoology and stuff. But specifically, I think what they were talking about is the pyramid information. Number one, it's too new. So there's nothing to really look about. And number two, it's not Bigfoot! I'm talking about Bigfoot! And then you Astral. Pinbird looks like a Mr. Bean movie script. Thank you. Thank you. God damn! Y'all getting me good today, what the hell? I'm just a girl. Start morning posting before they have to go to school. It's okay. They're getting me good. They're getting me good. There's little I can do about that. There's very little I can do about that, okay? There's very little. Now I'm getting to the more interesting parts of the theories. Is the extraterrestrial hypothesis, or the ET/alien theory. A lot of people believe that Bigfoot might not have been physical flesh and blood, but rather an interdimensional being that can shift between dimensions or alternate realities. So people believe that Bigfoot could appear, walk around, and then disappear really quickly. And the way that they thought that they could do this is through portals and interdimensional travel. I watched a lot of different videos about how this one guy believed that his flower Sasquatch that only he could hear and see came through the portals. They believe that the portals, like Bigfoot, was brought over by the aliens to mine for resources and then left here by the aliens. That's what they believe. Some believe that the aliens and Bigfoot come interchangeably, but Bigfoot moves through portals and aliens move through UFOs. But aliens are a very common trope for theories. They are usually the center of it all. Bigfoot was a victim of colonialism. He might have been. I don't know. That's what some people believe. Some people believe that they coexist. You know, we got the BFFs right here. But that they're all related through interdimensional time travel and space. And alternate realities and alternate dimensions. There is a very there was a very interesting group that I wanted to join to talk about and get more information on this. They declined me. They told me I was not there for the right reasons, so I was not allowed in the Bigfoot and alien club, I guess. But I tried to like get to know more about what they believed. I think they thought I was like trying to make fun of them when I was really just trying to get information, but they would not share their information with me. I did reach out to a few of them and I was blocked by all of them. So it is what it is. For their privacy's sake, I'm not gonna say the group. You know, I don't want anybody going and bullying them or whatever, but I thought it was a very interesting. I did want to join. I did. I really did. I wanted to join. I wanted to join and learn about the secrets of Bigfoot, UFOs, ghosts, cryptids, and all of that, which they said on their website that they had. I thought it was very interesting, but they didn't want me to join, so it's fine. But a lot of the people that believe in the interdimensional being of Bigfoot often believe in other mysterious creatures such as shadow people, and the hypothesis links that all of them have a shared origin together in a shared dimension, and that Earth is kind of a way for these people from different dimensions to get resources and other things. I'm not so sure how all this is true, because a lot of the times when we're looking at Bigfoot stuff, they're like dragging a tree or running through the woods. I don't know what kind of resources you'd get in the woods that you can't get. Like, I mean, I would understand like the mines or something like that. Maybe they don't have wood. Maybe they don't have wood. Maybe that's it. Or leaves or something. But it is what it is. Like theories that try to explain unlikely theories by making up even more unlikely theories. This true, you know, is what they believe though. So in the portal hypothesis, they have the context of paranormal or science fiction and refer to the portals as doorways or gateways that connect two different dimensions, locations, or time. They're often seen as supernatural, or if you use supernatural, you might get banned from the group like I did. But just like specific extraterrestrial phenomenons that are imagining openings that different energy and objects can even travel through, which is how they explain a lot of the different footsteps leading to nowhere. So if you know anything about Bigfoot, you've probably seen a cast or two of the big feet. And those are what they describe as going nowhere. Those footprints don't go anywhere. And the way that they, you know, add to their narrative a little more is that there was a portal there. And so, of course, they don't go anywhere, right? But the idea is mostly like paranormal and sci-fi narratives that they craft and appearing suddenly in certain locations and different places with high frequency or whatever. I watched a video where they were judging the frequency with an Xbox 360 Kinects. Yep. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. But in a lot of these theories, they believe Bigfoot is to be more than just kind of like an undiscovered primate. They have theories that suggest that Bigfoot might not just be physical, but he is physical as well, but he could also be interdimensional or supernatural. But that comes from like the portal hypothesis. Some people like to use the portal hypothesis as a way to describe how Bigfoot was seen in, you know, the Northeast versus the Northwest. Not corporeal. Some people think he's a corporeal being. Other people do not. Other people believe that he is flesh and blood. But that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. Some people believe that Bigfoot is a type of alien or even a genetically engineered by aliens to come here for purposes unknown. They have been wanting to talk to Bigfoot because they believe that he's like a cloaking agent for for aliens and UFOs. They believe that he's got, maybe that he's almost mechanical and is used by the governments of space. That's a good one. If Bigfoot teleported me behind me, I would just give up. Same. I don't think there's any coming back from that. I don't think there's any coming back from that. Like, once Bigfoot's just teleported behind you, there's nothing else you can do there. You're just kind of cooked at that point, you know? But Bigfoot's, like, his ability is to, like, evade detection and be super mysterious and occasionally leave scraps behind for the people who want to know the truth. So a lot of the times people who believe the portal hypothesis believe that they are rewarded for seeking the true truth. They believe Bigfoot and the extraterrestrial aliens and stuff are rewarding them with small information. A lot of psychics have spoken to people like Queen Xenon, but that gets really into the alien factor versus the Bigfoot. But that's one of the hypotheses, that Bigfoots are just like, they coexist with aliens and they're here for similar reasons. Yeah. Or what if Bigfoot he might! That wouldn't be too far off from this. At least I don't think it would be too far off from this. Some people might disagree. Some people just think that he is a corporeal being. Some people think that Bigfoot is connected to paranormal phenomena, suggesting that the creature may not be physical at all, and that he's completely supernatural. The Bigfoot could be a ghost spirit or an energy that is manifesting itself in our world. This theory is often linked to the Native American legends of wild men or forest spirits, but some people believe that he in himself is a god. If Bigfoot is an alien disguise, why did the aliens not make a proper human disguise? I couldn't answer that one. Maybe they thought humans looked like Bigfoot, and so they genetically modified something to look like what they thought humans looked like before they saw humans. But some people believe that Bigfoot could be a ghost or a spirit or just energy. Some sightings that relate to Bigfoot have been associated with strange lights in the sky, eerie sounds, or other supernatural occurrences, leading to the idea that Bigfoot could be a being from another realm or another dimension or another planet, or in some people's YouTube channels, a god of his own. Advocates of this theory argue that Bigfoot is more of a metaphysical entity, one that might exist outside the bounds of traditional or physical law. But I live in a place that exists. What do you mean? And that he is alien. You've never heard of the portal theory? You can explore the Bigfoot hypothesis, but not aliens. Well, not today. Aliens are a separate cryptid. I'm doing a 50-part series of explaining cryptids and where they come from and the belief of them. Aliens is its own whole can of worms. But it is on the list. It is on the list. But whatever you believe, a lot of people, most people, the majority of people believe that Bigfoot is just misidentified as something. They believe in the genetic theory, or that it's just a hoax completely. That other animals have been misidentified as Bigfoot. I've seen a lot of pictures too, and I completely agree that in some points that Bigfoot has been misidentified as like a black bear, because there's some pictures that I've gone through where there's been like the most convincing, quote unquote, the most convincing Bigfoot picture, and it's literally just a black bear. You know, like I've seen pictures like that. I've seen them. I understand where people come from with this. But some pictures are a little more than convincing. It's really hard to tell after 2016, though. It's really hard to tell. So a lot of critics will argue that the evidence for Bigfoot is just inconclusive, and that many sightings can be explained by misidentified animals like black bears or large primates, unusual human behavior, or hoaxed photography and videos. But the evidence for Bigfoot can be perceived as anecdotal, and while there are numerous reportings of sightings and tracks and sounds and all sorts of video proof, no definitive proof without a shadow of a doubt has ever been given, unfortunately. It's mostly just evidence that relies on credibility, and most people aren't willing to believe evidence that relies on credibility. But people have claimed to see Bigfoot primarily in the Pacific Northwest, but in large places like the Appalachian Mountains, these sightings are usually described as like large and ape-like. He does have different, how do I say it, different animals he's described at, like the bear and the hybrids, and some people have described him as a large skunk and a large ape. Some people have seen him as like a chimpanzee. Some people have seen him as a gorilla. But his regular features, he's usually described as an ape-like creature around 7 to 10 feet tall, with long hair and human-like features, including like feet, footprints, and what they consider like toe prints, but none of those came back conclusive, so I don't know about that one. Like humans wearing fursuits. I mean, yeah, but some of these are way back before fursuits. They're way back then. 1967 was when one of the major videos was put out. 1967. They didn't have great costume effect stuff back then. So what we know about Bigfoot is that he's large, 7 to 11 feet tall, ape-like features such as long arms, hair covering full body and face. He's got a boisterous belly and big feet. That video is proven fake though. By who? By who? Because lots of people say it's fake and lots of people say it's true. By who? Unusual human behavior. Sometimes. Do we know the feet length? We sure do in some of them. We got lots of video stuff I want to go through. But here's some of what they call the evidence. We got the bigfootcast.com, where you can look at all the, hold on, let me get myself away from, where you can look at all the different casts that have been found with Bigfoot. Look at that, look at that. Look at that. That's a pretty good cast, don't you think? Look at that. That's a lot of different feet. This is kind of a baby feet, number 18. The Patterson film has been analyzed by professionals. Professionals of what? Man, people really be into feet, huh? True. Mood. I mean, not me though. Not me though. I'm different. I'm built different. Where some of these, like, if you look really closely, I don't even know what number 7 is. I don't even know what that is. Number 18, just shy. He's just a little foot. He's a little foot. Like that dinosaur movie, Littlefoot. And then we got number 11, which is a handprint or a footprint. Some of them are really clean. I feel like I would be more prone for number 8 or 9 for believability. Whereas 12 to 13, depending on their size, seems just really clean. You know, clean. Thank you! So one of the evidence that they like to point back to is the Skookum cast. They believe that a Bigfoot was hit by a car and imprinted his body along the road right here. There is images where he has rolled, where it has been an unidentified animal. A lot of people will say that it's an elk, but most people will say that it's an elk. A few people will say that it looks nothing like an elk. I gotta be honest, from my perspective, it don't look like anything to me. I don't know about Sasquatch. I don't know about anything. I wouldn't see this in the ground and think that was an animal at all. I gotta be real. What the fuck is that? What they're like, oh, here's the buttocks, here's the thigh. Hold up. Here's the buttocks, here's the thigh, here's the heel, and the heel, and the heel. Butt question mark. Which I know he was like rolling around because he got hit. But what the hell is this? Why does it look like that? How can you even say this was an animal? Like, it's just rolling around, you know? It's just rolling around right there. He's just trying his best. Doing his buttock, butt, heel, thigh, elbow, forearm, wrist, hand. Me when I have 3 butts, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because what the hell is this? I just don't know if I believe this. This is the one thing that a lot of people like to point to pure evidence for, and I just found nothing. I can't even look at it. Even with the yellow like outlines and stuff, I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it, buttocks, thigh. I don't see any of it. It looks like nothing to me. It's a rock. It's a rock. It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. Got this. You see, I don't see that. I don't see it. Also, why your butt going there? So Prey did tell me, did you play games? I do play games. I play lots of games. Normally my content is games. Today it's conspiracy cryptids. It's a rock. But that leads us to the actual evidence chart, where I'm gonna show you a bunch of videos on the evidence of this thing. So here's a couple of pictures that I found to be a little more believable. I don't know how people see this kind of stuff. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know why OBS just crapped out on me. It just said OBS has stopped working. Please restart. I was like, what the fuck? Anyways, it's fine. It's back. We so back, besties. We so back. Oh, still gotta refresh everything. What the heck? Hi, Boris! Gotta be like that. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. I was concerned. Okay, let's see. It was Bigfoot! It might have been. Let me just pull this up. Get this. Sorry, it like crashed out a couple of the things that I had. Hold up. Go to this. Alright. Okay. There we go. So we're doing Bigfoot. We're talking about Bigfoot. We're talking about all the theories. And now we get to go into my favorite stuff, the videos. So now we're going to be watching the proof. The proof of the videos. Or at least what people say is the proof. So first we got the Provo Canyon. This is quote-unquote evidence that has been submitted. These are what I think to be the most, and believe me when I've said I have sifted through so much. I have sifted through it, okay? I have sifted through it. I have been through so much, and these are the best examples of Bigfoot that I have found. So we're going straight into it. Okay, we're going straight into it. I'm gonna pop this up. Unless it's not going to let me... Hold up. Of course it's not. There we go. How many hours did you spend watching these videos? I don't want to talk about that. It's been a very long week. I live in Washington. My shocking number of people have Bigfoot stories. My father claims his cabin was surrounded by Bigfoots while hunting. There seems to be a lot of stories like that. There are a lot of different recognition of Bigfoot and them living in colonies and finding ones. It just so happens, I think it's really funny. And this is coming from someone who believes, okay? This is coming from someone who believes. Why is every single video... Why is it all blurry? Ugh! Okay. Can you guys hear it?
Can't see.
Oh. You see it?
Is it a bear? Is it a bear across the deer? I probably should be too close to it, huh? Oh, cool though. Let's go.
That's a black bear, you think?
Yeah.
That's where it is, right there. Right there. Hold up. Maybe properties.
You
see it? That's where it is. Totally a black bear that was scared of him trying to climb a tree to see him.
Close to it, huh? Oh, cool though.
But look at the way he stands. Look at that. He seems hunched over this way. That's interesting. Look at the way he does that. I can see what you mean though. See? Looks like a guy in a gorilla suit. I don't know about that. I'm not so sure. I'm not so... Hold up. One a little when we talk. It's a tiny bit like that, yeah. See? See? I mean, before he violently shakes the camera. Do you guys see what I mean, though? Bears can do that. But he's hunched over, like... So kind of... Hold up. Hold up. Let me get some... Just like a little tiny thing. Yeah. See? I guess that could be an ear right there, though. Hang on. Cause like you got this little thingy.
Yeah, you probably should be too close to it. Huh? Pull that.
But then he gets big out of nowhere. You see that? Wait, hold up.
Probably should be too close to it. Huh?
That shape. Hands 40%, rotate 180 degrees, shift the jaw. Do you believe in mermaid? I do believe. I was kicked out of the mermaid community too. Hard to see from the branches. True, true. True. We could do better. We can do better. We can go to the other one. Hold up. We can do the Freeman video instead. One sec. Has a slow down feature for those options. They do? I didn't know that. Bears can stand up on 2 feet. It's kind of instinct of the animals to make yourself big. Well, yeah, I mean, I know they can stand up on 2 feet. I just didn't... I don't know. This is the Freeman video, okay?
Oh, there he goes.
You see him? You see him? He's like sauntering away.
Jesus. Get up here where I can see him real quick. Oh, there he goes.
See how he's kind of hunched over while he walks? He's got that arch to him. It's AI from 10 years ago. 10 years ago AI. It is old. I'm in the middle of the night getting something to drink. No! To the point of looking hairy, it looks more legit. Do you want to know what the real problem is with the blur? What's the real problem? I think this is kind of believable. I really do.
Jesus.
Like the heavy breathing.
Get up here where I can see him real quick.
Bigfoot's just got that gamer posture, but like humans don't walk hunched over quite like that. Like it's not like an overarching. It's this is weird. This is definitely more like chimpanzee kind of posture.
Oh, there he goes.
The blur happens because people put the stupid stabilization on and ruins it. Yeah. Sounds spooked. I agree he sounds spooked. Suddenly starts breathing hard. Same! Like literally you breathe harder when you're scared. Paranormal stuff like spirits and the Ouija board session stuff. I do. I will never touch a Ouija board. That's scary. That's scary. Ouija board stuff are scary. They're scary. Dang it, Montana! If the stabilization wasn't in there, we'd have much better quality. True. We have other videos, though. We have other videos. We have the Mississippi Skunk Ape. Some of these videos are longer, too. So... What's that thing? Look at his large arm. That's a big ass arm. What is that? Somebody released it when it got too big. That's definitely a theory, yeah. Whoa. So you guys think that's a monkey? Cause like look how tall that thing is. Like look. Like, look at that. That's pretty tall right there, don't you think? They're a hoodie or a Bigfoot. That's full body, though. 8.7 on the believe-it-o-meter. Even though I'm not the biggest believer, but I do love looking at him. Me too. Dang it, cheek! This looks a little too long. For Bigfoot? Show you less of gorilla due to the legs. The far background too, so it's bigger than it appears. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. And then they run away all scared and panicked. Bigfoot cheeked up. Bigfoot kind of looked cheeked up, not gonna lie. Dang it, Karma! So that's another video we have. That's one of the things. We should do ratings. On a scale of 1 to 10, where are you on the believability of this? 1 being, I don't believe in this crap at all. 2 being, this is crap kind of stuff. You know, etc., etc. And try to keep an open mind, guys. I'm not asking you to believe, but try to keep an open mind. Look at this from an unbiased perspective. 8.3, a 2, 7, 4. How much did I miss? I don't know, because we died. My OBS died earlier. I'm not really sure how long that was. I don't know. I think it's almost been 2 hours. Big file, run towards it with my camera. My life is small price to place for hell. Yeah, no. No. Alright. Let's see. Let's take... The next one is... Oh. Hold up. Okay, this next one is the Stacy Brown thermal. Pull it up. I believe 7. I believe something could be out there. Keep my mind open. That's what I like to hear. That's what I try to do. I try to keep my mind open and keep, you know, just in general, a very open perspective on things. Because you never know. And if you keep closed-minded, you'll never be able to discover cool things. I did make this whole PowerPoint. Who else gets to legit have murdered by Bigfoot on his tombstone unknown? Would you have like a tombstone that was like a giant foot? Would that be one? I think I would. Okay, the video's a little wonky because it's a smaller one. Usually when the video is posted from like over 10 years ago, you get this kind of, oops. You get this kind of image where it doesn't stretch to the whole screen, so sorry about that. I'm just gonna move it over so you can see all of it. We'll pop this out. And this is the Brown footage taken by Stacy Brown. This was posted 12 years ago. Look at the little green camera I got. Okay, we see it slowed and zoomed. You guys see that? So this happened 12 years ago. What do we think about that? Thermal is really easy to fake, especially this kind of thermal. I have the same suspicions. I have the same suspicions. I also think it's kind of interesting that we have this, like this image right here, kind of in the same movements. I think like 5 for this video. It doesn't look very believable. Movement looks weird. I can agree with that. Oh my guys! I still can't believe it's been an entire year since I hit partner. That's crazy. Give it a 3. That's an absolute 1. I'm kind of in the 3 with Nezu. It's not given a lot, but I do like 12 years ago. It was a lot harder to do anything like this. But that doesn't mean it's impossible, you know. So I'm at a solid 3 for this. 2 types of thermal, one that shows heat, and this one just basically blip. True. Well, you played Stardew. We need to play Stardew. I want to finish Stardew once. We'll play Stardew eventually again. We will. So this next one is called the Upstate New York Baby. It was posted 11 years ago. So we're gonna give this a little look-see. Seen the film in early 2003 where Doug and his wife thought only one subject was in the film. The film was discovered in late 2002 by Doug prison, and he and his wife were looking through some old vacation movies. What followed was 45 seconds of blurry, dark look at something that obviously was not human or a man in a suit. Mind you, all the investigative questions have been asked and all were confirmed. Property owner, weather, information, etc. I had the first generation copy DVD, and it's much brighter than what can be streamed on the internet right now. First in this film is the entirely untouched with the exception of lowering the volume on the audio. Film is shown, permission of copyright. So face or face, I'm not sure. It's like the it's still going. Like it's still moving. Hi Malware, how you doing? Follows his photo and answers with a simple visual aid to assist in one seeing why this is rather amazing. Brother, what? An upright biped in the background. What? No way. Sequence 2, okay. The climb into the tree. Okay. Okay. I don't see any movement. I don't see nothing. I think it's actually cheeks. I'm sorry. What? Well, I didn't see anything. I don't know about you guys. I didn't see Jack. Alright. The next one is gonna be Grace Harbor Thermal.
On October 30th, just prior to midnight, John Brown and his brother Ben captured thermal footage of something on their property they couldn't explain. Many believe that this shows the head, shoulders, and chest area of a large Bigfoot. Others do not. My hope is to examine and make an attempt to explain the findings. I think the first thing would be to get a better understanding as to the lay of the land and the scene. The property in question is quite rural, with forested areas that nearly circle the large tract of land. The nearest neighbor is about a half-mile away, and a large farm lays behind the property over a steep bluff. Now, the day prior to the reveal of this footage by Derek Randalls at the Sasquatch Summit in Ocean Shores, I was met by Sarah Brown and researcher David Ellis of the Olympic Project. I was provided with a first-run copy from the original, along with some reconstruction establishing shots made by David.
What is
This
that?
is my copy of that footage. In watching, I was immediately struck by its appearance. It looked at first blush to be the upper half of a large person, broad at the shoulders. It was described as being on a steep hillside and standing or crouching about 3 or 4 feet down over the embankment. Also shown to me were photos, a video, and a cast made of tracks found in the area that measured just over 16 inches in length. The cast was still damp and had yet to be cleaned, so it demonstrated the substrate where it came from quite well. This was later shown to Dr. Meldrum, I believe, for further analysis. Now, the one thing I do know about this thermal is that it's of something that is hotter than the surrounding area and seems to indicate body heat. The shape of it is something that's been questioned. So if we were to remove the ridgeline, could we see the shape of something other than a person or a Bigfoot? Because of the apparent mass of the subject, I felt that a deer could easily be ruled out. Several people have commented that this could be a cow laying down, and in fact, partway through the video, we see a cow wandering past. In attempting to make some kind of comparison, I
feel like it wouldn't be... I feel like it wouldn't be a Bigfoot if there was a cow and the cow wasn't showing any sort of distress. Maybe I'm wrong there. But, like, if you see something, I don't know, there does not show off muscle definition, true. Nuke's top 5. Well, we do have a top 15 video later, Hazard.
used many silhouettes of cows in different degrees of poses to resolve the question. I was unable to make any match at all. A real concern was with the ears. A cow's ears will show up on thermal very easily, and they seem to be absent from what we could only surmise as the head area of the subject. Using a bear for comparison wasn't any better, and it was reported that there are no bears known to be in the area. But that doesn't exclude the possibility of it being a person. But before we look at that possibility, let's have a look at the image quality. The footage was shot with a borrowed FLIR model BTS XR Pro with an attached 65mm lens that was set to 2x zoom. John and Ben had zero experience with this camera or any other FLIR camera for that matter, so it was no wonder that the subject was out of focus. Now, partway through the video, a cow walks past that looks to be far closer than the subject does. It also looks in focus. The outer focusing ring on the lens could have easily corrected the problem, but this wasn't known at the time. Another problem occurred when the camera unexpectedly shut off.
That seems to be a reoccurring problem in the Bigfoot community, is having a camera unexpectedly shut off. That seems to be like a constant. Yeah, they do. It's just fresh poop, maybe. I think Bigfoot is lying down. I don't understand how that blob was Bigfoot. Maybe it's because I don't really understand thermal cameras. But it is kind of the worst camera ever. Oh, God. And Boots, thank you so much. And Dakar, thank you so much. Sweetie aliens. I just don't understand how that blob was any remote. I don't know.
The first attempt at size comparisons was done by David Ellis, based upon the spot that John reported recording and the location of where the prints were found. David set up to measure height and width. That would become apparent when an overlay of him was placed over the thermal imaging. However, after this was done, it was noticed that the framework of trees and bushes did not match that of the original footage. As it turns out, the point of view and David's location was too far to the west. It would have to be redone. And it was. Going back to the location, height and width was made again in the proper location, and it was found that although it was a different spot, it still followed the same ridge line from west to east, so the actual size didn't change for distance. Using the scale pole, the image was determined to be around 4 feet wide and 7 feet tall. Date after this was done, that has some
4 feet wide. That's a pretty stanced up boy,
scraggly
dude.
low blackberries. And because of its distance and focus, it became clear that this short bush is what caused the diffusion in the heat source on the subject's left side. The subject was indicated as being just beyond the ridge and presumably standing on a narrow, well-used footpath that paralleled the upper ridge and joined up to the lower part of the cow trail to the west. The cow trail, coming from the lower pasture, is a bit steep, but not too steep that the cattle can't climb it, and it's certainly wide enough. This is the estimated angle of the cow trail, showing a Bigfoot in the location where the tracks were found and cast. But the location of the thermal image is a different story.
Can we admire these Microsoft Paint trees right here? Can we admire this this artistry? I love this. I love this. I love this. In short, it was 5 feet tall.
Right. A short drop to a narrow path, and then a sweeping steep drop beyond the path to the pasture that lays about 40 feet below. So now the thermal location makes more sense. What we are seeing is something hot that is beyond the ridge. We know this because the ridge line matches exactly from Tori to the subject. If it was something this side of the ridge line sitting on the ground, then the image would be lower in the frame and not match the line but cover it. The comparison between Tori, standing further up on the hill showing herself from the waist up, and the subject that looks like it is showing from about the chest area up is astounding. But even at that, I had to question the location. How do we know that there was anything standing near the ridgeline and not far beyond it? If nothing was blocking our view, our line of sight would continue on. My question was, without someone standing there, where would my line of sight end up? Instead of one massive creature, what if we were looking at a herd of cattle bedded down in the pasture below? So at the scene, I followed the line from the original point of view out to the ridgeline. And even before I got to the overhanging branch at 64 feet, I realized that what was visible was an area beyond the section of pasture below the ridge. What could be seen was blackberry bushes, swamp, and trees. In checking on Google Earth, this area was fenced off, so there could not have been any cows in that area at all. The image itself looks as one solid subject, only broken by the branches and bushes. Even as out of focus as it is, it's difficult to think we could match up several people to deliberately form this shape and hold it for any real length of time. I doubt if 2 deer or any other animal would be huddled together just over the ridge and stay for more than just a few seconds. Even if they did, I stress to find any way that they could possibly make up this shape. And it doesn't seem to have any options are left for us. I will leave you with those questions, along with some of the audio recordings captured on the property. Thanks for watching.
What? That just This looks like a guy to me. I gotta be honest. Give it a solid 6. I mean, I just hear some coyotes, some dogs. I don't know what that sound is. Maybe it's because I don't understand thermals very well. This just seems like a hot load of crap to me. This video, it just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't seem right to me. There's better ones. There's better ones. Okay, we got the Independence
Number
Day.
15, Independence Day sighting. This footage was apparently filmed on Independence Day. It shows a Bigfoot walking into frame, looking at the camera, and then picking up a baby before running off into the distance.
Number 15.
The Bigfoot seems to be nervously looking at the person holding the camera, therefore saving its baby and running away. Movement can also be seen from the baby as it hugs and pushes away from the adult. Some people have pointed out that they could see facial movement from the adult Bigfoot as well. Others say that CGI has been used in the video, but this is one of the few videos deemed real by the people who have made in-depth analysis videos on the footage.
It looks like the gorilla from SpongeBob. The one that used to give me nightmares as a kid.
If you're Patrick, then who's that? Ah, a real gorilla? Huh?
Like the way that it moves?
Number 14. Bigfoot GoPro sighting by dog. In this video, a man had strapped a GoPro camera to his dog, which then allegedly filmed a sighting of Bigfoot in the woods. The video simply shows the dog walking through the grassy woods when a figure suddenly runs by.
What the hell?
The creature stands up on 2 legs like a human would.
See, but don't you think that the dog would be barking? Yeah, that's my thing, is the dog don't care.
But also appears hairy and ape-like.
I agree, Billy, I agree. The dog would be freaking out.
Number 13, albino Bigfoot. A homeowner captured this footage after they heard a disturbance in the backyard of their wooded property. This homeowner and others in this town had previously heard strange noises and disturbances for the last 2 weeks or so, prior to this being captured on film. The town was confirmed as Carbondale, Pennsylvania. In the video, someone seems to be running around in a wooded area in a stressed manner. Then, when he hears a loud noise near him, he captures on the camera what appears to be an albino Bigfoot. The audio cuts off and the clip ends abruptly soon after.
Come on. Usually, with my research on it, people that have Bigfoot, and I mean Bigfoot like experiences, is they say that Bigfoot has glowing yellow eyes. Which, you know, when you look at a cat in the middle of the night, you see like the reflectors in their eyes. And it's like glowing yellow. He has no eyes, which makes me feel like this is a mask. I feel like that's a mask.
Number 12, Sasquatch spotted in the mountains.
It's alien.
When a
Bigfoot.
couple
I
were
don't know about
hiking on a
that.
logging road above one of the lakes in Mission, BC, they took photos of the beautiful views and suddenly spotted something moving on the top of a hill. They were able to zoom in to capture the footage of a hairy ape-like creature. The creature can be seen walking around on the hill and at some point swing around its arms. So was it a Sasquatch, a man, or something else?
Number 11, Provo Canyon Bigfoot encounter. When the YouTuber going by the name of Beard Card went camping with his friends in Provo Canyon, they allegedly saw
Just
Bigfoot.
point the camera at the thing, dude. Right? This is crazy.
Probably should stick close to
We saw this one.
it. Just go.
This was the first one we saw. Yeah. See, a lot of people think
According
that's a
to the
believable
description of the
Bigfoot.
video, they had seen some deer up on a hill that they wanted to get a closer look at, but that's when they saw what they thought was a bear until it stood up. In the clip, they run straight to the car, leaving their tent and everything behind. When talking to local station Fox 13 News, they said that they had no idea what the creature was.
Along with that, people are like, well, maybe there's just some guy in a gorilla suit out there scaring people. And we're like, up there right now, I guess it's deer hunting season, so there's tons of hunters everywhere up there. And so we highly doubt that there's anyone up there hiding in a gorilla suit with all these hunters all over the place. So.
None of the
See, you hear the voices. I don't know. I don't know about that one. That one I'm still on the fence about. I really am. Thank you, Neo and Hythrin. And welcome in. Most of these sightings are just my ex-wife. Rip, I'm so sorry. How was it like dating a Bigfoot? How was it like?
but they still ruled out the possibility of the creature being a bear.
Number 10, Skunk Ape or Bigfoot from Lettuce Lake Park, Florida. In this footage, a man by the name of Matt caught what he thought was a skunk ape, also known as a swamp ape or Florida Bigfoot. He was canoeing around Lettuce Lake Park when he saw what he initially thought was a bear. However, the length of its arms and its gait, and the large size of the creature has led people to speculate on whether or not this creature could possibly be a bear. Also, the fact that the creature walks through the swamp in ease has made people think that the video in fact shows a skunk ape.
Thank you for the 10 gifted. That's so nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. What the heck? That's so nice of you. Thank you. And thank you, Max. Thought they were having the same ex. You guys have all the ex. You guys all dated Bigfoots. What the heck? Have a good night. The primates don't have the extra eye tissue that makes their eyes glow at night. But that's what makes Bigfoot different than a primate. And thank you guys. I dated Sasquatch. Don't judge. I'm not trying to judge. No judgment. Different feet for different folks. Different feet for different folks. I'm not trying to be rude. I've dated my fair share of strange people. One of my exes stole my car. Who's skunk ape?
He told the park ranger about it, but she said that bears don't generally get into the swamp, and that sightings rarely happen. She had no idea what the creature was. Matt never put much faith in the old skunk ape legends, but by closely examining the footage, he has no explanations for what the footage actually shows. According to Matt and the YouTube channel Bigfoot Evidence, if it's a person, they're either a moron or completely insane. By walking, swimming and diving in an area where there are hundreds of 12-foot gators and water moccasins everywhere. Matt said he observed the creature for a while, and when it seemed to notice him, it went underwater and vanished. He even paddled up there and it was nowhere to be seen.
Number 9, the Prince Edward Island.
No, fuck no. If you see something dive in the water after you witness something strange, you do not go after it. What is wrong with you? There's no way. There's no way. That's crazy behavior. Wonder if Skunky makes a good household pet. I don't know. Is this going on the VOD channel? Yeah. It'll be on the VOD channel. Also, you guys should check out the VOD channel. I'm trying to get more traction on there for a sponsorship. Here are my socials. Follow the VOD channel. And all the rest of them. I swear I saw it wearing pants.
Quadrupedal
You think I was
up
wearing
there and
pants?
there was nowhere to be seen.
Number 9, the Prince Edward Island quadrupedal clip.
Moccasins are great footwear. That's true. But, oh, I know this video. Moccasins are great shoes, but not shoes. What would Bigfoot need moccasins? If Bigfoot feet big, Bigfoot no feet fit moccasin. Know what I'm saying? Bigfoot no moccasin. No moccasin fit over Bigfoot.
What the? Dude, holy shit! Did you see that?
In 2005, a student named Nathan Wiley and some friends were in the forest on Prince Edward Island filming a video for school. Wiley needed a clip in which a person was seen running from the woods. According to the filmmaker, as the boy in the clip was moving from the trees, a huge ape-like creature emerged from the opposite side of the forest. The creature can be seen running across the screen at high speed. The person in the video is not actually running from Bigfoot, but rather filming a scene. The fact that it was filmed for a student project has sparked controversy surrounding the video. According to Sasquatch experts, a Sasquatch will start running on all fours for speed when it gets startled. It is presumed that the Sasquatch started running when it was startled by the human activity of the kid running.
Number 8. Bigfoot sighting on Michigan Live Eagle Cam. An eagle cam set up to monitor an eagle family's progress by the state's Department of Natural Resources and outdoor website Carbon TV allegedly caught a Bigfoot walking on 2 legs, going around trees and bushes on the forest floor beneath the eagle nests. In the clip, baby eaglets peep in the nest when the creature suddenly pops up. The camera was mounted to a tree near the Platte River State Fish Hatchery, about 30 miles west of Traverse City,
will start
placed
running on
there
all
to highlight a
fours.
bald eagle nest.
I've never heard that.
Many people have come forward to say the clip is intriguing, but ultimately inconclusive. It is open to interpretation whether the creature is Bigfoot, a person in a costume, or something else entirely. Given the lack of scale and detail in the image of the figure, it remains to be just an interesting video if you ask experts.
Number 7, Bigfoot hunted by helicopter. On February 17, 2011, a video was posted to YouTube with the title, Bigfoot hunted by helicopter. It was filmed at an unknown location. The description of the original video stated that a woman and her husband took their kids target shooting while a helicopter over their heads were annoying them the entire time. They thought at first that they were curious of why and what they were shooting, but when they later watched the footage, they noticed something looking like a Bigfoot running in the trees.
Whoa. Whoa, that was a big kick. You okay, Brock? You okay?
According to them, the people in the helicopter could have been hunting Bigfoot. The clip shows a boy who is being taught how to shoot a gun. The kid starts out by firing a .22 caliber rifle twice, and then switches to the more powerful shotgun. Immediately following the explosion of the shotgun, a black figure can be seen running across the background.
See a figure. Am I crazy? I don't, where's the figure? Where's the Bigfoot? Oh. It's quite the stride on that though. Like, look how. Hold up. I mean, that's a big stride. I feel like I could believe that. Look how big those legs going from there. Like Elastigirl. He motherfucking jump, right? Running because of the gunshot. Hold on, let's go back. Oh, not that far back. Oh, not that far. I forgot this was a vlog video.
You okay, Brock? Whoa, that was a big... Whoa. Whoa, that was a...
He's still making some big strides. Escaped convict?
Whoa. Whoa. Oh, that was a...
That's crazy. No, not okay. It's childish. I think Thinker Thunk looked at this video and specifically the height and stride length. What'd he come up with? Could be brisk jogging. I don't know. There was still before the shot. Wait, like jumping partially? Zoom. I don't know how to zoom. Maybe. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
The big kick. Whoa. Whoa, that was a big...
Is he sitting in the bushes? Maybe he was taking a shit. And he's not on flat ground.
Whoa. Whoa, that was a big kick.
Huh. Hold up. I've messed this all up now. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at my failures. There we go. So if they're standing completely, I have to pee. I have to pee 1 second. 1 second. Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. I'll be right back. I have to pee. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Oh, hold up. Hold up. I forgot it was, there we go. Theories related to birds and the bees. The birds and the bees. The birds and the trees. The birds and the... What are these? Hell yeah. Alright. Okay. We back to business. We back to proving Bigfoot is real. The Bigfoot.
You okay?
According to them, the people in the helicopter could have been hunting Bigfoot. The clip shows a boy who is being taught how to shoot a gun. The kid starts out by firing a .22 caliber rifle twice and then switches to the more powerful shotgun. Immediately following the explosion of the shotgun, a black figure can be seen running across the background. In the last few frames of the clip, the creature can be viewed switching from a 2-foot stance to all fours. A helicopter can also be heard throughout the video, and when the creature is seen, the sound of the helicopter gets louder. The creature only moves after the explosion of the high-powered gun, which has made people think that it only moved because it was startled by the loud sound. According to others, this could have also been a cue for the person acting as Bigfoot to start running.
Number 6. Utah Bigfoot Family. The Utah Sasquatch family videos were posted to YouTube by a user named Johnny under the title Bigfoot Family Sighting in Utah on January 3rd, 2011. Johnny took his kids and their friends hiking and sledding high up in the Utah mountains.
Did you see it?
A few weeks later, when he was watching the video clips, he spotted 3 different cases with unexplained creatures that appear to be a family of Sasquatch.
Do you guys see it?
In the first clip, a Bigfoot is seen walking away into the trees.
That's just a guy. That's just a guy.
The second clip shows a different Bigfoot watching them and then disappearing.
Be so for real right now. Come on. That's just a dude. Come on.
The third clip appears to be another Bigfoot struggling to get away.
Thank you, Ultra.
You alright? That was a nice little wipeout.
Give me a
In Johnny's
break.
original description, he makes the implication that the figure of the third clip may be injured. However, the movement is consistent with other Bigfoot videos. When a large, not juvenile Sasquatch is threatened and scared, as might have been the case for this creature after being caught out in the open, they run on all fours. It appears to be moving very fast with its limbs swaying back and forth. It has also been pointed out that since the footage was posted in 3 separate videos, it might be a hoax.
Number 5. Bigfoot running down a hillside. This footage allegedly shows a Bigfoot running down a hillside in California. The origin of the video is unknown, so the circumstances can only be speculated about. The apparent Sasquatch is orange in color and appears to be running to something or away from something, and grabs a sapling midway through. The limbering movements without using the long arms for much movement have been pointed out as obvious signs of a hoax, while the size of the creature can lead to other conclusions.
That looks like me going to my fridge, bro.
Number 4. Beast of Gum Hill. On April 5th, 2009, the YouTuber going by the name Ericus Maximus spotted what he refers to as the Beast of Gum Hill while ATV riding. Before the sighting, he made many ATV driving videos on his YouTube channel, and it seemed to be a regular thing for him to do in his spare time. The sighting was the second time spotting the creature, and a companion of his managed to capture it on camera. He is seen riding his ATV through the creek when the creature walks directly over the creek bed further away from him. In the description of the video, he mentions the Beast of Gum Hill being a creature that is very rarely spotted, and that there was only taken a still photo of it in the 80s.
Number 3. Bigfoot caught on police dash cam. The Lumpkin County dashcam Bigfoot was captured in 2009 from a Georgia State Police officer's cruiser. In the video caught in the middle of the night, you can barely see a pair of legs hightailing it across the highway.
What the crap? What was that? Did you see that? Yes. Holy crap. What the heck was that? That was on 2 feet, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
The police officers can clearly be heard saying things like "what the hell" and "what was that" just after the creature passes by. Sometime after, a Lumpkin County Sheriff, Stacy Gerard, had followed up with the case and began an investigation of the supposed Bigfoot. Sheriff Gerard was reported to have interviewed the residents of several homes near the area where the sighting occurred. The story then says that the sheriff supposedly ran into a pair of college students who were acting nervous and strange when the sheriff began to question the students.
I like how they're like visualized for clarity and it gets more and more blurry. Wow, thanks, brother. This is so clear. Brother, what the hell?
Number 2. Paul Freeman footage. This footage was captured in 1994 by Bigfoot hunter Paul Freeman. The clip shows a Bigfoot walking in front of the camera, looking at Paul Freeman.
Oh, there he goes. Jesus.
Then disappearing into the woods.
2 of them, I guess.
The portals.
Man. Oh. I wonder where they went. Oh, God.
Oh,
the clip starts with Freeman trying to control the camera while searching for an unexplained noise. Paul comments that he can hear the brush breaking and the figure appears. Later, a second Bigfoot can be seen for a couple of seconds peering from behind a tree. The latter part of the footage apparently depicts an adult Bigfoot picking up a juvenile.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Oh. I wonder where they went.
Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills and I hope you're enjoying the video so far.
The classic footage is how it walks. Yeah. I've been looking at a lot of Bigfoot stuff too. There's been tons of it. And a lot of them say the same thing when they talk about their experiences with it. That's crazy. Paul Freeman, he became super obsessed with trying to film one again. He spent all his money in free time in the woods, lost all his savings, and his family left him. Obsession will do that. It will do that. It will drive you crazy. $4.99 per minute for heavy breathing. I love that for you, bro. It would be neat if people had a Bigfoot with decent cameras. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, get them an iPhone. There you are.
If you've ever been curious as to what I look like in real life, then follow me on Instagram at DylanIsChillinYT with underscores instead of spaces. I also have a Twitter at YT_chills where I post video updates. I'd really appreciate it if you followed me, and feel free to send me a DM if you have any questions or suggestions.
Just have a more recent phone camera. That's what I'm saying.
Then hit that subscribe button because we upload new countdowns every Tuesday and Saturday.
Yeah, thank you, top
Number
15.
1, Patterson-Gimlin film. Probably the greatest Bigfoot footage of all time is the Patterson-Gimlin film captured by Roger Patterson and Robert Gimlin on October 20th, 1967. On the day in question, the men were researching Sasquatch reports near Bluff Creek in California. They were on horseback and came across an overturned tree. As the pair rounded the tree, they spotted a large figure beside the creek. At the sight of the Bigfoot, Patterson's horse reared. Roger quickly untangled himself from the straps and spent about 20 seconds removing the camera from his saddlebag. By the time he began to film the creature, Patterson was 120 feet away. Roger Patterson began to run after the Bigfoot with his 16mm camera. He stopped at a distance of about 80 feet and captured the most famous section of the film. The Sasquatch looks over its right shoulder at Roger, who then falls to his knees. The creature has long arms, a coned head, a a ridge down the spine, a slow walking pace,
Yeah, no,
and
it
a prominent
is.
brow ridge. In the clip, the creature turns at the men a total of 2 times. Shortly after the final glance, the Bigfoot walks behind a grove of trees, reappears for a second, and then walks away.
Yeah. So this footage of happened in 1967. And it was a big deal, and it's still one of the leading footage evidence tapes that is brought forward when people are wanting Bigfoot evidence, because of the way it moves. It's been studied, and it doesn't move like a human. And if you want to see like, oh, special effects, this is 1967. Costumes in 1967 were not good. Special effects weren't even in existence. So it's very concerning, and where I like to think like Jojo the dog face comes in to question with that is when people used to be shunned by society for differences and medical issues and stuff. That's realistic in my mind, but this is the most. I also can see how it would be Bigfoot. That is the Gimlin film. So this is the actual footage of it. It's a little wobbly. Just give it a second. Give it a second. Give it. Clear once there's 10 info suggesting it's fake. Also stabilize the footage. It does walk like a person. I don't think it does. And I have a really good video of a guy who explains why. That I think is very interesting. Let me get that video up. It's by the YouTuber Cabin in the Woods. I thought he did a very interesting...
Give me an open mind and a little bit of your time, and I'll prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the famous Bigfoot footage known as the
It was a hoax. I think the hoax is a
100%
hoax.
Real, authentic, and shows a living Sasquatch. Most people know about the Patterson-Gimlin film, of course. Most people have seen it many times at this point. Most people are aware it was shot in 1967 by 2 men, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin, in Northern California. Most people also know that since the film was released to the public, it's been the subject of a hot debate, with many people trying to debunk it over the years to prove that it was just a man in a suit on camera, and an equal number of people on the other side of the fence trying to demonstrate that the film is authentic and does depict what it claims to depict, a living Bigfoot creature. In this video, I'm going to explain in detail why I feel the evidence weighs much more strongly on the side of the film being authentic and showing a real...
Can you guys hear it okay? Before we continue, can you guys hear it okay? Was that audible? Yes? No? A little low? Okay. I will move it up because I want you to hear what he's saying.
First of all, we have biomechanics and gait. According to anthropologist and primate expert Dr. Jeff Meldrum, the bent knee propulsion that we see from the creature in the film would be impossible, or at the very least highly impractical for a human being, especially one in a heavy rubber suit. But even an unsuited human being, we're just not built to propel ourselves forward with that bent knee stride that you see from the creature in the film. Any attempt to do so would look very awkward, clumsy, and unnatural. And yet, for non-human primates, bent knee propulsion is much more natural.
I don't have a fan.
And that's why we see this natural, graceful walk from the creature in the film, even though that same style of walking for a human would look the exact opposite of graceful. We also have stride length within the propulsion and gait category. The footprints cast by Patterson and Gimlin after they filmed the creature had a 41-inch stride length on average, which is a much longer stride than an average human could comfortably copy. Even a taller than average human. 41 inches is a very long stride. I mean, I'm 6 feet tall. I attempted some 41-inch strides before making this video. I just wouldn't look nearly as graceful as the subject of the film does, even at my height and with rather long legs. It's just not doable for human beings in the graceful manner that we see in the film. Next, we have muscle movement beneath the skin. We're pretty good at making realistic monkey and monster suits nowadays for Hollywood movies, but we still haven't mastered the ability to recreate authentic muscle movement, the flexing and changing of shape and hardness of muscles that we see beneath the skin of real creatures, ourselves included. But in the Patterson-Gimlin film, you can clearly see that we have flexing calf muscles as the creature propels itself forward with each footstep. We see flexing thigh muscles, we see glute muscles changing and flexing, and we see rippling back muscles. None of those would be recreatable with a suit, even a really authentic one. In fact, according to two different veteran Hollywood special effects specialists, Bill Munns and John Chambers, the sort of muscle flexing beneath the skin quality that we see in the Patterson-Gimlin film would be extremely difficult and most likely impossible for a human being in a suit to replicate. That's why both of those veteran Hollywood suit makers feel that the subject of the film was not a man in a suit. Next, we have body proportions. It's obvious to anyone who has seen the film that the arms of the subject are a lot longer in proportion to its body length than the arms of a human. In fact, several recreation attempts with humans in suits have failed for just this reason, because the arms of the human in the suit always look comically short in comparison to the actual Patterson-Gimlin film. And the natural swing of those arms as well looks like it's not just some sort of prosthetics in sleeve. The movement is too smooth and too natural for that. We also see very different torso to leg length ratios in the Patterson-Gimlin film than we would in a regular human being. And any suit being worn by a human that would try to hide that fact would look comical. If you've seen a man in a gorilla suit, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And that ties in nicely with the next reason the film is authentic. A lack of credible hoax evidence. As I said, many people have tried to debunk this film. There was even a team attached to the BBC, and I don't remember all the details right now, that spent weeks trying to recreate a suit identical to what they believed was the suit in the film. And then they tried to recreate the same camera angles and lighting, and they had an actor in the suit walk along in the same path that Patty, the creature in the film, walked in the original. Patty! And it just looked silly. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. It didn't look anything like the real film because it was a man in a suit. And even the best production of a suit that was possible at that time by this well-funded broadcasting company could not recreate what they felt was a suit in the original film. That's because it wasn't a suit. The original film showed a real live creature. The details and the realism of the creature make that obvious. We have, as I said earlier, muscle movement. We have a facial structure that doesn't look like any sort of rubber mask in any way, shape, or form. The next reason the film is authentic is the behavioral realism we see from the creature. If it were just a man in a suit, he probably wouldn't have acted so nonchalant. If he were trying to portray this Bigfoot creature, this savage animal that exists in the minds and imagination of many people, then he probably would have roared or growled or acted more aggressive in some way, because it's almost more believable if he had done that. But instead, we have this creature slowly, nonchalantly walking away from the camera, turning once to glance back at the men filming her, and that's just not as believable as the more animalistic approach that we see from Hollywood movies and that sort of thing. To put it another way, the creature's body language in the film doesn't seem forced.
What a time to be alive, am I right?
It really does appear like an animal in its native environment, moving easily and comfortably through that environment. And finally, for anyone who has any lingering doubts about the film's authenticity, many respected scientists have come forward with statements in support of the film being authentic. Here are some of them. Dr. Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University. Dr. Jeff Meldrum, who we already mentioned, an anatomist and anthropologist at Idaho State University. Dr. Dmitry Donskoy, a biomechanics expert at the Russian Academy of Sciences. Dr. Esteban Sarmiento, a primatologist at the American Museum of Natural History. Dr. John Napier, a primatologist and physical anthropologist at the Smithsonian Institution. And Dr. Henner Fahrenbach, a biologist at Oregon Regional Primate Research Center. So there you go. 6 solid pieces of evidence for the Patterson-Gimlin film's authenticity.
That's 6 solid
Now, does this
evidence.
prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the subject of the film was a real Bigfoot creature, not a man in a suit? There will always be some room for doubt, I believe, in cases like this. But it does give solid reasoning, in my mind, why the evidence is much stronger on the side of the film being authentic rather than a fraud.
See, I feel like he's right. I feel like he's right. And that's Cabin in the Woods on YouTube. If you guys are interested in following him, he's got a lot of good points and a lot of good things on nature and stuff. I would highly recommend it. 6 whole evidences. 6 whole evidences from references and experts in their field that literally mark where he goes. I think that's really interesting. I thought a lot of it was really interesting. You know, I spent an entire week and a half learning about Bigfoot and the last 24 hours stressing about Bigfoot. And I truly think, like, I truly felt like he had a lot of good mentions, you know, especially for me. I do see in that video the muscle stuff, like the muscle definition and the way that his body's moving doesn't seem like a suit to me. That is the only thing I feel like I can verify with that is looking at the video and rewatching it like 100 times. It doesn't look like a suit to me. That being said, my belief still falls within the theory that, like, Jojo the Dog Man. That's how I feel. I feel like there is a lot of my theory, my personal belief is that it comes from a time when, you know, P.T. Barnum and everyone viewed people with genetic mutations as freaks and possible that they formed their own little kind of society out there and they just want to be left alone. That's what makes the most sense to me. It's possible. I do like cryptozoology, so I do think that that's possible too. I'm not sure about the portals though. I'm not sure I buy the portals thing. Big ups and being said, yeah. How come there aren't more videos from that spot then? I don't know. How did they have good enough cameras in the settings to see detail on something 100 feet away? I don't know. It happened in 1967. Hypertrichosis, exactly. Hypertrichosis. The portal is woo-woo crap. Maybe it's real though. Maybe it's real. The government, not that you should believe the government, but the government said that aliens were real not too long ago, so how far-fetched is that? It's not hard when camera is held steady enough for the subject is large enough. True. True. Hi, Diplo. Honestly, I think the 1967 one is real and just the last of their kind. Everyone since this deviation of the points towards fakeness. Possibly. There is more footage, though. There is more footage. I do want to show you. We watched it on top 15, but I do want to show you this.
You ready? Okay. Yeah. All right. Damn it. All right, go. What the? Dude.
This video, I honestly didn't have the, I didn't have the background for this video that the top 15 gave us, where they said that they were already filming something. This is still very weird to me. This is still very, what the? Because I feel like your reaction would be a lot more scarce than this.
Holy shit! Did you see that?
But he is moving pretty fast. You run towards. I wouldn't run towards it. But I like watching storm chasers, so it wouldn't surprise me. People that go out looking for stuff, but these don't seem like the people that go out looking for stuff, you know? So I'm not entirely sure about that. Is it an interesting theory? You'd be surprised how many people towards, like, literally, like, the people that go storm chasing and they drive straight into the tornado. It's crazy. This guy went to film school. If you're filming something, point the camera towards the subject, not the ground. But if you're in a state of shock, sometimes you don't remember. The Marble Mountain footage is good. The sheer size of a walk down the mountain. I think I have that one. I think I do. We'll go down the list so I don't jump around and forget one. So we also have Packwood and Randall, Washington. So this.
Get Trevor. Austin, get the light.
Hey!
That was not an elk. Where's that coming from?
What?
Get my keys. Oh, get ready.
So people swear this one is real. I've in the Bigfoot community on Reddit. A lot of people were like, "No, I was there." This I don't believe. I don't believe. You guys rate them from a scale of 1 to 10. What do you feel on that for belief? It's a drunken frat boy. I agree. I give it a 1. Sounds I have a huge time disbelieving. Sounds are definitely interesting. They have the Sierra sounds, which is a very famous and well-known one. That's a 1. On a scale of 1 to 60, not too much cheese, I think. Ooh, what?
Ran for night view.
So this is the Sierra sounds. This is one that a lot of even experts and people who are really well known in the Bigfoot community, this is one that they reference a lot. According to them, Bigfoot, like, talk to each other through, like, whooping, and they talk to each other through knocking. Do you guys hear it?
You're trying to talk to this.
It's different. This doesn't sound like a human, honestly. That's what I think. That one does, though. This one is 9 years old. Did you hear it? So in this one, a bunch of linguists studied it, and there seems to be similarities in what we hear as, like, conversational pieces. So they think that they are communicating through words. This is what the Sierra Sounds says, is that they are communicating, like they're having an actual conversation, but it is not any language that we know. That is what the linguists were saying.
That's our job. Now we know where we went for tracks and all that for sure.
Bigfootanese. I love the demonstration, Samurai Chatter. That's too perfectly replicated multiple times to be a person. segment about it recently. This one's plausible. Sound or it's a creature. I think one is a person and one is a creature.
There's two of them across the creek at the big rocks.
Dang it, Tony. No video. This is just an audio sound. They're recording in the woods here.
He sounds like he talks to others and they talk to each other. Yeah.
See, I struggle more in this part because it sounds like my uncle trying to mimic a Sasquatch. You know, the you know, like that's what it sounds like to me. I don't know. The whooping, I definitely don't think is human. But the it's like when I'm doing my Big Daddy impersonation. You know, it doesn't sound like enough. But like the whoo, you know, that one, I feel like that sounds like an animal. I don't know what kind of animal it is. Might be the Bigfoot. I don't know. Claudia Ackley. If I remember this one correctly, this one made me laugh really hard. The guy shouldn't fill the creatures and the creatures went silent. Yeah. Guy who recorded these sounds has done some fascinating interviews regarding the circumstances. Has he? I haven't done any research on him. I'm not sure. Feel a bit forced, I guess. I'm gonna give it a 7, by the way. I give it like a 5. I feel like it could be, but it could be not, you know? I give it a 5, a solid 5. Because I really just don't know. Especially with him, like, interrupting the conversational pieces from the Sasquatch, I just don't know. I'm just not sure. The dudes bring it down. True. This is what a lot of people swear by. So I put it in here, but... The one ripping apart the cypress tree is the one that gets... Yeah, I have that one on the list.
I swear to God. Mom? Is it by the tree? Yeah. The shoulder? Yeah. Mom.
I really tried.
I swear to God. Mom?
I see it. Is it by the tree?
Yeah.
On the shoulder?
Yeah.
Whoop. I want to go home now. Did it move? Yes.
One could just be a bear.
Mom?
I just like... I see a little figure there, but I don't really
Mom?
see anything. I've watched this 500 times, and he's just not moving.
Mom?
I see it. Is it by the tree?
I can't, like, the video is not long enough. Why are you videoing if you're not gonna, like, wait a minute?
Did it move?
That's what I'm seeing. It might be discoloration. I just don't see it.
Move? Yes.
I just don't see it. I don't see it. I want to so bad. Like, I know there's obviously something, like, dark right here, but I don't see it moving. And it could just be, like, a bald spot in the trees that looks dark, you know? I'm just not certain. And people swear by this video. It was 7 years ago, and people swear by it. I just don't know what it is. Blob Squatch. That's how I feel. I was like, I don't know what this is. It's turned in blue and add some tint. Like literally visually enhanced, dude. Oh my gosh. It means make it blurrier, make it worse. I don't know. Okay, we got Michael Woolley's Bigfoot encounter. This is one of the interviews that people really believe.
My name is Mike.
Have you seen this stuff on Rick? I have. There's a lot of stuff. This is part 1 out of 50 of my intro to cryptids for dummies by dummies. So we're going over all of what we can see of the most value, quote unquote, what I picked out. So disclaimer there, what I pick out to be the most valuable information involving the cryptids that are found in North America. That is what I'm doing for 50 streams. This is number 1. So welcome to the introduction, guys. Does Slenderman count? Slenderman does count. It's just a whole thing on cryptids.
Mike Woolley. I'm from Keachai, Louisiana. I had an encounter back in December of 1981 with a Bigfoot while deer hunting.
And let me put one last little disclaimer on it, guys. I am not trying to convince you or sway you in one way or another, but I do find it fascinating what people consider evidence, and I do find it fascinating the different stories and stuff that come with, like, cryptids and sightings. So please make your own decision on what you believe. The only thing I ask you to do is to keep an open mind. That's all I ask you to do. If you decide, yeah, Ghosty, this is a load of shit, I don't blame you for it. There's a lot of things that are undescribed and unexplainable in the universe, and I think cryptids are incredibly interesting, and I'm trying to learn more about them, and I'm sharing what I learned about them with you. So you guys make up your own choices. I am not a professional. I do not do this kind of field of work. I do not do anything like that. I am a professional clown on the internet. I am an anime girl. Take what I say with a grain of salt.
It was a beautiful
December Mike
day.
Woolley. He is
weather
passed.
for a hunt. Temperature was about 30 degrees.
Can you guys hear it
I got to
okay?
my deer stand that evening, about 3 o'clock, got on it. And I was sitting there, and I was facing to the north.
British Crocodile Hunter.
And my deer stand was located about 1.5 miles down an old logging road and off the main highway, secondary highway. And what I would do, I would park my truck halfway down the logging road, and I would walk in the rest of the way because I didn't want to drive my truck down and spook the deer. Well, it must have been, I hadn't been there.
Yeah, that is another thing about Mike Woolley, is Mike Woolley was a professional skeptic. I'll say that, lightly. He did not believe in anything like this at all. Did not believe in Bigfoot, did not believe, and now he comes in here with an interview, which is another reason why a lot of people believe in him.
No more than 30 minutes, and this little young doe deer come running from the east out of some briars and brush that there's no way a human could walk through that. But she come up to my deer stand, and what was so amusing, come up to my deer stand and laid down, up and actually touching the deer stand. She was wringing wet with sweat. She had been run, something had been running her. And first thing hit my mind, it was a big buck. And I said, I'm gonna kill me a big buck. So when I raised my head back up, I was turning my head, and out of my peripheral vision, I seen something hop to a tree. And it was tall, about 7, 8 foot tall, and it was black, real hairy, like a gorilla. And I knew it wasn't a gorilla because there was no circus in town, and I knew it hadn't escaped, and I knew we didn't have no gorillas running loose. So the first thing hit my mind, it was somebody dressed up in a suit trying to scare me off my good deer hunting spot. Well, immediately I go to talking to this thing, telling it, take the head off.
I knew it was no gorilla. There was no circus in town.
Back. This ain't no joke. I don't find it funny. Just leave. Well, this thing was just eyeballing me, looking at me and really giving me some sinister looks. And I knew right then, I said, something ain't right. Well, this went on for a few minutes, and he must have been about 20 yards from me, 15, 20 yards. So I take my rifle, I've got a high-powered rifle with a high-powered scope on the rifle, and I look through the scope at the creature, and I knew that after looking at it, I was in a situation because it was cold, you know, the moisture was coming out of its mouth, its nostrils. It looked really, really human. The face was human. The eyelashes, I could see the eyelashes, you know, the eyes, the teeth were big teeth, flat teeth like our teeth. So anyway, I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it, and it's really PO'd at me. And it lets out a roar like a lion. Well, about 100 yards to the northeast, there's this really, really loud whistle comes back, you know, a signal to the growl. Well, this creature looks over that way and whistles back in the same tone of whistle, and then turns and looks at me. Well, I'm kind of like, hey, you know, what's going on here, you know? Something's up. I'm in trouble, big trouble. Well, all of a sudden I hear movement coming from that direction, and I knew whatever he signaled was coming to meet up with him. And I knew that I was probably going to be the one going to be on the losing end of the stick, you know. Well, I thought it was a feral human because I'd heard about them, you know, done some reading about them. But so far as a Bigfoot, I thought that was something that existed out in California. I just thought that was something somebody made up to make money off of. Well, I jumped in off my stand, and I'm running to the west to get to my truck.
Yeah, I don't
either,
either,
And I look over my left shoulder, and this creature is running through the woods.
He seems like traumatized.
And it is just moving brush. It's running through the brush, and it's bulldozing the brush down.
See, when his whole demeanor whenever he talks is just like, I can't believe this happened. It's not like smiling like, I saw Bigfoot, bruh. Like, it's nothing like that. It's just like disbelief and like, oh my God. Like, that was traumatizing, you know? He doesn't look excited that he saw Bigfoot, which a lot of people, when discussing their like testimonials towards it, they always seem like excited that they saw Bigfoot, but he's just like, that shit's messed up. And then go Brooks.
Down. And I knew, man, this thing is going to get me. It is mad. It is PO'd. It's going to get me. Well, I'm coming up on my truck, and I'm thinking, well, I got to stop to unlock my truck. And when I get ready to unlock the truck, he's going to make his move. He's going to have me. Well, something crossed my mind to fire a warning shot. Well, when I got to the tailgate of the truck, I threw my rifle to the left, pulled the trigger, and the shot fired, and the bullet hit about 7 foot up in a tree and blew bark in front of his face. Hit him the bark actually hit him in the face because he was about 3 foot from the tree. If the creature would have been another 2 seconds, the bullet would have hit him dead in the head. Well, I got in a truck, I'm driving off, I look in my rearview mirror, and lo and behold, his buddy that he had signaled had been tailing me coming up the logging road. I didn't have but one chasing me, I had 2. Well, they kind of stood there and looked at each other as I was driving off. But my recommendation to anybody, if you ever have an encounter in the woods, is don't fool with them, don't make eye contact, don't point, and surely don't point a gun. Do not engage this creature, because if you do, you will lose. I didn't shoot it, it was just too human. The face, it was bipedal. You know, it walked on 2 legs, just like we did. But it was just too human. The face was too human. The eyelashes, the teeth, the jaw structure, the forehead, it was light brown. The face was light brown, like it had a dark suntan. But I couldn't pull the trigger because something told me this ain't right. It's not the right thing to do.
See, I think whether or not it was a Bigfoot, he saw something, you know? All of those, like, he's sitting there warning not to mess with it. However, a lot of when it comes to Bigfoot encounters, Bigfoot isn't, and that's not to say that random creatures can't get aggressive, you know? Because anything can get aggressive. But usually when you hear about a Bigfoot sighting, they don't chase you. They run away from you. life or death situation, so they get shot. Their instinct isn't to flee but to chase. And maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case of why he was chased. A lot of when it comes to Bigfoot testimonials or something, or like video, sound, the Bigfoot is never like after them. It's never after them. It's usually just existing, or it like runs away or something like that. It just usually strolls away. So I don't know what he saw. You could claim it was Bigfoot, you can claim it as whatever, but he saw something. He saw something. And if it was too human-like, it's very possible that he ran into, like he said, you know, feral humans. There's a place in the United States where my cousins live, and they don't go to it because there's like this off-brand, like, not off-brand, not off-brand. There's this off the kind of like trail place where they say don't pass this Jeep. And when they say don't pass this Jeep, is because they have a belief in that town that that's where a lot of cannibals live. And there's been several disappearances over there too, over there as well. And you have to remind yourself that situations where people in the woods, who live in the woods, whether it be a serial killer or something way off the mark like that, it happens. There are cults. There are scary things out there. So you have to be careful. Whether or not this was a Bigfoot or not, he saw something. It's debatable that was Bigfoot. Absolutely haunting sighting is something true. Something. I don't know what he died of. I'm not sure. I didn't go into investigation of Mike Woolley. But it is just one of those things. And thank you, Oliver! In the end, they got him. I don't know what killed Mike Woolley. I haven't the slightest idea. I was doing my investigation on Bigfoot. But you just have to be careful when you mess around with that. You just have to be careful. But rest in peace, yeah. But that's what happens. And he's wise that even with the gun, he decided to flee. I just think that it's kind of the reality. Like, if you're by yourself and somebody comes up to you, like, I don't know, that's scary. That's scary business. That's a real scary business. We're gonna go ahead and do the mixed interview. We'll come back to the longer ones.
Something stood up above, a good shoulders and head above these 6-foot reeds.
His face was pretty black, but his eyes weren't.
So the thing had to be at least 3 times as much.
You guys hear this?
That's where we seen the mass stand up and we were like, whoa.
I thought to myself, is that a Bigfoot?
Ish, okay.
It was 1973. There was my brother, my father, a friend of mine.
I do metal detecting as a hobby, out in the woods, old home foundations, things of that nature.
It was in October or November of 2012.
I was walking out back of my house to some trees that are out there. I like to just go out there, think, pray, whatever. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move.
My friend was to my left of me, but farther down. He actually noticed the Sasquatch first.
My brother was walking in the one soybean field. He kept on saying, I hear something ahead of me in the brushy woods next to the ditch.
We were on a Bigfoot expedition and we had been doing some probes throughout the night, hearing some things and footfalls.
We both kind of looked at the same time and I was kind of in shock. It was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I turned to look, and right next to a fairly tall stump that I'd been used to seeing, I thought I saw something that wasn't the stump.
I looked up and this thing was coming out of the south side, stopped in the middle between the 2 railroad tracks, and was standing there looking at us.
Standing off to the right-hand side of the road, which is the same side the camp was on, or campsite was on rather, there was a creature standing there.
As I looked a little closer, I realized that there was a hand moving like this, only it's down, and I thought, well, bushes don't move.
You could see it was all black, it was huge, it was massive.
The biggest thing that really stood out to me was the eye shine that was coming back to me.
My first impression now years later.
See, there's that eye shine. A lot of the people who say they've encountered Bigfoot always mention the eye shine. They always mention that there's like glowing eyes, which is something back in Native American folklore that they talked about in their stories, which I find interesting.
He looks like the Jack Link's Bigfoot, except mine was a charcoal gray.
And it saw me walking towards it, and I realized that it had a face.
And it stood there for the longest time because I think what had occurred was it was wondering if I was watching it.
And it took 2 steps off
Jack
the
Link's
portion of
Bigfoot,
the
right?
trail,
Yeah, it is the reflection of the eyes. But a lot of people who have turned out to be hoaxes have said that they had dark black eyes and there was nothing in them. But most of the people who have been like completely serious and people have verified their stories and whatnot say that they were glowing yellow.
Into the woods.
He got off the tracks before my father got up there. He stepped down off the tracks and went down into that river bottom.
That was my first encounter, and I wasn't really sure if it was what it was, but I knew what I saw.
So actually, that scared me. I didn't go back in the woods for a while.
Has it changed me as a person? I would say no. I'm still a skeptic when it comes to a lot of sightings.
The main thing is, you know, everybody says, oh, this could have been somebody in a monkey suit. When you're looking at something and you see muscle definition on it, this is way before Harry and the Hendersons and all that stuff. And when you actually see muscles and body parts and things like that, it's hard to believe that it's a hoax.
See, I don't know about this one. One, because I'm skeptical of people that are all in the same place describing different events. Like, they were all describing a different interaction they had with Bigfoot, but if you see it in the background, they're all in the same place. So if there's multiple sightings of this Bigfoot and they don't have cameras out there and they don't have any of that stuff, I think it's very strange. This is very strange to me. And then he was talking about the muscle definition and his eyes were like darting and stuff, and it's like, this just feels like something you've heard before and not like something you've seen before. Thank you, Eternal! And thank you. How into this are you? I can recommend a YouTube channel. Please do. Join my Discord. And if you want, you can go to the suggestions and please put any sort of like conspiracy or whatever in there. I'm very into conspiracies and cryptids. Those are some of my favorite things to do research on. I like watching videos on it. I like discussing them. So yeah, it's a Bigfoot Expo. It is a Bigfoot Expo. Oh, are you saying, Loris, are you saying that these are people not from the same area? Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. They're from different areas being interviewed in the same, okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. I did not catch that. The same experience after talking to each other. How weird. I mean, they describe different experiences. Maybe multiple encounters, but they don't really seem like they left too much of an effect on them. True as that may sound. Yeah, it's also important to remember that some people in front of cameras, they don't know how to react. And especially when it comes to a topic like Bigfoot, I'm sure they've told this story a million times and people have just assumed that they're crazy. You know, you have to watch out who you talk to and things like this, because you're always like, are they just gonna like tell me I'm a don't believer or whatever? I hope you and everybody's chat having an amazing day. I'm having an amazing day. It is my partner anniversary and I get to discuss conspiracy theories with you guys, get to meet a whole bunch of new people, and it's so nice to meet you. Welcome in. Because it's a whole big group episode that's going to attract a bunch of nuts. Yeah. And there's definitely a bunch of nuts. Many more people have claimed to have seen ghosts. Doesn't make it any more legitimate to me. Well, definitely not. You know, you have to have some skepticism when it comes to evaluating that. When it comes to my cryptids and conspiracy theories, all I ask is that you have an open mind. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just watching stuff with you guys and making up my own opinion on what I think went down, which is something I always find very fun, you know? I like looking at stuff with an open mind and trying to see it from a different perspective. You know, it's important to do that in even everyday life scenarios. If you look at different perspectives, you'll be more of a well-rounded person in that. That's not to say to be gullible. And if you really don't believe in something, by all means, don't believe in it. But if you're looking at the stuff that I'm showing you, all I ask is you have a little bit of an open mind. But we're all looking at a ghost right now. Ooh. So on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you guys feel on these guys? Do you think it's real? Do you think it's not real? Mike Woolley intentionally didn't mention Sasquatch much in his case because he'd rather not dramatize something where he feared for his life unless it was the best descriptor of what he could use. He even compared to thinking it was an escaped gorilla first before it got closer. Dude was being honest about his experience. I agree. He definitely saw something. And whether or not you believe it was a Sasquatch or Bigfoot or a Yeti or whatever you believe, he definitely saw something. And I truly, truly believe that. I truly believe he saw something out there, regardless of what it was, and something chased him. I might have been, you know, if it was a human, if it was somebody who was just off, you know, there's a lot of cases of a lot of weirdos out there too, you know, you just never know. Go look up the F, they crazy. The F? What's that? But I thought that was an interesting interview, a bunch of mixed interviews. The 911 calls were interesting. Just to put a disclaimer on this before you guys watch it, I'm gonna give you a couple seconds to leave. This is a little bit disturbing. It's a little bit disturbing. It has to do with some guy's dog, so if you're sensitive towards that, please check out for about 3 minutes, okay? I want to put this disclaimer because I am personally very sensitive about those things. So I want to be clear. It might not be practical for everybody. So, la 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 la. This is your time to leave. La 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 la. Come back in 5 minutes. La la la. Come back in 5 minutes if you're sensitive. If you're sensitive. This is a real life 911 call. If you're sensitive, come back in 5 minutes. La 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 la. Okay. You guys have had enough time to leave. All right, here's the 911 calls.
What are you reporting? I got a strange going on out here. Something just killed my dog. Something killed your dog? My dog went flying through the air over the tree. I don't know how it did it. Okay. Damn it, I'm really confused. All I saw was my dog coming over the fence, and he was dead when she hit the ground. I didn't see any cars. All I saw was my dog coming over the fence.
911, what are you reporting?
We got someone or something crawling around out here.
Did you see what it was? Was it a person or an animal or?
I can't tell. All I know is that my central light came on and I just happened to glimpse and see this thing running across the yard. A good-sized man or something. It looks like a man. I don't know what it was, just that it ran across the yard.
Okay. You've had problems in the neighborhood before?
Yeah, my dog was killed here just recently. I don't know what it was. Whatever it is, it's running. I couldn't catch it if I was going to chase it. But whatever it was standing up. I'm out here looking through the window now and I don't see anything. I don't want to go outside. Jesus Christ, you better...
Sure.
Dio!
Hello?
Get somebody out here.
What's going on now, sir?
That son of a bitch is about 6'9", I don't know.
Do you see him now, sir?
Yes, I'm looking right at him.
Uh-oh. Okay, hang on.
He's right...
Is he in your yard, sir?
Yeah, God, he's big.
Okay, what's he doing in your yard?
He's looking at me.
Oh, and the guy is on foot.
I don't know what... It's a big... real big person. That's all I can say.
Okay, but it is a person.
Yeah, I'd say it was a person, somebody really big. But he's all in black.
Is he a black male or a white male? Did you actually see whether, or was he just wearing black?
He's all black and he's big. He is big.
So I think this is a 1990 911 call. The guy had moved to this location. I don't remember, Washington State. he moved to this location, something killed his dog, and then he had multiple other sightings of the same creature that was over 6'9". And he's described as all black. He eventually moved away, and very shortly after he moved away, he passed away. So I thought this was a very interesting one. I'm not exactly sure what happened. It's a very strange one. But yeah, it was thrown, 30 feet in the air. 30 feet in the air. That's what he said.
Say Merry Christmas, everyone.
So there's definitely stuff that goes around with that causes distress. Cause what the hell was that? What was that? I think 6'9" could be human, like a feral human, maybe. Maybe. That's definitely a theory. Someone silenced him. Maybe. Yeah, what do we rate that? Scale of 1 to 10, how believable do you think he was? I gotta be honest. That's a 10 for me. I believe he saw something. It's a 9 if we consider it Bigfoot for me, but he definitely saw something. I believe he believed. That's fair. It's genuine fear. I also thought that, because sometimes you run into these videos and you can tell that definitely the person has some mental health problems. I don't feel like he's one of them, especially since quite literally he moved there, had 2 911 calls, and then moved away and then passed away. I think it's very strange. I can still have 7 on Bigfoot, but 10 out of 10 on animal. I agree. Yeah, his voice did crack several times. You know, it's one of those things where you try not to describe it because you don't want to sound crazy on the phone. How did you pass? I don't know. It didn't tell me. I'm sure you could find it somewhere, but it did not tell me how he passed. Also, I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Sorry. Be right back. Be right back. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I am back. Ghosty's back again. Ghosty's back with our friends. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Thank you. So this is a video that is their Bigfoot encounter on Christmas 2014 in northern Minnesota.
Merry Christmas! Got a tree.
What was that?
Oh my god. Did you see that?
Something's behind the garage.
Did you see that?
No, what was it?
Did you
It's really big.
see it?
Oh my god, you see it?
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Oh my god. No way.
That can't be.
What the hell?
Do you see it?
Oh my god, are you getting this?
I think so.
Are you getting this?
Oh my god.
Where's it at?
Go in the woods.
Oh.
Oh, there goes.
Oh no.
After him. We're real scared of them. Raph. You stay here, Raph. You stay here.
Let me get closer.
Where the heck did it go?
I don't know.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not even just that he didn't want to sound crazy. Someone keep in mind it was still in front of him, moving in the dark. He was just having a joke about fucking. Literally, Libby. Don't worry, nothing bad happens to the dog. I vetted all these.
I hear something though. I still hear it. Do you guys hear it?
See, this one confuses me. Because the humans are so calm. But the dog is freaking out. And the dog, whenever he got up close to it, he literally, like, ran back.
Yeah.
You vetted but was in disbelief that the one seemed fake. I had a lot of people watch these videos. I did not watch every single one of them. I had a lot of people watch these videos. So don't... because there are things that you can't... Like, I have Twitch front page today, guys. So, like, there are things you can and can't show on Twitch front page. So don't worry. They were vetted. They're all vetted. And then you love a cat! The one just sounds fake as hell. I agree. Also, I think it's suspicious at the very beginning how, like, she was, like, panning over the windows. Why are you panning over the windows on your iPhone when your family's opening gifts in the other direction? You know? I thought it was crazy. That's why I'm here. I saw Bigfoot footage on my Twitch front page. Let's go! You can't show stuff like that on the front page or be part of Twitch. Yeah. Dog is acting normal. It was women's reaction just, oh no, which was, she didn't seem to fear. That's what I was saying. But, like, when the dog, like, ran towards it and then, like, ran away as quickly as possible, I thought that was interesting. Front door to look at something. I don't know. And, like, why weren't they calling after the dog initially? Why were they just, like, letting the dog go until they're like, come over here. Launched in the air. Yeah.
That is. Riff! Come on, Riff!
Vacuum to scare it away. Person dresses up as something and the dog doesn't see him do it. Yeah, that's true. It could be a person. Because they don't really give you a good side of it. They do. Can we appreciate Though, can we appreciate, even if it is a hoax, can we appreciate how steady the camera is? Just for a second. Just for a second, after all the videos we've seen, can we appreciate a steady hand? Please. Please, for just a less of a motion sickness journey. Please, thank you. Look how smooth that is.
I did too.
Rip, stay here.
I know, they're way too calm. That would not be my experience.
It's gonna come out in the clearing.
Oh, there it is, right over there.
Oh my god.
Huh.
Oh my god. We better get back inside, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You see that?
Oh my god. We better get back inside, guys.
Yeah.
We gotta get back inside, guys. Hi, I'm Jenny Moore. And you're watching what I would do if I was in a Bigfoot competition. Built hunters and filming crews for the neutral put hundreds of high-quality night vision cameras literally all over the world. In my opinion, if it was real, we would have actually high-definition close-up evidence a long time ago. Maybe. Unless the government said no. Just like the UFOs. The government said no for so long. And then they're like, yeah, guys, we have UFOs. Could be government. If we get to see the Marble Mountain footage, I will still 100%. Marble Mountain footage. I think I have that one. Maybe. Maybe. We'll keep watching down the list. The release wasn't great either. That's sure true.
Look at her snap, Edie.
So this one is a Native American Bigfoot encounter. And this is in memory of James D.D. Whitefoot. He recalls his... I haven't watched this one. This one was one of the vetted ones. Yeah, we did the 911 call about 20 minutes ago. It's a good one, though. It's a good one, Kai.
Hold it, Didi.
We saw red eyes as well.
It's like Bigfoot teleporting around.
Yeah.
Wait, what is?
That was just before he passed. That was just before he passed.
Yeah. Your dad was my favorite uncle.
Oh yeah. He liked you a lot, did
It must have been like late June or early July. I was with two of my cousins.
Hold up.
We'd been rebuilding, you know, four-wheel drive trucks. We rebuilt this one particular truck. We took it down on a shakedown run, and we got all the kinks out of it. And we came across this place where they were thinning trees, and that was our objective, to get the poles for scaffolds. Anyways, the next day we went back there, brought back a 24-foot boat trailer with us, and geez, man, this was like early in the morning. Like, this is in the summertime. We're looking around, my cousins strapped their pistols on. I didn't strap mine on because I figured, what the hell, I need to be armed for what my cousins are. Anyways, we got looking around, and we could see where three somethings had walked through this area, and must have been relatively before we got there, because these were fresh tracks. So my cousin Sammy and I, we got out to examine for tracks. Whatever it was taking great care to hide its tracks, because it was like stepping on the bear grass. so we could only find like partial footprints. And my cousin James, he told Sam and I, Sammy, blank, don't worry, he won't bother us. And that kind of me and Sam up, excuse my language, it like scared the hell out of us, made us thinking, who won't bother us? Anyways, man, we were getting these other big poles for uprights, and we were in the trees getting these poles, and as we were coming out, Sam, I dropped my end of the poles, and Sammy started cursing, what the hell, cuz what the hell's the matter with you? Sammy, get over here. Sam comes running over, and we found a couple footprints. They must have been 18, 19 inches or longer. And I got a triple wide foot. At the front part of my foot, it's real wide, and
he's got a triple wide foot?
They must have been 4 inches wider, 6 inches wider than my footprint. The top part of my foot. Anyways, we got looking around, you know, and I'd say about 300 or 400 yards away from where we were at. This is over there by Mount Adams, by the way. And Mount Adams, you know, was probably less than 10 miles away from us. And there had been several sightings of this creature in this general area. And we got to looking around, and I'd say maybe 300 or 400 yards away from where we were at, there was a small grove of trees, and there was something what we presumed or thought to be like a burnout tree stump. And that damn burnout tree stump moved. It walked. It wasn't a damn bear. I'm saying whatever it was, it had to have been over 8 feet tall, easy. You know, judging by the the heights of these young saplings, which were 6 feet plus up, you know, right? And some of these saplings, he overtowered them. We looked when it moved. We got that. Hey, we beat feet men to the rig. Didn't tie our poles down, and we got the hell out of there, and we never went back. That was to somebody not to be afraid of. That was, in my belief, that was a tangible creature, and it wasn't no damn bear. I don't care who don't believe it. Seeing was believing. My cousin who said,
yeah, his cousins did have a firearm.
He won't bother us. He was a Green Beret for 20 years, and he worked for the tribe for a number of years ever since he came home from Vietnam, and 3 of us seen it. And I'm telling you, that wasn't no bear. It was big. Like I'm saying, it was way over 8 feet tall. And I'd seen tracks up there in 3 different locations. And you know what? When I seen these tracks, you know,
not a single American is shot true.
You know what? I couldn't sleep up there after that. You know, probably if I go up there now, I'll probably still have that overpowering feeling that he's up there, and I know it.
Interesting.
I can't remember who it was, but it was some real good basketball player, and they chose Otomo for the basketball. Well, let's just do the interview.
Yeah.
Like they passed up like
Kevin Durant. Remember Kevin Durant?
It was Kevin Durant. That's who they passed up. Over Odo.
We would have had a couple of championships.
It's got to pick up the line for the back.
Okay.
Marco.
How many minutes?
We'll
be done by 30 minutes, right?
But yeah, I'd like us to have time, but I don't want to, leave.
Smile, dude.
What does basketball have to do with this?
You've been down there, right, Marcos? Anyways, whatever this thing was, it was like just not only tribal members, but other non-tribal members.
Brother,
one in particular were two rangers from out of Fort Lewis. They were in the Delta Force. And these guys, come on, these guys seen it with their own eyes. and they never went back up there after seeing just the footprints. And they estimate them footprints have been 15, 16 inches long. That's included in with a Mel Skayad story. There's a story about these two rangers, described it what they seen.
What does this have to do with Kevin Durant?
They were terrified. And they were armed too.
What does that have anything to do with that?
We were really scared to death.
I mean, what do you guys think? Scale of 1 to 10, do you believe that? Despite the little side convo of Kevin Durant. Side conversation, oh gotcha. Kevin Durant. Definitely rest in peace. So many people who have testimonies are gone. I mean, granted, it's like 78 years old, so that's life expectancy at its peak there. So 6 out of 10 definitely genuine. Yeah, I feel like it's genuine too. I feel like a 6 out of 10 is fair. Kevin/Durant. I always appreciate how Americans take on Bigfoot because they rarely happen. Yeah. Didn't change his story. Didn't his story change from having Green Beret friend to Delta Force friends? Did it? I thought it was just Green Beret. You can't have both? I mean, you could. You could. You could. So this next one is one of the few videos that I felt was very genuine, like this one right here.
Hey folks, break.
And you're gonna have to deal with some of the annoying talking. How's it been without Dr. Pepper? It's been awful. I feel like Diet Dr. Pepper is my good luck charm, and I've been having really awful luck since I gave it up 20 days ago, but we're halfway through Lent, so it is what it is. And my doggo is feeling better, thank you. She's a little baby. I still can't believe that happened. For those of you who don't know, my dog was attacked at the dog park, and it was really sad. And she has a million stitches on her neck, and it was the saddest thing ever, but she is doing better. Any noticeable differences since going off? I'm definitely a lot more irritable. Yeah, I'm doing it for Lent. Attacked by Bigfoot? No, she was attacked by another dog. My dog Daisy is incredibly shy and meek, and we've been taking her to the dog park to try to get her over that. She was a rescue dog, so she's very skittish. And we're trying to really make it out to where like she starts to get used to other dogs, and she can be a good playmate and all that stuff. You know, trying to get her out of her shell a little bit. And some person let their dog attack my dog, and it was really awful. Yeah. So she is doing better. Thank you for asking. She is very brave. She honestly feels like, it seems like she's a lot braver and happier than before the attack. So maybe, I guess a positive that came from it is she's less scared of things now. I feel like she reacted appropriately and stuff, and she tried her best, and I'm very proud of her. She's a good dog. She's a good baby. Needless to say, we will not be taking her back to the dog park, so yeah. It's fortunate to hear, and I'm happy to hear you sticking to the Lent promise. I am! Catholic thing, can only eat certain stuff. Well, no, you're not dumb. You're not dumb at all. So Lent is a Catholic practice. I am not Catholic. But Lent is a Catholic practice. A lot of other Christians do Lent as a representation of Jesus' fast in the desert. I used to drink 40 sodas a day. 40 Diet Dr. Peppers. That was what I drank on Fat Tuesday. My doctor said I'm so dehydrated, my brain has shrunk. So I decided it was very healthy for me to participate in Lent. And they said my brain will unshrink if I drink water and not soda. So I've been drinking water for the last 20 days. And no meat on Fridays. No, I eat meat every day. Trust you more since she got help. I know the risk. Well, I mean, I'm not glad it happened, but I'm glad she got something positive out of it. Something for 40 days also. Yeah, no, I still eat meat. The brain rot takes effect. I've noticed you seem more alert and more smart since you dropped the Dr. Pepper. I love and hate that for me. I do. I was very spacey before. And I had noticed for the last few months, I was having real spacey problems. I do have a lot of medical problems, like a ton. I do some experimental treatments just because of how strange my personal condition is. But that is not the reason I gave up soda. I gave up soda for reasons that are of my own doing, and that it's just too much, and I need water, and I don't like water. Nobody in my family likes water. How does it feel to be hydrated? Feels good. It feels good. I mean, I would love, my stubbornness would love to tell you that I don't notice a difference. I do 100% notice a difference. I feel better. I'm much more alert. I'm able to retain things better. I've made a joke for the past year because there was a study that came out that Diet Dr. Pepper and diet sodas were one of the leading causes of memory loss in young adults. And me and my friend would laugh at each other because we both have a Diet Dr. Pepper problem, right? We'd laugh at each other, and but me and her have the worst memories possible. Known to man, we have the worst memories ever, and we are way too young for that. And yeah, so it was kind of crazy. And then I went off of it because I was having so many problems. I felt like it was just getting worse and worse for me. Remembering to do basic stuff that I had to do was almost impossible. So, and for a while I've been chalking this up to all of my, I hate using the word experimental medication, but that's what it is, my experimental medication. I was chalking it up to not feeling good because of this, and then they ran a whole bunch of tests on me, and they're like, you are severely dehydrated. And I was like, okay, I mean, true, but yeah, I'm giving it up for 40 days. It's been hard. I have a dependency on it, I won't lie. I know that sounds stupid, too, to be, completely dependent on Diet Dr. Pepper. Well, sue me, I guess. That's me. I love Diet Dr. Pepper. And going from drinking 12 sodas plus a day, cans of sodas a day, to nothing has been hard. It's been very hard, and I don't enjoy it, and I hate it. But it's been getting better and easier. Do you think you'll try to keep going just having less? I want to say yes, that I'll keep trying to go. I would expect it to be it's a little easier than it used to be. I bet you anything I will have more and I will drink less, but yeah. Dark color sodas are terrible for you. Look, I'm not trying to defend that they're good for you. I don't think they're good for you. I think soda is one of the worst things you can have, I do not treat my body kindly, okay? I'm gonna be real about that. I go to the gym, but I don't do anything. I don't drink water and that stuff, How long was the 12 a day going for again? Probably since I was 12 years old. Probably since I was 12. Because I think I was going for 3 to 4 years on my end. Probably for a while. Hey, no, fuck you, Henry. Fuck you. Imagine after 40 days, your first sip of Diet Dr. Pepper and it tastes horrible. I mean, I honestly kind of wish that would happen. I miss it severely. So, put cap on how many sodas to keep a bottle of water handy. I don't know. I don't like drinking water. Nobody in my family does. My dad drinks Propel, and my grandma drinks those Pellegrinos. I hate sparkling water. I think it sucks all the moisture out from my tongue. I don't know why. Do you just go to the gym to make TikToks? No, I swim. Until last year, I was a lifeguard. And now I just swim. Pretty important. I know. Sparkling water sucks dog shit, dude. It's awful. Is the water filtered or just tap bottled? It's filtered. I have a low Brita. I need to replace the filter on it though. It's been in the red for a minute. I don't eat Little Debbie cakes anymore because of my taste buds hate it. I feel like something changed with Little Debbie's. I gotta be honest. I feel like their recipes changed because they do not taste the way they tasted as a kid. And I don't feel like that's taste buds. I feel like something in their recipe changed. It's crazy. Swimming, best cardio, true. Sparkling water is off. No, it's awful. No offense, could we watch the video? Yeah, I'll show you the video. I need a new filter. I know I need a new filter. Wasn't that? I'm sorry. Put it in sign. But dude, change the older we get, though. Well, yeah, your taste buds do change the older you get, but it is what it is. Little conspiracy. Yeah. Have you tried adding anything? My mom couldn't drink normal water for shit, and she bought one of those little bottles of lemon juice, and she forced it. I've tried a lot of different stuff. I'm just not... as dumb as it sounds, I'm just not into it. I would rather not drink anything at all, and I don't know. I need to use water. If you guys have any suggestions, let me know. Water flavor I use is pretty good. Yeah, I would love to know. Corporals be changing good recipes for no reason lately. I think it's because, you know, when it comes to like FDA, they haven't been doing what they're supposed to. You know, it used to be where you could just lie about calories stuff. You could just lie about it. Like, it used to be you could just lie. McDonald's didn't have to tell you the calories on anything, and then they changed that. Be like me and forget to hydrate. I am like you. I don't forget to hydrate. That is literally me. Okay, so this video right here is one of the more believable ones, in my opinion. I think the quote-unquote Bigfoot looks very strange. I think he looks very fake, if I'm being honest. But I do find his movements very interesting. No, the laws are getting looser. What? Tea is good. I don't like tea. I don't like hot tea leaf or cold tea leaf. I don't like leaf juice.
Brace yourself for what I consider an extraordinary challenge for any human. A trail camera strategically placed by the police at a crime scene captures an imposing figure reminiscent of Bigfoot's stature. He effortlessly lifts a sizable tree trunk. This impressive feat involves elevating the 12-inch diameter, 25-foot-long log a jaw-dropping 30 feet into the air, followed by a resounding slam. The displayed strength and power exceeds human strength, with the estimated weight of the massive log hitting an impressive 530 pounds. Could this trail camera have captured a genuine Bigfoot in action? Check it out.
Did you see it? I thought this one was really interesting. The way that he like moved it up and stuff and like was dragging it seemed really effortless. I don't know. This is at a crime scene, so I'm just not sure. See, that is not the same brand most Americans buy from. Oh, like, yeah. So all the stuff that's illegal in America, that's not. I had trouble understanding the scale. It seems really large. It could be hollowed out. See, I didn't think it looked hollowed out, though. Like, the way that he was dragging and stuff. But why slam the log? Well, if it's a wild animal, why do anything, you know? And this is a crime scene video cam. So I thought that was interesting.
Massive 530 pounds. Could this trail camera have captured a genuine Bigfoot in action?
Because like that
Check it out.
tree is pushed over and doesn't look like anything like... Should have thrown it like an Olympic javelin thrower, right? Fuck that log in particular. They reenact the actor. I just thought this was interesting. This is one of the videos that caught my eye. See, like his face though looks very human and like a strange woolen oversized hoodie. But then when he stands up, his body's shaped bizarre. Watch this actually be a human and I just said that his body's shaped bizarre. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. He's get just as angry and yeah, that's why they got rage rooms. Giant gothic garden gnome. I don't know. Why would he do that in front of the camera? I'm not trying to body shame Bigfoot, okay? Coconut water drinks. Wendigoon cryptic iceberg. I've not dove into any Wendigoon stuff yet. It is on the list. I just think that the way everything's moving is very interesting here. At least to me it is. At least to me, I feel like this is very interesting. That's crazy. And what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Scale of 1 to 10. Is this believable? Is this not believable? And thank you, Real. How you doing? Wendigoon is something. You think? 3, you're not convinced. 6, you're a little on the fence about it, but you're convinced. Pashka, they drink an electrolyte drink. I like Gatorade and stuff, but... Maybe a 5, 4, 3. Really? You guys are on the lower scale of this. I thought this was really convincing. So. Wow. See, this was the only video that I watched that I was like, oh shit. Kevin Durant, guys. Would I be able to pick it up? I don't know. I don't think I would be able to pick it up. Looks like Gandalf. That's fucked up. Make sure to follow my socials, guys. Make sure to follow them. And the Twitch stream. Do it, do it. This is part 1. If you like any of this stuff, this is part 1 out of 50 on cryptid stuff. So we'll be diving more into it. I forgot to say that earlier. Gotta keep the Nightbot on for reminders, dude. Was that water I heard? Not Dr. Pepper. This is water. See, you hear no fizzies. No fizzies. It's a smart water alkaline with antioxidant vapor distilled ionized water beverage with antioxidant selenium and electrolytes for taste. If it's dead wool, it's a lot lighter than living wood. Oh, it's dead wood, it's a lot lighter. Fair enough. God, not smart water. This is what I got. This is what I got. Cucumber, mint leaves, citrus, tiny bit of apple vinegar can give us. I don't like apple vinegar. Apple vinegar's grody. Yuck. I'm not an apple vinegar kind of girly pop. So smart doesn't mean it makes you smarter. What do you mean? Apple juice. I have 2 degrees, guys, which means I can sit in a room and do what I'm told. 2! Okay, we got indigenous tales of Bigfoot next. It's a brand of water. I drink gasoline. Yeah. How was that? How's that going for the pipes? Okay, she gotta get those brain wrinkles back. I'm sorry! I'm trying! I'm 20 days sober! And what are those degrees? 45 and 2C? No. 4.0 biomedical science and a BFA in creative writing. Thank you very much. Are you seen as a jerk at work, y'all? I would hope not. Very smart. I don't know. I don't know if you can count school as smart, if I'm being honest. Like, I know that sounds dumb in of itself, but I feel like most of the time I was just sitting in there, made sure to get my work done and turn it in on time. But also, why are you drinking smart water? I just got it from the gas station. I asked for a bottle of water and they gave me it. And you say you're not big brain. No, actually, my brain is smaller right now because it's dehydrated. But I'm hoping it will become larger soon. That is what I'm hoping. I am big hoping that. Big hoping, big coping. This is not Aquafina. What's wrong with Aquafina? How about some regular water? What do you mean? This is regular water. Just better. It's getting bigger. I think Ghosty is smart and accomplished. I'm astounded how the. What do you mean? Guys. If you've ever streamed before in your life, you will know that the moment you press go live, it's over. The moment you press go live, every ounce of intelligence you have is gone. I rehearsed this conspiracy thing like 4 times over. I didn't trip on my words once. The moment I hit go live, it's over. Were you streaming when you won all those yowies? I wasn't streaming, but I was on someone else's stream. It was just Grimmy's, that's my, Grimmy's VTuber baggage. But it removes 20 IQ. True. You should try, yeah, Grimmy. My bestie. Try Liquid Death. It's the cleanest tasting water I've ever had. I think Grimmy did send me that. The headline wrong. I quickly turned to stream as soon as I saw it. Uh-oh. What'd you read it as? I have intelligence. I got them smarts. Some a different one. Yeah. We appreciate the effort. Thank you. As much as I do things, you know, I try. Yaoi are like fingers and knuckles. Grimmy has sent me 5 books of Yaoi. She sent me 5 of them. One of them should be illegal, and the other 4 are... They're good. Do y'all do those things? And you're like, I don't know. No, I wasn't streaming. Because that time, back in college... I'll just tell you guys the story real quick. What won me VTuber baggage is back in college, I really wanted to be a part of something. So I decided to join a sorority, but not once, twice. The first time they hazed me and a bunch of other girls and they got kicked off the campus, and then I moved schools. And the second time, there was a bunch of these like witch girls, right? And I was like a little Christian girl, and I was really excited because I was trying to make friends, and I thought their like witchy stuff was really cool. they were a little scary, but I was really lonely. So I decided, oh my gosh, like let's hang out and stuff. And maybe I was being annoying or clingy. It wouldn't surprise me. I do have problems, and I definitely have issues making friends. I don't have issues keeping them, but I have issues making friends sometimes. But I was talking to these girls for a while, and they invited me out to the Trail of Tears, which, if you guys know what the Trail of Tears are, it's like one of, you know, is a great stain on American history, where they, you know, they did awful things. So they invited me to go hiking on the Trail of Tears, and I was so down for it. I was so down. I was like, let's go hiking. It's gonna be great. And they wanted to show me, they wanted to show me like the things that they believed in, because I was, you know, I went to private school, so I was very sheltered. I went to a Christian private school, and I was very sheltered. And I was like, okay, this is great. I'm going to get to learn more about these people and what they do. And they always told me they were witches. They were gothic. I thought they were really cool. I thought they were super good. Super cool. I'm kind of hot, but super cool. And they drove me out to the Trail of Tears. It was crazy. It was crazy. And they were out. Every time I laugh at this, and you guys always you're like, oh, I hate this story. But they drove me out to the Trail of Tears, and we were talking, and they were like making fun of me, but I thought it was like friend banter, you know. I was like, ah ha ha, yeah, I'm stupid, ha ha, yeah, ha ha. You know, I thought it was all good fun. And so when we got there, they all took off their clothes, and I was like, okay. So I did too. That's what they said. It was like it was like a one with nature thing. So I was like, whatever, you know, it's good, it's fun. And they were doing all this like bonfire stuff. They were doing all this bonfire stuff, and they were like doing rituals and passing around food and drink and stuff, and it was all to be one with nature and be cleansed. And they like put ropes around my arms, and my phone and my shoes and everything were in the car. They spun me around, I fell, and then they ran off and drove off without me. And because I was like a Christian naive girl, they said, I hope your Jesus saves you now, and they drove off without me. So I was like, oh, okay. Still thinking it's a game because I'm an idiot, I guess. I'm an idiot. And I started to walk home. I didn't have my phone or my shoes or anything, and I was naked. And I started to walk home. So I walked home, and it was about 17 miles, give or take. It went from completely pitch black. Before I get too far into it, when they left, they were all very scared. They said they saw something. It wasn't Bigfoot or anything like that, but they said they saw something. They're all very scared, and they ran. And they left me there. And so then I walked home. It was about 17 miles. It's my freshman year of college. And the next day, I was trying to get my phone back, right? Because they had taken my phone. Next day, I went to go find them at school. And I was like, hey, like, what happened? You know, didn't even take that as a hint. Didn't even take that as a hint. And so one of the girls gave me their phone back, and then all 5 of them transferred schools, and I never saw them again. They didn't want anything to do with me. I had a really hard time taking the hint. I have learned. So that's my story. That won me 2 books of yaoi on Grimmy's VTuber package stream. Yeah. Get why you laugh about it now. I mean, I don't know. They looked at me like I was literally a ghost. They looked at me like I was a ghost. They did not want to be friends with me. I had to get 3 clarifications on that. So, I don't know. I don't know. Not the best at reading people, I suppose. But you are a ghost. I know, but like, crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Not my proudest moment. Not my proudest moment. Definitely have had better. Definitely have better. And, you know, honestly though, like, made some new friends after that. Felt good. New friends were super nice. They didn't take me to Trail of Tears. You know, like, I don't know. I don't know. I get why it's weird to hear that story. I was an eternal optimist back then, so I guess I just like should have given yourself a fake stigma with the red lipstick, ran up to them, yelled, Jesus save me. I just didn't. I don't know. I've never like. I don't know why they were still against me either. Maybe I was a bit annoying, but I feel like that's kind of extreme. Kind of extreme? I don't know. Again, I'm a bit annoying, so. But I never saw them again after that. I hope they're doing well. Someone in the woods that far. See, that's what I think. I think back to that and I was like, man, they really left me there. Like, they really left me there. So. Yeah, some people say that too, Count. But. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I mean, they gave me back my phone. They gave me back my phone. I got my phone and my shoes back. Or did I? Or maybe my aunt took me to get a new phone. I got a new phone that year. I don't remember if that's why. Again, my memory's not super great, but it was awful. That was one of the things I kept. No, I think I got it back. I don't remember. I asked for it back a lot. Good, it wasn't cold. It was cold. It was awful. It was terrible. It was a terrible thing that happened. It's been fun. Don't see why they hate you. Ah, thank you. Ah, memory machine for me. Me too. Me too. I could use that. You did not get your phone back. I didn't. Were you there for Grimmy's stream? I don't know. Hold on. Let me text my friend. Let me ask her. Hold up. My VTuber is gonna go blank for a second. My old roommate. Yeah. Do you remember I got my phone back? That time at the Trail of Tears. I doubt she'll answer me tonight. I'll update you next stream because it's 6 in the morning. Playing here before and you said you didn't, but I also might. I know my aunt took me to get a new phone. I think that's why, is because they didn't. I don't remember. Sorry, my dog has the chicken. But it was one of those things. In between videos and stuff. Let's go. I don't know. Some people are just mean, you know? Some people are mean. Some groaning me. No, that's my dog with her chicken toy. Yeah, no, I didn't report them. I didn't do anything like that. I don't know. Not the smartest back then. Not the smartest. That's why I think, like, education is not that... Girl, that's not me, and that's ill in the head. I mean, yeah, it was crazy. But you'll learn. Took me several more years to learn. You just gotta sometimes marinate a little bit. Gotta marinate. You know how some people are like, Some people are like, I got never mind. I don't remember what I was gonna say. I don't remember what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, like I got consciousness. I remember the first time I was conscious at like age 6. I don't know if I've ever been. I feel like I am now, like in the moment. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, back to Bigfoot. Back to Bigfoot. Dang it, Thomas!
And claims he spotted Bigfoot, and he has the video to prove it.
Spotted Bigfoot in Cleveland County, and this isn't the first time.
What's the likelihood that there are big animals that have gone undetected by scientists and by trained observers? There are lots of undiscovered things, particularly in the natural world, but they don't take the form of giant apes running around in largely settled areas of the world.
But it's safe to say that Sasquatch is not something that would even exist.
That they're going, ugh. That mustache.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Sean Glenn Shadow Productions. Now this one has been highly requested by a lot of you. I've seen it in the comments ever since that first Skinwalker video and everything, but a lot of people have been asking, what's my opinion on Bigfoot? Do I know any stories about Bigfoot? And yeah, you're talking to him. I'm a 6'5", size 14 shoe Bigfoot, you know, and everything. Is my cousins, you know. It's how that goes and everything. So
I was just thinking that movie.
Just kidding. No.
Those brains are so
what's really
good.
cool about it is in our tribe, the Navajo, the Diné people, we do have a Bigfoot tribe out there. I forgot how to say it in Navajo, but I'm pretty sure some of you viewers out there know how to say it and spell it a lot better than I can. So put it in the comments, you know. But the thing is with Bigfoot and all that, I was told a couple stories and even had a personal experience as well with Bigfoot and everything. I was very, very young though, but when I encountered Bigfoot. Now, when I talk about Bigfoot, you know, it's one of those things to where, kind of like the Skinwalker video, there's different classifications, different factions of Bigfoot. You know, you got, you know, Abominable Snowman, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, you know, and then each tribe has, I wouldn't say each tribe, they're more rare out there, but there are Bigfoot out there and they have their own names for them as well. So all you indigenous people out there, you know, toss in the names of what you call Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Yeti, Abominable Snowman, something like that. Yeah, go for it. But so the stories that I was told about Bigfoot and everything is, if you were to go up into the Navajo Nation more toward the mountainous regions area where there's like a lot of forests and everything, the medicinal people used to go up to those mountains to be able to provide offering to the Bigfoot people, Bigfoot tribes. There used to be songs and ceremonies to call upon them. And now the Bigfoot has kind of gotten really popular within the past couple decades, I would have to say, because, you know, there have been a lot of sightings and a lot of videos about Bigfoot out there. And, you know, they're always very grainy. They're always kind of very weird, but there's also videos of...
And why is that? Why is every single video of Bigfoot just look like shit? Why does it all look like shit? Why is it like that? He's just blurry. He's just like, I don't know. Dang it, Robin. That's crazy. I don't think he is just blurry. Camera is too scared to focus. Phone cameras. He's a cloaking device. Everyone just had a laptop camera on hand. It feels like it's a laptop camera on hand. I blame the government. Is it the government? I don't know what it is.
People on the train seeing Bigfoot, and then there's that one iconic video, this one right here, of Bigfoot being captured on camera. And you know, and then there's a lot of Bigfoot hunters that are out there. You know, they find footprints, they find, you know, hair remains or some trees.
Natural
and everything.
EMP field. You think?
And
that could be a theory.
That's something that, you know, they always say that, like, there's always a couple footprints, and you know, they could never get like a bunch of them, or, you know, a path to where they lead and everything. But one thing that you have to understand about these beings, these Bigfoot beings, is that they are trans-dimensional beings. Like, these are beings that can change from a spiritual state to a physical state. Now, that's why, you know, you don't have like these footprints that lead somewhere or anything like that. And a lot of times when they go into that physical state, that's when they go to collect herbs. And that's how the stories go, where when the Bigfoot people used to come here, they have a very special medicine that they have with them, and some of their songs that they have too. And sometimes they would come, if you really needed somebody to get doctored, you'd take the patient to the Bigfoot clan, the Bigfoot people, sing the songs, and they'll come and give them medicine, or they'll sing their songs and everything. But also they come to this world to collect their herbs, their food, and everything like that as well. So that's just one thing, is that's why you never find like a lot of footprints or trails that lead to like a physical encampment or really anything like that. So there's a lot of sightings and a lot of stories that go with the Bigfoot people. You know, I don't know them all, but I'm pretty sure a couple different tribes had different stories about them, how some of them are good, some of them are bad.
Yeah.
You know,
We're
how,
reaching the portals.
Sometimes we used to go to war with them, or we're always peaceful with them. You know, I've heard a bunch of different stories and everything, but this is just from my point of view. And my encounter I actually had was, we were over in a peyote meeting one time. Me and my older brother, we went out to go use the restroom one time, and while we're at the outhouse and everything, there was kind of, if you can imagine, there's a bunch of trees around us, kind of like a very foresty area. We're using the restroom, my brother's in the outhouse, and then I went into the restroom, and then he was standing outside. And on our way back from the outhouse, we heard some rustling in the trees and everything. And we were walking, we heard some rustling, so we turned and looked, and we looked into the forest. And I remember we saw like two glowing eyes that would kind of flicker with the firelight reflecting off of it. And it was a really tall being, but the thing was like, it spooked us and shook us, but the energy that was there wasn't evil, I guess you can say. That's one of the things, is like, it's just a being that's curious. And they always say, you know, especially during these ceremonies, you'll have spiritual beings come and observe or give offering during the ceremony and everything. So it freaked me out, and we went back over there. We said we saw something in there, and then they tossed some cedar onto the fire. And then I guess the medicinal person that was there said that there's Bigfoot people walking around here, and they're interested in the ceremony, and they're singing along with us in the trees though. And with that, they would say, like, when there's meetings like that out there, they're singing, you know, they would sing in their very deep guttural kind of going like that with the rhythm of the songs that you're singing too. So, you know, my experiences have been good. You know, like I'm glad I wasn't like kidnapped us and took us to the Bigfoot world, even though they saw potential in me that I could be a Bigfoot myself in that way. But like how I said, they're transdimensional beings that can kind of go in and out whenever they please, and sometimes they can kind of. That's why no one's really, I guess you could say, captured like full proof. You know, there might have been some bodies that were left over somewhere or whatever, but you know, there are songs and ceremonies that call upon these beings. But I'm not gonna sing those or let you know what those are, because a lot of times those beings just need to be left alone. They're living their life, you know, they have their roles in this world and their existence and everything. And that's just one of those things. It's just like, acknowledge it's there, you know. That's what one thing kind of is sad about this world and today of like this spiritual world and all this stuff, is like, yeah, we've experienced these spiritual things, you see it right in front of you. But even then, that's not enough. You need like a body. You need to have a conversation, record it, and then show the world like, this is real. This is real. It's like, you know, just let it be. You know, there's lots of stories of Bigfoot all the way across the world. You know, these beings that are out there and everything. And so, you know, there's a lot of stories between that and then, you know, their cousins. You know, you talk about giants or all these other beings. And like I said, I'm not doing it proper justice as far as for classifying the different breeds of Bigfoot out there. There's so many of them. Like I said, there's some medicinal people out there that are specifically know the songs and ceremonies to talk with these beings, but I've never done those ceremonies or been a part of those ceremonies. But yes, Bigfoot is real, you know, and if you run into their presence, you walk into one, you know, just let it do its thing. And you know, that's one thing that's kind of sad about everything, is like they have their homes in the mountains and everything and everywhere. And you know, you take a video, you take all this other stuff. When you do that stuff, that invites a lot of people to go investigate. You have all these Bigfoot hunters that go out to try to find them and everything like that. And it's just like, Hey, yeah, you can find evidence of Bigfoot.
I don't know if I buy the interdimensional stuff. I'm like, I totally understand, you know, like culturally in folklore, how these things can come to be. But I sit here and I wonder how real something can be like this. I mean, it just... We said we saw Bigfoot and they handed us some medicine. I don't know. Front page, hi, Lime, I know. So the street, he's the next level. Yeah, he is. Bigfoot is real, but looking for them is cringe, so don't do it. The thought of Bigfoot as a paranormal. There's a lot of different theories. I went over it earlier during the beginning of my stream, all the different theories and hypotheses that can come from, you know, Bigfoot and what people believe. And a lot of people believe that he's extraterrestrial and paranormal, and some people believe he's even a god. But there's a lot of different, like, skeptic arguments and stuff going against it. But some of the videos that I watched, some of them are like over an hour long, so we won't be getting too much into those ones. They talk about like psychics and extraterrestrials and learning how Bigfoot communicates through them, because a lot of people think of Bigfoot as like a corporeal being versus an actual flesh and blood cryptid. So it's definitely very interesting, but he's one of the keepers of the seven grandfathers teaching, a wise old being. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean by keeper of the seven grandfathers teaching, if you don't mind me asking, Lime? That's very interesting. It's a cover story for people who went full transformation into furry. Oh, God. Again, I believe more of the skinwalkers. There's no ceremony that allows us to talk to them as they're evil, so we don't speak to them. Changing into animals sounds better than, oh, this big ape thing can go between dimensions at will. I just know he's one of the seven great beings. I'll have to look that up. That is able to walk amongst us. That's what I've heard. Oh. That's very interesting. Because there's a lot of different things that we've looked at when it comes to like evidence with Bigfoot and the different cultures and stuff that represent him and different theories. Because we have people that just don't believe, you know, the hoax hypothesis, the paranormal or supernatural hypothesis, the portal hypothesis, the extraterrestrial hypothesis. We got the genetic mutation hybrid theory, the wild man / ancient human hypothesis, the missing link theory, the cryptozoological hypothesis, evolution into modern folklore, and just like spiritual folklore of just a bunch of Native Americans and their beliefs of how he came to be. He's the keeper of honesty. Honesty. Respect, honesty, and love. So, why would Bigfoot be considered the keeper of honesty? Not that not revealing yourself is dishonest, but it makes sense in a lot of ways where people talk about their experience with Bigfoot, and a lot of the different testimonials I watched where they talked about finding the truth. So maybe that's what it is, the keeper of honesty is finding the truth, maybe? Have you seen the Family Bigfoot movie? He's so nice in it. I haven't seen that, no. I don't believe, if there's any validity at all, it's just a rare species of animal, potentially a great ape, but I don't know, most of those aren't in North America. That's true. Flay believes he's referred to as Sabe. Really? I must have misinformation then. Because in my information that I have right here, well, if I can pull it up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Have to redo this part. Put all that. Yeah. So in the folklore that with the Ojibwe is the Mishi Makwa or Great Bear. Is that wrong? Is that incorrect? Communicate with humans in ancient times at the beginning of humans apparently as well. Interesting. Really respectful to wildlife. Yeah. Keeper of honesty. Sabbath. Very distant culture to be born into. So is he not referred to as the Mishimakwa? Am I wrong there? Thank you, Victor. People believe in the teachings of Southern grandfathers. Oh, gotcha. Just a genetic experiment used in the ad campaign for Jack Links. That's definitely, well, part of that is a theory. The beginning part. Could be, I've heard. Okay, so it could be multiple stuff. Gotcha. I'm getting crisscrossed. No, like, I really appreciate this information personally. Whenever, like, if you guys ever see anything that doesn't add up, please tell me, because all this is my own research and I am not always right, like, at all. So please tell me if you see something that might strike you as weird or something that you know that I don't know about, because a lot of this is I like research and I like debate. So if my research is wrong or you know something else, I would love to know it. I would love to. It comes to feel weird about being reminded to say a happy partner. Thank you! Can you believe I've been partnered for a year? That's crazy. Yes, so that Anishinaabe people call him Sabe. Oh. Now I'm gonna do /Sabe. Yeah. 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 The more you know. North America also has their own version of gnomes and leprechauns in my culture, as well as lots of stories and histories and practices regarding them. Ooh. I love gnomes. But I mean, it just says, sure not. Well, I appreciate it. New information. We are learning. Means big bear, means bear man, both Native American ones. Good boy. See, when I was reading the document, and I did watch a lot of YouTube videos on the Ojibways and the Salish and the Yakimas, I watched a lot of videos on them talking about it. So I was using what they were going off of. And I do know that Mishimokwa means big bear, but that's what they were calling him. We call them little people. There's a specific name in each tribe for them. Oh, gotcha. Northwest tribes are Geo. Geo? Oh. Higher plane. So, like, the portal theory, or So would you say that is like that's like a spiritual plane, like between, for an example, like a god versus a man spiritual plane, or are we talking about like extraterrestrial from a different planet, portals kind of plane? It's a fourth dimension or something. We can't always see them. I think that's where they live or something. Oh, so you think they're interdimensional, but not like of this world? Oh, so kind of like an Avatar: The Last Airbender in the spirit world, where the painted lady, when Katara was pretending to be the painted lady and the painted lady came back. Kind of like that. Okay. Certain Native American stuff is they had such a huge amount of variation in what they taught and spoke. There are so many language variations that are extinct, and well as gaps in history that tribes and mythological filter. I mean, that you'll find that in just about everything, though. You know, like I like to think back to the Great Library of Alexandria. You know, like all the amount of history that has giant gaps in it that we will never know again. So it doesn't surprise me that lots of different cultures, but a lot of different cultures, especially when it comes to Bigfoot and different tribes and Native American particulars, they all talk about it. So I find that very interesting that even though it's called the same stuff, they all discuss it amongst themselves. I'm 99% nacho and I drink 1% hot sauce. Am I 1% hot sauce? Yes. You would be 1% hot sauce. Maybe. Is that a trick question? My very Alexandria rib. The dimension and geometry terms exist. Oh, wait, I didn't do very well in geometry. I gotta be real. That was not my forte. It was good though. I mean, no, it wasn't. I hated geometry. I literally hated geometry. There was nothing good about geometry for me. Because that'd be a combo. A wombo combo. I hated geometry. That was not... Okay. Pretty cool short and immersing stories that are probably available online too. The little people very nice being, from what I've gathered from feeds, they play tricks. I am unbiased in their hypothetical existence nature. Gotcha. That's neato. I can't wait for that conspiracy, because this is the first deep dive into cryptids out of a series of 50 that I'm doing. So I do have gnomes on the list to do, which is very exciting. And I love learning about them. I love them so much. Thank you, Nico! Alright, let's see what else we got. Out of 50? Yeah. No, guys, I've been writing a lot of these for over a year now. It's been a big project of mine. I'm very excited about it. When I got front page, I was like, oh, this is what we're doing. And then I fumbled through half of it, which is a good look for me, you know. It happens. It happens. All right. Next we got... It's forced... This one, I haven't watched. It was vetted by a friend of mine. I haven't watched it. They sent an interesting emoji with it, so...
Hey there. Thanks for tuning in. You ready for another episode of My Bigfoot Sighting? All right then, let's do this.
Seen a bunch of rundown no-horse towns where the church is the backbone, laws in the plow. In the 5-string melodies grooving. With the farmland rows where the roots run deep, beyond the noise of the busy streets, where the songs of the South are soothing.
No questions, no small talk, and no chatter.
Down, home rhythm ringing out.
Nothing but eyewitnesses sharing their Bigfoot sightings.
Music. Yeah.
That's awesome. I want to drive that.
My Bigfoot sighting occurred on the job while I was working and continue to work as a Forest Preserve Ranger. When I was a newer ranger working on a forest preserve in the middle of the Midwest in the great state of Illinois, there was
the great state of Illinois
that was different than most. Being a ranger, I have encountered coyotes, deer, raccoons, groundhogs, hawks, just about everything you could possibly imagine in nature.
The
Each
great
one of
state
those
of Illinois
animals came with a certain set of characteristics that I could understand and qualify. I had been studying these animals and learning their habits, where they live, how they breed, how they communicate. These are things that are all familiar to me. All of these animals I can recognize almost instantly. On this particular night, it was about 7:45 when my encounter occurred. Now, working for the Ranger Force, we usually end our shifts at about 5. But I'm someone who likes to work a little bit over, and I like watching the sun set on an open prairie ground.
Well, we're getting all the background.
So, in my 4-wheeled Ranger vehicle, I set off. This vehicle is known to some as a side-by-side, and it is big enough for just about 2 people to sit in. I have all my equipment, radios, chainsaws, whatever I need for the job is in that 4x4. And as I'm driving, checking the preserves, closing gates, maintaining buildings and shelters,
I feel you, Libby.
I have a habit of driving to the edge of the preserves and meeting with the people who live right on the edge, whose houses back the preserves. A lot of them are older folks who have a lot of life experiences, and they just kind of want to get away. Well, there's one particular set of houses, about 4 to 5 houses long, in which we have a great relationship with the families. They'll call us out for trees that need to be cut down if they're leaning over their property, to maintain paths, and sometimes, if we have nothing to do, snowplow. Well, the house that I pulled up to usually is maintained and owned by an older couple who love nature and have been living there for about 10 to 15 years. I decided that I was going to stop by just to say hi. We have good conversations at least once a week. And you know, today was no different. I was ending my shift before a long weekend, so I decided to stop by. Usually, when I drive
have not
off,
watched
I
the
see
Wendigo.
their cars in the front.
Is this gonna get on with it? I have not watched the Wendigo, but I am interested in it. I'm very interested in it. Is a man speaking turtle on the log world? I don't know. Boy, why would you Bigfoot, brother? I'm not sure. I just don't know what's going on here.
The house bustling with life is.
I feel like
maybe
it's doing
have
a
their
big setup
grandkids
to the
over and
story.
people in the backyard, but today was different. There was no one in the house. The cars were gone and the lights were off. I really didn't think too much of it because everybody's entitled to a good vacation. I know I want one. So I just kind of kept on driving. This couple had been living there so long, the preserve felt comfortable enough to let them put a chair and table on the preserve grounds overlooking a natural body of water they have behind their house. Well, that table is about 100 yards from their house, so it's a little bit of a walk for them.
Oh my God.
And I like to maintain the little trail they have there because it's just common courtesy and they're really good people. I love having my experiences with them and they love sharing their experiences with me, so I want to keep our relationship as good as possible and maintain the preserve at the same time. Now, as I'm going out to check on this table and chairs, as I usually do, and make sure they're still there, no one came by and stole it.
Whoa.
I'm thinking in the back of my head about my other responsibilities. I need to make sure that the park is closed, that there's nobody around, that there's nobody left in the park when I close it. I have to make sure that by sundown, everything's good to go for the next day.
This is literally what that feels like. This is 500. You have to write down one sentence. Do you agree with what blah 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 said? But they make you write several paragraphs, so you just like loop around, loop back around, loop back around.
Sure that no one comes in and tampers with the park. We don't want anybody dumping trash in our dumpsters or stealing things from other people's property whose house is back to the forest preserve. Well, as I'm doing this, I stop by a 4x4 right in front of the set of table and chairs, and I walk up to it. Only it's much different than I usually see it. Usually, the two sets of chairs are neatly placed, sometimes with a pad on it, sometimes not.
Hear about the chairs!
The table is a glass table with black rims. It's a very nice set. The people who maintain it do a fantastic job in keeping it looking fresh and new, no matter what time of the year it is.
Oh my God.
As I'm walking up to it, again, I'm observing everything and making sure I have my checklist down in my brain. I look down at my watch and I see it's about 8:30.
Here it was just black for a minute. I don't know why.
Now, where I work, when it starts to get dark, it might take an hour or two during the summer. So I knew that the sun might set about 9:15.
Holy fuck, dude.
I kept on walking, and
I
saw it. Again, it was way different than anything before. One of the chairs was missing, the other was turned over, and the glass table was shattered. Some of the metal bent. It was at the point now where I needed to get my flashlight and investigate. I got out my flashlight and began to assess the scene and try and figure out what had happened.
The chairs were moved, guys.
A chair leading down a path that I had not marked before. Not a path that was created by humans, what we would call an animal path, an animal track, where animals run over it so much and use it to get to the water, it creates a natural path.
Oh my God.
Only dug into the sides of this path were two lines in the same length and width of the chair legs. At this moment, I was taken aback because it's not usual for someone's stuff to go missing in this fashion. Occasionally, we'll have things be stolen, and maybe a tree goes down and someone will come by and actually chop the tree up before we can get there and take it. A lot of things can go missing on the preserves, but nothing usually ever gets dragged farther into the preserves. I've never seen anything be stolen from somebody's property and drug in farther to the preserve. Usually just stolen. So this really intrigued me. So as I make sure that I set up the table, even though the glass is shattering, and I make sure that the chair's there, I again look back at the house and there's nobody there. So I start to follow the tracks of the chair. At this point, I'm about 25 yards from my 4x4, which has, again, all of my gear, all of my means of communication. And I was the last person on staff, so I usually don't go too far from it in case I run into a pack of coyotes and I just kind of need to get out. That's for my own safety. And as I'm following this chair track, I slowly get...
What the hell? Why is there... We're 9 minutes in. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Derper.
Getting farther away from my 4x4. And I keep looking back, checking, making sure how far I am, because I do like to make sure I'm aware of my surroundings.
Can we skip this? No. We're this far in. We have to see it through.
But I'm also noticing the chair tracks getting lighter and lighter and lighter, less dug into the ground, less dragging. The dirt that was being drug up at the beginning of the trail and the track was dark, rich soil. At the end of the tracks, it was dry dust. So I knew that someone had drugged the chair and then decided to lift it up. At this point, I'm probably about 50 yards away from my side-by-side and my 4x4. The chair tracks have completely vanished, and I'm wondering what is going on.
I watch VTubers remind himself life can always get worse. So true, bestie. We're rock bottom. You're in the right place. It'll be my neighbor. Oh my god. Who sent this again? One of my friends.
I look all around with my flashlight, scanning the brush line, and I'm just now entering a tree line. It is just then when I hear a thunderous sound of metal being broken and being dragged across grass or dirt. It's a very distinct sound. When I bring trailers to the lakes and I am dragging the trailer, it's a very distinct sound. It sounds almost like someone scraping metal against a rock. Again, it's a very unnatural sounding sound. And this thunderous sound of metal being torn apart and broken and twisted happened at the same time. And it was about another 25 yards in front of me. My job as a ranger is to make sure the preserves are safe, make sure that everything's okay, make sure nobody gets lost or hurt or anything on the preserves. That's my duty. As I followed this sound, I heard brush moving. In my head, I thought I was going to be running up on either a group of people or maybe an animal who had gotten stuck in the chair. I'm trying to rationalize the sound of the metal being drugged. I'm trying to rationalize the sound of the metal being twisted. It's very unnatural. Very human-like sounds, something that we would make. When we are at the shop, people drop metal. People drop saws. They...
Grimmy! Hello! Hi! How are you? It's good to see you. We've been doing the Bigfoot cryptid tonight. We've done a ton of stuff. It's so good to see you. I love you so much. I was sent this video about this guy's Bigfoot encounters, and it's been 11 minutes, almost 12 minutes of him talking about a damn chair. So welcome in, guys! For those who don't know me, my name is Ghosty Sage. I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot against my community, and today is episode 1 out of 50 of introducing you to cryptids for dummies by dummies. So there's going to be 50 total streams. If you're interested in cryptids, I hope you'll stick around. Grimmy, I hope you get some good rest. I know you've been up late. I know your subathon's going wonderfully. And you guys should absolutely go check out Grimmy. She's wonderful. She's amazing. I love her to pieces. Are you winning? I wish. I wish. Definitely not doing anything suspicious. What do you mean suspicious? Just put us all on the government watch list. Grimmy! What do you mean a government watch list? What'd you do? I feel like we're halfway there too. Gonna lay down. Have a rad one. I didn't mean to do that. No government watch list. No. Oh God. Oh God. I'll watch your butt later. Oh God. Oh God. You better white out there. Oh no. Oh no. No VOD. No VOD. What VOD? Oh. 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 Deep fake AI videos from C. Oh. 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 Okay. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. That's fine. Start us what you mean. Oh, gotcha. 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 Well, I would say we're on the government watch list for our Bigfoot theories, but so far we've been met with 12 minutes of a guy talking about a chair. So hopefully for you guys, he'll start talking about he'll start talking about Bigfoot soon, okay? Maybe crosses my fingers. Some poor chair perhaps, I don't know. Have a seat. Have a seat on the chair. On the chair that we've been talking about for 12 minutes.
It sounds very human, man-created. I was very intrigued. And also beginning to be very scared. It takes a lot to scare me because of what I've seen.
We sure have gotten to Bigfoot being a multi-dimensional entity yet. We've done that a lot tonight. But we have more videos.
But as I'm approaching, I see that there's this large bush. And behind the bush, I notice that there's an outcrop, an opening, and surrounding that opening are about 150 to 200 oak trees, old, rich oak trees. I shine my flashlight at the base of the bush, and I see the chair leg. As I slowly move my flashlight from the bottom of the bush to the top of the bush, I begin to realize that there's something behind the bush.
The chair.
As I bring my flashlight up, I start to see it. It is something I've never seen before. It's something that makes you want to run, but at the same time intrigues and captures your mind. I'd never seen any kind of fur or hair like it before. And as my flashlight slowly begins to ascend, I begin to realize that the hair is gray with patches of super light, almost white gray. And this flashlight's going up. And as it's going up, I can see the stomach, very toned, but not like in the magazines when you have the guys that are absolutely shredded. It was toned as if you was lifting trees or you were doing hard work, labor your entire life. Very natural looking. My flashlight began to rise.
What? He was very toned. My flashlight began to rise. What the? What are we doing this? I had a friend send this to me. I had a friend vet this and send it to me. They said you will not want to miss this one. Okay, this.
And I was shocked to find that my flashlight was at my head height, and I was just beginning to see its chest. Its chest was massive, probably doubling mine. And I'm a 6 foot, fully grown man. As my flashlight begins to go up, the fur starts to fade, and this light brown, almost grayish skin begins to appear. And I see its face. It has a dark, brown, grayish, black worn mouth. Its hair is almost in the form of a very thick beard going all the way up to the top of its head. Its forehead is uncovered. The hair is gone and the skin is peeling through. And the skin looks worn. The skin looks old. I begin to move my flashlight back down to the face, and I realize this is not a coyote. This isn't even a...
Why would it be a coyote? Why on earth would a coyote be taller than you? Why would it be a coyote? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? Oh my god. He was muscular. His abs were there. He was huge, bro. I brought the flashlight up to my face, dude. Like, he was enormous. And I realized this is not a coyote. There's no way this is the coyote, bro. This is... What are you talking about? Oh, my God.
Bear. In those very moments, I said to myself, I'm looking at a Sasquatch. I could see that the brow was so pronounced. Its head wasn't completely looking up. I didn't get to look it directly in the eyes. But as I'm moving the light back down, my hand begins to shake. I begin to think of running. But that is probably the worst decision I could have.
That's when Sasquatch Chan pulled me in, held me in his firm embrace.
Made. So I decided to myself I would stay here until either it left me or I felt it was time for me to leave. And slowly it began to lift its head up, revealing yellowish red, almost orange eyes that were reflecting off of my flat.
His big blue orbs peered back at me, and I saw those big yellow eyes. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Flashlight. The pupils were grayed, not completely white, again as if it was very old and worn. And now in a staring competition, locked against its stare. It begins to breathe very heavily, and I see in one hand it has a piece of that chair completely ripped off from the piece below. I was just in complete shock, and I decided to stand my ground. There was no one else on duty. I had no one to radio, no one to call in.
God knows I had to bring that chair home. This brute had the chair, and it was my job to bring it home.
No one to call for backup. I was by myself. We probably have a stare off for around 25 seconds. I decide that it is now my time to leave, as I almost felt the air begin to be filled with agitation from it. I was becoming more and more scared, and in my opinion, in what I saw and felt, it began to become more aggressive. I decided to slowly back away 25 yards and then turned and in a dead sprint ran to my 4x4. I jumped in, turned the keys, and drove off. I'm driving down the path on the way back to the shop. I'm in complete shock, as if I just saw a car crash happen in front of me. I don't know what to think.
As if you had saw a car crash in front of you. You just said you saw a Sasquatch. I feel like that's more shocking than a car crash.
Next thing you know, I'm back at the shop. I turn off the car, put the keys in the spot for him on the wall, and I just sit there and think for a couple minutes. I'm saying to myself, what did I see? Was that really a Sasquatch? I go home that night and go right to bed. I didn't even shower. I slept in my work clothes. I was so in shock. This isn't the first weird thing I've ever seen on a preserve. We get a lot of weird sightings if you work there long enough. But this was the first time I was within 50 yards of something this big. I woke up the next morning and began to realize that it was about 12 feet tall. I went into work and I talked to one of the oldest members we have on staff. And he said when he was about my age and around the same area, before the houses were built, he saw a Sasquatch. But instead of having gray and almost white hair, it had stark and defined black hair. It was a powerful looking beast when he saw it. When he saw it, he was so afraid he began to shiver and sprinted away immediately. His story and mine mirrored almost exactly what the animal looked like. Its arms were defined, a very natural looking chest in which there was a very strong odor. The chest
But it's
was
not
very
a
strong in
coyote.
its features, and it looked like a man's body, beefed up all the way, 12
Beefed
feet
up
tall,
all the way.
with a
Shit.
gorilla's head. Only the gorilla's head had cheekbones that resembled humans and a mouth that would almost make you think it could speak. We shared stories. I left work the next day, and that was it. I never told my story to anybody until recently. Again, I've seen a lot of weird stuff on the preserves, but I have never seen anything like that. Now, all I hear when I go out there late at night are taps and clicks and whistles and maybe the occasional knock. I do not tread anywhere near those waters or anywhere near those sounds when I hear them. I simply respect and move on.
Oh my God.
That is my story of my encounter with the Sasquatch. That is my story of Bigfoot.
Well, that's it for tonight's show. If you've had a big...
Wow. Wow. Scale of 1 to 10, how believable do you think the story is, guys? Scale of 1 to 10, what are we thinking? 1, 3, 1, 0, 11, 11, 0, 12, 10, 5, 10, 3. We're pretty divided on this, guys. I mean, there was only a little bit of Bigfoot there. No description of, like, what he was really doing all that much, except for just how big and burly he was, and that he wasn't a coyote. There was 11 whole minutes of talking about chairs. Almost 12 minutes. 12 minutes of talking about chairs. Wow. Okay, this... If you guys didn't know this about me, when I was younger, I used to write erotic Soul Eater fanfiction on fanfic.net for a while. This sounds like something people in that community would start with. Thank you, Wraith! So this is just like... Like says, Death the Kid X Excalibur. That was... I made a 63-page long Death the Kid X Excalibur quote-unquote erotic fanfiction when I was 12. And I had my grandma proofread it because she was an English teacher and I wanted to make sure I was spelling things correctly. All alien encounter stories are crazy. Yeah, Excalibur X Death the Kid. Okay? I'm not weird. It's normal. What did Grandma think of it? She thought I was being very creative. You made them read erotic. My grandma is an interesting woman. He's a little guy, poor precious thing. Okay, to be fair, I was in a Lutheran private school, and I really didn't know what erotica was. So it was mostly them just rolling around kissing, okay? I didn't really know anything about that, so I got several comments that this was the worst erotica they've ever wrote. I thought it was pretty steamy. But yeah, though I didn't know what it was. So I didn't have a very good so your teacher and grandma, your yaoi. I mean, I did. Free linear, and I was pretty sheltered about 16. The link. I don't have the link. A while ago, it was just gone. I do on my grandma's old laptop. She can't figure it because you guys asked me a while ago if you could have it. She has the proofread version on her laptop. I've tried. Next time I see her, I will send it to myself. I haven't seen her, and trying to walk her through email that one time took about 4 hours, and we didn't get anything accomplished. But she does have it. It does exist, and I will show it to you guys. Grandma's accepting of such things. My mom would never accept such things. I will. I mean, it's PG. It's not technically erotic because it's just kissing. It's just getting handsy and kissing. Then talk to chairs. I found this guy doing unspeakable things to my chair friend in the woods and tried to confront him about it. Yeah, this guy's never allowed to tell a story again. Okay. I love and simplicity. No fluff, no small talk, no nonsense. Straight to the point and on to the next. As always, on 2 times for 50% time savings. Honestly, I'd watch another one of their videos. If you guys want to follow them, they are My Bigfoot Sighting on YouTube. Apparently, they post a lot of different stuff. Go check them out. And guys, I know I shouldn't even have to say this. If you didn't like the video, don't check them out. If you didn't like the video, do not leave any hate comments. Do not leave anything like that. That goes against everything I stand for. Everything. But if you did like it, or you want to show it to friends or whatever, make sure you check them out. All right. Oh, God.
I'm Bob Gimlin. Was there? Yes. I was backing Roger Patterson up all the time.
Guess not much free speech here. You can say what you want, but free speech doesn't mean no consequences. Never has it ever meant that.
While he had the camera up, working with it, I was right in back of him. It was a Saturday, sunshiny, bright fall day, October 20th.
Yeah, his hat is cool.
To be exact.
9/11 Bigfoot are connected, probably.
It was just a warm, sunshiny day, and we were just riding up alongside the creek on the east side of the creek. And about 4 miles from where we were
Oh, yeah, he's got that Bigfoot necklace.
Roger was just riding. Roger was riding in front of me.
Thank you.
I was leading the little pack horse. We were basically going out to camp about 40 miles further out than we've been riding. We've been riding, making big circles every day. And so we were going to go on out, so we had a pack horse with us, a small pack horse. And when we were just riding up the creek bed, and Roger was taking pictures of the beautiful colors, of the fall colors of the trees and the brush and all that. And all at once, when we come around a bend in the creek, there one stood across the creek from us. And of course, Roger's horse just went berserk. Well, mine did too, but I was able to stay on him because, you know, I was a pretty good rider back in, I was only 36 years old. So I was a pretty good rider, and I stayed on my horse.
What? What is he yapping about, bro?
Roger finally, he didn't get actually dumped off his horse,
Kicking
but
and
he got a little help getting
Chair
off.
all over again. Why? I just want to know, like, why? Why is there so much fluff? Like, I understand, like, take me through your day. I get that. Like, take me, how did you get here? Take me through your day. I understand that. But, like, what? Why? I was a pretty good rider, only 36, but after last video. I'm sorry about the last video. Hi, video.
Have the saddle bag cover, one flap that he had it on there, and unflapped it and got the camera.
It's a little fluff. You don't
and
believe in
started running
Bigfoot?
across the creek, taking the picture, and he stumbled. It had a kind of a bank on the far side, and so Roger had had the camera up to his eye, of course, and he kind of stumbled and fell down on his elbows, and he wasn't really sure if he got sand or whatever in the camera, because this is all happening really, really fast and exciting.
Had you guys gone up there looking for Bigfoot?
Yes, trying to find more evidence. We were called down there with 3 different footprints, 3 different size of footprints around a piece of equipment. And by the time we got, this was Labor Day weekend, and by the time I got down there, or we got down there, there'd been so many humans that come up and walked around.
Makes more sense to be more disturbed. You think so? Because I honestly feel like it's the opposite. Like, if somebody keeps adding more and more and more and more detail to a story, I think you're lying. The guy thought it was a Labor Day weekend. I almost didn't believe him. That's what I was thinking. Like, literally, it's like, what? Okay.
The tracks, plus it rained also. And so there was no real good footprints for casts or anything. So that's why we kind of stayed and just started riding in big circles. Well, not really circles, just wherever we could go, you know. And we'd usually cover about 25 miles a day riding through the mountains.
You lack of chairs, right?
Locations. That's why we had decided to travel further way on back, a lot further back, and look for more evidence, because we hadn't found anything in a month. We'd been riding for a month and had.
They've been riding for a month, but they went during Labor Day weekend. So was this a month out from Labor Day weekend, or were they?
Hadn't located anything.
How does that make you feel knowing that you guys have this
month-long Labor Day?
Well, it makes me feel really good. Of course, Roger's deceased. Has been since
sometimes
1972. And I can't speak for Roger, but I wish he was still alive so that he could enjoy the advancement that we have created. I say we as the whole, everybody that's involved in it, has created over the years. You know, it started out where if you
another dead guy, yeah, a lot of them. I mean, to be fair, you know, like a lot of them are older.
Nobody believed you. So, but now it's a whole different story. There's too many folks that come out with good evidence.
I also like
sightings
your shirt. It's pretty sick.
And all kinds of evidence. So they can't deny it any longer. And so the last few years has been really good. There's Bigfoot jerky, Bigfoot everything. And so I'm really pleased with the advancement that we have acquired over the years. The first 35 years was difficult.
Bigfoot jerky? What does he mean, Bigfoot jerky? The advancements, the undeniable proof, like they're eating Bigfoots? Yeah, that Zoom was crazy too. Marketing? Commonly still, they love Slim Jims, man. Jack Link's reference, holy shit, it's real. I know you literally called it earlier. That's crazy.
Around where I live,
but how does that mean evidence?
Real outcast. And so, And I had a job and all that, you know, and so even, well, the guys that I worked with, they believed in me and stuff, but the other folks didn't. You know, they just said, and my wife worked at a savings and loan institution, and so she worked on the teller line for a while, and they'd come up and say, hey, God, you're Bob Gimlin's wife. You know, we thought that, oh, Bob was a sensible guy, but he goes down there in California and comes up with a weird story that he had made a film of a Bigfoot. God. So it hurt a little bit. It hurt a lot. And so that's kind of what I went through for 35 years. And then in 2003, the Russian scientists had come over to visit with me, and they had invited me in 1990 to come to Russia, but I was busy working, and I just couldn't get the time off, you know, and I was riding a lot of colts, breaking a lot of young horses. And
What does this have to do with Bigfoot? What does any of this have to do with Bigfoot? This is World War II feeling. We're learning about Bigfoot, supposedly.
So then Dmitry Bayanov decided to come to the United States to visit with me and go to the conference that Al Hodson was putting on at Willow Creek, California. And the response was so tremendous that that's what got me back into going to conferences and talking about it and telling my story. And so I've been doing it ever since. I go to conferences all over the United States.
Talk about that day. You guys set out to do a documentary on Bigfoot that day?
The day that we started out, okay, we left camp about 1:30 in the afternoon. A sunny, real sunshine, sunny day. And we got everything packed up in the little pack horse and ate lunch and everything, and we got started out.
Oh my Lord. I mean, yeah, I get they try to yap during interviews, but like, I don't know. Maybe this isn't anything to do with it. Kind of makes me, hold up. Because there was this guy that Channel 5 covered. It's the man who lives with Bigfoot. Channel 5 is a is a news channel with Andrew Callaghan. He goes around doing like random stuff and talking to people, debunking things. A lot of it is very interesting content. I would highly recommend them. Make sure you go follow them if you like their content.
Processes you have to go through to be in touch with the Bigfoot like I am. I mean, as nuts as it sounds, I'm just telling you the way it is. If I do something they don't like, I'm gonna get spanked. Yeah, this is
So this is an extension on their original Bigfoot conference, but the Bigfoot conference, I watched that, it was just a lot of like merchandise stuff, but he met this guy and he went out to fly out to see him, because this guy says he lives with Bigfoots. For a little background.
Paradise.
Last episode, at a Bigfoot conference in Pennsylvania, I met a man named Stacy Haslett, who claimed to not only have evidence of the Bigfoot's existence, but claimed to be living with a family of them in the forest near his house in Ohio.
I've been living with the Bigfoot in my life since about 2009. They've got me as part of their clan. I have one that's with me no matter where I go.
If you don't live with the Foots, you don't know the Foots.
One of the common criticisms of Channel 5 is that we often let people speak too freely without any system of fact-checking in place to verify their claims. So in the spirit of truth-seeking, I decided to take a trip to Columbus, Ohio, to meet with Stacy and get down to the bottom of the portal he'd mentioned to me back in Pennsylvania.
My name's Stacy Haslett. We're in front of my shop, Columbus, Ohio. You can come on in, I'll show you what I got here.
Sure.
The main unique thing about it is
After you, man.
that my female Flower is always with me in here.
For reference, Flower is Stacy's female Sasquatch companion.
It's a female.
Oh, okay. But you don't, it's not a romantic relationship.
No, we have a love relationship that's went on for years, but there's no physicals. She's up in that corner, up in that area. No, she's quiet right now, and I thought that's what she'd do. But she's always here.
Inside of the shop?
Yeah, in the shop. As soon as I open up that door, I'm hearing her in my head. I know she's here. Alexa, stop. 3 stones is a sign of Flower being around. Here's a print. Here's the first print that was ever taken out there. That's the first print we found out there, yeah.
How long ago did you find this?
97 maybe, 98.
You've been doing this for almost 3 decades.
Oh yeah, quite a while. I moved out there in 96 and I could hear them talking from hill to hill where I live. There's tons of them.
And how many inches do you think that footprint is measured from here to here?
I don't know, 14, 16 inches or so.
So that's far bigger than a human foot could be.
Oh yeah, that ain't no human foot.
How big can a human foot be?
Maybe 12.
It was clear to me that Flower was most definitely not in the shop, at least physically, in a way that my potentially unevolved mind could perceive. But it was no big deal. The shop was just our initial meeting point. The true golden goose I was hunting for was the portal Stacy had described at the conference in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
a circular energy field that he claimed.
This is where they bring up the portals that we were talking about in our research earlier. Is the people who are of the theory that Bigfoot is interdimensional and they go through things, and why like tracks just stop is because they've gone through an extra dimensional portal.
Was somewhere deep out in the Ohio wilderness, far from the hustle and bustle of Columbus.
This was where the portal said.
The what?
Portal. I had a portal out here. A portal. They come in through a portal. I had a lot of different critters come into my place through a portal. You see this dark area here?
Yeah.
This all made up an 18-foot circle. Exactly 18 feet. That's where the foots go to stand when they cloak themselves to hunt to prey. And I think the whole thing of them being there was for me and Flower to be hooked up together. Sharon will tell you about this because she's experienced it. Flower would go up and threaten Sharon. She'd go up and act like she was coming to strangle her. Sharon would feel it and she wouldn't go in the house. She was threatening her. I used to tease Sharon all the time. We'd just be going out the house and I'd tease her about.
Fuck's sake, dude. For him and Flower to be hooked up together, bro. What the hell?
About Flower being my girl. We got in my driveway one time and Sharon was getting on me about something. I just got in the driveway. I just got the gate open, sitting in the car with her, and she's saying something about something. And I says, Flower, help me. And the bushes beside us started rattling. Whoa, that was scary.
I think Stacy was getting the impression that I wasn't quite convinced, so began citing other examples.
I've heard stories of Chinese women having Bigfoot babies.
Who raped her repeatedly before she escaped.
I heard one woman had one that died, one woman was successful. The Russians have a guy over there that they thought he might have been a Bigfoot product. You know, I can only speculate from things that I hear about.
Before devoting his time to Bigfoot hunting, Stacy had a different passion, fixing stuff up.
Believe it or not, Congregated Mess of Stuff is about 13 different projects I got going on. And I haven't had time to get it finished.
Vantex, right?
But that's an old machine. That's an antiquated machine.
See, that's what I'm wondering.
I got a lot of.
And when I first saw this, before I did all of my research, I saw this video a while ago. When I first saw this, I thought, well, this guy has got to have some sort of like schizophrenia or something to where he's imagining Flower, right? The Bigfoot. However, it is not just him. There are several other people who I went down a rabbit hole with that have not physical, but portal interdimensional relationships with other Sasquatches. Complaining about Bigfoot and told a story of how a female Bigfoot jerked him off in the... Wow. He wants to get out and make some friends that are a bit of that dork. I'm just saying it's one of those things where it is a well-known theory of the extra dimensionals and having them go through portals.
Voltage is going on in here. I build all this in here myself too. But anyway, I make things. That's what I do.
His most prized mechanical creations, however, were motorcycles.
See, here's some of the stuff I do. I built that.
Oh, cool.
You ain't never seen one like that. I built that back in the 90s. That's a complete motorcycle. That's the smoothest running bike I ever rode.
Is that you?
Yeah.
I like it says survival tips for Daytona Beach.
Daytona was a fun place.
There's nothing better than Daytona Bike Week at the Cackaberry Campgrounds.
Had to be down there for a club. My responsibility to be down there, which I'm not in the club anymore, but it was all right.
You used to be part of a motorcycle club?
Yeah.
Was it a 1%er club or normal?
Yeah. Yes, it was. I basically left because I caught cancer. My cancer really hindered my life back then, and I couldn't participate properly, so I hung it up.
You still talk to any of your biker friends?
No, no, I just something you just don't. Yeah, I don't know. You have an ex-wife that you really love, you don't want to see her no more.
Yeah. Stacy says that after developing stomach cancer and voluntarily quitting the motorcycle club, he began watching the History Channel series Ancient Aliens while on bed rest. I can tell you from personal experience, covering the Alien Con for All Gas No Brakes in 2019. Ever seen a UFO?
Yeah, I think I saw it on Ancient Aliens.
That Ancient Aliens is directly responsible for the pre-COVID brain rot that made millions of cable watchers eventually fall for incomprehensibly
I've
stupid
seen this one
psyops
before
like
in a
QAnon.
zoo.
And I think that Giorgio, who by the way is a Swiss national, should be charged with something by the January 6th Commission. I'm just not sure what. Anyways, back to Stacy.
I'm watching Ancient Aliens, and it showed on there they had found gold mines thousands of feet deep, thousands of years old. You remember anything about that?
Yeah.
Okay, when that show come on, I'm thinking, man, a Bigfoot must have dug that. I don't know why I got that. I'm like, they were the labor. They started pumping the thoughts into me and said, no, the aliens brought us there to protect them from the dinosaurs while they mined the gold. That's when they got here, tens of thousands of years ago. That's why they're the first people.
It seemed that after these conclusions were beamed into Stacy's head, Big Feet became a surrogate for political beliefs he already held, particularly libertarianism and mistrust of the government.
They don't trust our government.
What?
They know how corrupt this is. They know more than we know.
They
They're
don't
highly
trust the
intelligent.
government.
They know everything going on.
I don't
Biden
trust
got
the
in there.
government.
It's showing the world how fucked up it can be.
Yeah.
So everybody gonna wake up to what's happening.
Stacy told us it was finally time to hit the woods and find the portal, which he insisted was deep in the rugged Appalachian Mountains, somewhere nestled between twisting river valleys and wooded hinterlands, where Flower, along with the rest of the Bigfoot clan, were able to exist in peace. Well, I'm ready to roll if you guys want to go out.
Yeah, we can go to the house. I gotta lock everything up here.
Okay.
Yeah, we can go over to the house, and you guys gotta talk to Sharon too, because Sharon can tell you a lot.
She's at the house now.
She's over here at this house.
Oh, okay.
I got a house here in Columbus.
Oh, okay. You want to stop there first?
Yeah, it's not far from here.
Okay. So we're gonna go to Taco Bell. Is there anything that you want?
Well, we're just taco, get some of them beefy things, whatever.
Beefy things? All right, here is the
Beefy
eating
thing.
segment of our episode today. Little Taco Bell mukbang. We're trying to expand our audience into South Korea, so I'm gonna start eating. We're going to seize the Korean market. Bite,
You don't
bite.
have to watch the
When
Taco
you
Bell
guys all
stuff.
left, Flower got real loud. Now, I don't know if it's because she's happy I'm doing this or didn't like me. Most likely, she's excited I'm doing this.
So as soon as we left your workshop, Flower came.
She was right there all the time, but she's making her noises that I hear. This is the life I lead, man. This is all for real, you know.
I got you some Taco Bell, by the way.
Well, just hang on to it. We're going to the house.
It's just the Kool-Aid, maybe.
But anyway, we're ready to go.
Oh, we're gonna drive to the big house.
Yeah, we're going out to the house now.
Okay, cool. So should we just follow you?
Yeah.
Okay. My inner child held on to a sliver of hope as we traveled along the suburban and country roads of Ohio, past American staples like Taco Bell, Wendy's, and McDonald's, trudging toward the portal, which apparently was actually located in the backyard of his third house. I channeled everything in my
three
soul
houses.
to make myself believe that Flower, along with the rest of the Bigfoot families, would be there, waiting for me at the portal. I figured there was a possibility that the Big Feet wouldn't reveal themselves to skeptics and would only consider emerging from the shadows as a way to reward the true believers. Soon, there we were. His wife emerged to pull back the gate and take us up the hill to the house.
You're
Got a
still
wife,
with me.
dude.
I know, right? We did a good job.
I'll show you something I used to do.
You just walked through that spider web like it didn't matter.
They're all over. You got to walk through them. Down here, way down in there, that's where the big circle was at.
Is there anything that we can try to do here now to get in touch with them?
Flower knows I'm here. And when you guys were at the shop, she was quiet. I don't know. Hey, Flower, you got any friends out here?
He's got a spider on his hat.
Hey, Flower, is anybody out here?
Oh my God.
I ain't getting no answer, you know what I mean? This ain't something you just conjure up. They do what they want. They'd be right up here where these barrels are and around up towards
I
the
guess.
house. I'll show you.
Visibly panicking, he began pointing to random cosmetic damage around the house and citing missing items as evidence of Bigfoot activity.
They come up and beat on the vinyl and crack it. Trying to think what else I got in there. I got a bunch of bullet holes in there where somebody shut my house up. I come out one time and there was a pile of acorns on that top shelf, and they broke that bottom step.
Who did?
The Foots. I can't break it. That's some tough shit to break. These are things that the Foots have touched. These rocks have been thrown by the Foots or did whatever with. We left one weekend, and before we left, I filled this container with a brand new bag of pistachios. When I come back, half of them been eaten. They got my pistachios. See them rocks down there? They left rocks and took pans. I don't know why they do the things they do, but they do.
Someone ate my pistachios.
After failing to conjure up any big feet, Stacy disappeared somewhere into the house. I figured it was time to get the perspective of his platonic life partner, Sharon.
My name is Sharon, okay? And my relationship is just a companion. We run all over together.
Mm-hmm.
Travel.
What do they sound like?
Just...
That's what it sounds like, it's a dolphin coming up out of water.
I can't explain it.
Some people call it Chinese talk,
That's wild.
Samurais talking or something.
What was your relationship with Flower?
I saw her a couple times. Now, she's not like your typical Bigfoot. She's a bathroom. I had a favorite glass out here.
I have to skip ahead for that part because it shows a naked Bigfoot.
Just broke it. Just shattered it.
When I met Stacy back at the conference in Pennsylvania, he was very confrontational with the keynote speaker, Mike Famelant, and apparently was kicked out shortly after his confrontation.
How many Bigfoot have you seen?
How many Bigfoot have I seen? 0.
Okay. I live with them.
Okay.
To guys like Mike, who spend 5 nights out of the week searching for the Sasquatch.
So how many in total, searches have you done?
Oh, God, hundreds of them, if not thousands.
Just to never find any concrete evidence of its existence. The bold claims made by Stacy were downright offensive and instantly made him a social pariah in the subculture.
How has the Bigfoot community received your experiences?
Most of them don't like to hear what I got to say. They want to terrify everybody, and they're making money off of it. I don't make a damn dime off this. This is all I do for the Foots. My YouTube channel, I don't get no money off that. Nothing like that. And I'm not out selling things or anything like that.
Check out his YouTube
I'm not trying to exploit them in any way. They're my friends. They're my best friends. I care a lot about them. Yeah, I guess you guys have figured that out by now, but these are my friends. I represent them. Leave them alone. What I say
I don't know, we can check it out.
The narrative of what everybody else is saying, how scary they are and how this, that, and the other is about them. I'm here to tell the truth.
So do you feel like a lot of the major Bigfoot players are just in it for the money?
Matt Moneymaker?
Matt Moneymaker.
Oh, yeah.
Who's Matt Moneymaker?
Finding Bigfoot guy.
I'm excited to take the team to the location where I had my first face-to-face encounter with a Sasquatch that led to the creation of the BFRO and so much that's happened in Bigfoot research since then.
Matt Moneymaker. You think he doesn't even believe in that stuff?
He says he's seen one here in Ohio, which maybe he has, I don't know. I talked to one of their witnesses. The guy was called Little Soldier. He told me, he says, they didn't do nothing. They just went down the road and acted like they did something. There wasn't nothing to it. Well, why would you do that if you wasn't just trying to scam things and make money out of it?
You feel like a lot of the Bigfoot people on TV don't really care about what's going on?
I think they're just, you figure they travel all over. I'm sure they got grants.
Yeah.
They travel all over. Why would they want, I don't think any of them really want to find it at all.
Yeah, because if they find it, it's like, okay, the show's over.
I know, that's right.
Truthfully, I was getting really tired of talking about Bigfoot. But thankfully, Stacy changed the subject to a new cryptid. Something called the Dogman.
Early this summer, I had a puppy whining over that way. Just a puppy whine. Then a puppy whined over this way. That's what the Dogman does.
Just as Stacy began to change the subject, an unmarked red truck came barreling up the hill. Behind the wheel was his friend Jack, who claimed he had just had a Class A encounter with this horrifying creature.
So what can you tell us about the Dogman? What do you?
Okay. What did you say his YouTube was?
I'm not out selling things or anything like that. I'm not trying to exploit them in any way. They're my friends. They're my best friends. I care a lot about them. Yeah, I guess you guys have figured that out by now, but these are my friends. I represent them. Leave them alone. What I say...
Stacy Haslett. Gotcha. I'm gonna get that. get that up. Also, if you guys want to follow Channel 5, if you want to see the freaking Bigfoot titties, it's called Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. And this is a video called The Man Who Lives with Bigfoot. Oh God, they're long. This one was a month ago.
Hi people, I'm back one more time. This is like, I think this is 128. I'm here to talk to you about what I left off on the last video. I have many things to tell you that are they're really far out, but it's a fact. And speaking with the archangels, speaking with God, all through Tara Williams. So what I have is
what?
You've probably seen on. Well, let me go back. Kind of to the beginning of my thing with the Foots. A long time ago, I told you how we discovered that, hey, the Foots can disappear right in front of you. They can be standing right beside you and you wouldn't know it. These are things that I knew. Well, the truth of all of it is all coming out now. When you hear about people talking about the Foots disappearing right in front of them, well, they're not actually disappearing. They're stepping into a 4D realm.
Wait, what shirt?
They're going to 4D from our 3D. We're all in 3D right now. And they just step off into 4D and they're gone. You don't see them, but they're really not gone. I haven't experienced this yet, but I'm supposed to. I kind of had all this in my head how I was going to tell you about everything, but some things changed, so I got to go manufacture this video as I'm going. Anyhow,
the window light, the freaking.
I've been told that. Well, just keep in mind about the 3D and 4D with the Foots when they can disappear in front of you. Just keep that in mind. Now, I'm told that there is coming, which you've probably seen this on the internet somewhere, some of these channels they have. There's going to be 3 days of darkness. I've been told it will be total pitch black darkness. So
3 days of
I
darkness.
can't deny whether it is or not. All I can tell you, this is what I'm told, and this is the way it's supposed to be. I'm also told that everybody should stock up for supplies, food, and everything for 8 months.
8?
I don't know what that's going to amount to, but that's what everybody's supposed to do. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I can't afford to do it, but figure something out. Anyway.
Bigfoot is kind of getting biblical.
A lot's going to happen.
The Bigfoot rapture, bro.
We're all going to get moved to a 4D. I guess a fourth dimension. I don't know. It is called 4D. And that is another world like this, but I think that's the one that the Foots go in and out of. I don't know. I'm telling you what I see.
That's crazy.
But like I say, it's 3 days of darkness. In them 3 days of darkness, a lot of things will change.
Look up the book of Enoch. So yes, oh no, I forgot about that. That's crazy.
All the people that follow God and believe in God and do the right things and stuff, they will go to 4D. They will leave 3D and go to 4D.
What on earth? I have no idea. Why come to 3D? I don't know. 4D equals how is like Revelation again, but Shabbat is clearly not well. I just don't understand what is going on. He's not the only one that believes this either. Because I went down a rabbit hole of the portal theory back in, cause hold up, I got you guys. So we got the extraterrestrial, pull this up. And we got the portal theory. Because these are some of the things that we talked about. Yeah, we're talking cryptids. Welcome in. Count time as a fourth dimension. I don't know what's considered the fourth dimension. I gotta be honest. I don't know enough about it. Piece of paper, and then there was a 2D. Very dangerous for you. Literally. But with the portals, you know, a lot of people speculate that Bigfoot and extraterrestrials and all that stuff are associated with cryptids and God and whatnot, and they live on a completely different dimensional plane. So they're using that as an explanation to whenever like foot trackings don't add up or they just abruptly stop, is that they've gone through a portal. And he's not the only one to say these things. I've seen a lot of videos on it, but I do think it's interesting because personally I don't want to say I believe it because I'm not sure I do. But I think it's a little interesting that multiple people have multiple accounts of being talked to by specifically named Bigfoots and then relating it to the fourth dimensional portals. This is the first time I've heard it related to the rapture. The Bigfoot rapture is definitely a new one. That's not one I've learned anything about. That has a lot to do with the string theory, at least it's relative to it. Gotcha. Acting how you're talking about insane people's viewpoints. No, I'm talking. It's about cryptids. It's about Bigfoot. The answer to this mystery. We'll have to reach him through the portal. The portal. It's either a literal plane or it's a plane where entities outside time exist. It's just basically something that has a lot to do with this. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it is just very interesting, confusing, strange things. Get to check out the Dogman cryptid. That's something that they were talking about on the Channel 5 video that we were just watching. The Dogman, otherwise, you know, like the Jersey Devil and stuff like that, has a very dark feel to it, whereas most people who discuss their experience with cryptids and Bigfoot has more of a light-hearted feel to it. Very few people have testimonies that says Bigfoot was like after them or Bigfoot was chasing them. Most of them describe it as like he was just kind of sauntering away. The Jersey Devil is like, it's a something of its own entity. It's like evil. But I don't know. Some of this is really weird and really dark all of a sudden. The Bigfoot Rapture is a new one. During my entire week of deep dives and watching videos, and I haven't heard anybody say anything related to Bigfoot and the Rapture. That is a first for me. Wow. That is something else. I don't know where to put that on the hypothesis theory. But I guess it would make sense if it's interdimensional that all of it would be connected. Again, guys, you know, your own theories, your own stuff. Like, you don't have to agree with me. I'm trying to keep an open mind. I'm trying to see where all this would fit. Not inherently that I believe in it all, but I am trying to keep an open noggin, open mind. New England cryptids are magical time. Loot artwork I've seen suggests werewolves have a good feel. So many dogman sightings across time. Ancient Greece encounters with species of dogman. Yeah, there has been. He thought that up. Maybe. Brofoot just wants to chill in the woods and people won't leave him. True. True. These cryptic streams, but less on the crazy people. I mean, all of it is hypothesis. All of it is about theories and hypothesis and the idea that it could be. So, you know, you gotta give everyone an equal playing ground in that. The Grays and Bigfoot. I live in Minnesota where Scotch hunters originated. I know people who truly believe it, so forgive me for being against it since I think it's nonsense. It's okay to think it's nonsense. I am not trying to persuade you otherwise. What I have done, this is my first stream out of 50, guys. There's going to be 50 of these streams of a deep dive into the cryptids and what people believe, where it originated, you know, all that stuff. My goal is not to try to make you believers. My goal is not trying to do that. I am presenting you guys the information that I have found. I'm trying to remain unbiased because I have my own biases. But all this is research that I have made in the last like week and a half of gathering and seeing what I can find and presenting it. Somehow there's a link to aliens. There always is a link to aliens. Aliens is going to be a big one. That's quite the mammoth. And I thought this was pretty big, but it was quite the mammoth of a deep dive. I was going to do aliens for the first one. I really was. It was just too big and I didn't have enough time. It's kind of how when I ran into the dead internet theory and when I was having real big problems with it and I found out to use a different search browser than Google, and now I have a whole part 2 for you guys eventually. 50? Yeah, 50. I've been working on this series for over a year now. This is the first one out of 50, and I stumbled my way through it. I love to laugh at the crazy. Me too, me too. I mean, the last one just reminds me of this one old man in his illusion cone that I dealt with. I used to work with him. Ooh, I'm so sorry. I hope we get a bunch of different cryptids. We are. There's a ton of different cryptids. I'm going to be focusing on the ones in North America. Those are going to be my main focus. Hi, you guys. And if you guys like the series, make sure you guys follow my socials. Keep updated with it. I am going to be streaming them, but some of them might be videos if I find extra things outside of it. So that will be fun. That will be fun. And if you want to follow my socials, here's my socials list. And make sure you follow the Twitch if you're interested. I'm not ending, I'm just trying to keep updated. I know a lot of people forget to follow and they come back later and they're like, I thought I followed you, and it's fine. No giant taser worm, got it. Giant taser worm, what? Realistic Bigfoot stuff I think would be divergent evolution of hominid species. Oh, you mean like the missing link? Because we got genetic mutation hybrid theories, the wild man ancient humans hypothesis, and the missing link theory, and the cryptozoological hypothesis. These are a lot of different examples of like what most people who are on like instead of a creative or imaginative state, they like to remain logical, and these are a lot of what happens when you think about logical explanations of Bigfoot outside of the fact that he might just quote-unquote be a hoax. What happened here? We're talking about Bigfoot and his legacy. Or his footacy. Sorry, that sucked. Offshoot, then a missing link. Like a mutation? Because I have the genetic mutation stuff. We have many different hominid species running around before they died out and bred with their own species. Yeah, like Neanderthals and the stuff that claims of the missing link. And the ancient human hypothesis. Because we got the wild man / ancient human. Yeah. A lot of random information I've stored away picked over time. Right. Crazy. But hasn't the missing link or one of them been found recently in Australia and one in China? So the thing about the missing link theory that's very interesting, because if you look at evolution as a spectrum, evolution is a lot of different things. You can branch out in any sort of ways. There can be some humans with gills. There can be some human. You just don't know because of how intricate evolution is. It's not a linear process. You know, it's not just like one missing link links us back to primates. It is known that we share a primate about, what is it, 30 million years ago or something. We share an ancestor, but we have branched off so many times that is where the state we are, you know? So evolution happens when multiple different branches, you know, like some people can handle cold better than hot because they grew up in a really cold environment. That's just a specific type of evolution. And while that can happen over a few generations, you know, big examples can happen, big changes can happen over, you know, hundreds of generations. Evolution is magical thinking. It's never been proven. Yeah, it's a theory. It's a theory. If things are a theory, that means they haven't been fully proven. But there has been a lot linked back to it, but not a specific long genealogy. For time until it becomes separate enough with it. Yeah. There are subtle differences, yes, but a hairy green giant, I don't know. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about this. This is what a lot of people do believe, though. I do think that there is too much difference in between this, whereas, you know, again, evolution isn't linear, but he gets too big, too tall, too fast, and then shrinks back down. Doesn't make any sense. It's programming language, it didn't evolve. Well, lots of things can evolve. What about Bigfoot is solely conscious and its ethereal being without form, attempting to communicate with us by projecting an image around and perceives us as we hallucinate the projection? That sounds cool, kind of. So that is what we would call probably paranormal or supernatural. Because a lot of people believe in, like, spirits that do that. It would be a corporeal being, probably. Unless you're talking about extraterrestrial hypothesis, in which they belong kind of like in the alien category. Yeah. Say whales and humans have a common ancestor all the time. Most people believe that maybe without help. Wait, hold up. Gravity is a theory and it's not about to jump off any building. Hello, oxygen environments. Most people trait develop over time. Forget what it is, though. Yeah. Serious law. So the difference between Puerto Rican chupacabra and the Texas chupacabra is peak comedy. Oh God, we have a whole episode that will be dedicated to the chupacabra. For when it's sufficient food, but in science is constantly tested. That's not what scientific theory means. No, I said that's what a theory means. Science is constantly tested. Yeah. Gravity is a law, my God, not a theory. Or is gravity a theoretical law? I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. And a science law is an explanation of what will happen. A theory is an explanation for why. Well, hold up. I mean, yeah. It's like a process of trying to explain something. And it just depends on like the independent study of it. So based on like what you have for your theory. Hold on. I have a whole thing I can pull up real quick for the dead internet theory where I explain the process of a theory. Let me find my dead internet theory. 1 second. Why do I have so many folders? Hello? Where's my writing folder? Oh, That's because I'm in the folder. There we go. Writing. Conspiracy. Dead internet. Oh no. Theory. Maybe it's on. Hold up. You know what? I'm just being too slow about it. Hold up. Some pretty long enough without disproven of evidence backing it. It's been a hot minute since taking that. Let me catch up one sec. Stuff with the law of gravitation and theory of gravitation. Wait, talk, relax, headphones. Yeah, the theory of gravity is pretty much established now, but it's over my head. Facts over faith is always the best way. Scientific theory is like, yeah, that explains all we can explain. Mathematical proof or biological. It's called a theory, and since if somebody put it up and has proven it. Since that somebody put that up and then has proven it. No, a theory has not been proven. If it was proven, it'd be a fact. Quantum level is all happy. Dang it, yikes! The theory of gravity is not contested. It has been proven by thousands of experiments. Boy, new rabbit hole. A lot of things. For example, the law of gravitational says objects more mass, less mass. That's what we observed. The theory of gravity is why we happen based on what we know. As far as I understand, there's Isaac Newton's law of gravity and Einstein's theory of relativity. Yes. If enough evidence can produce it, probably it'll always bear more weight than a feeling. Well, yeah. Science says is what... No, in science that is what... Theories explain facts. True. Am I missing something? Am I not understanding something? Are we all agreeing, or am I missing something? Theory is separate from a theory is a weird terminology stuff relating to the scientific process. I think we are off the rails. Everyone's trying to sound so smart. Got a bunch of smarties. We agree. Okay. We're all agreeing. Okay, because I'm rereading what you're saying and I'm like, this is not what I'm saying. But I just wanted to double check because I'm a streamer and the moment I hit go live, I become an idiot. So I just wanted to check. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page because I was like, wait, am I having to defend something? Let me know. Because I do want you guys to correct me if I'm not doing something right. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is great. Being smarty pants. Alright, where were we? God. Oh, shit. Guys, we're 6 hours in. I didn't think I could talk about Bigfoot for 6 hours. After the Bigfoot rapture, no one can find Bigfoot's footprints or corpses because he actually a spirit, he told me. Well, people have claimed they found his footprints. Nobody's found the corpse of him. Some people have claimed that they found hair. The hair is unidentified and then they lost it, which tells you what you need to know about that. We're talking about theories. But the science definition for theory is an explanation for why a phenomenon happened based on evidence. Theory of evolution is based on Darwin observing similar species that likely its common ancestor, and evolution can be observed in the microorganisms by watching bacteria evolve resistance in certain medicines in like 2 weeks. Yeah. Dang it, that's finger. Bigfoot spirited away the hair. True. People saying Bigfoot and Sasquatch and Yeti are the same thing now because they are all different regions. They are all different regions. That is what people do say, though. Lots of people consider the Yeti and... Sorry. Sorry. A lot of people consider the Yeti and Sasquatch and Bigfoot and all Momo, all the different regions that they're found, they consider them to be the same one. They can vary from different, like, fur colors and varieties, but since nobody has actually had any evidence like teeth or fingerprints or fur that's actually been processed correctly, we don't really have any knowledge on that. Florida has a skunk ape. But Florida does have the skunk ape, which is, this is one of the pictures that somebody's caught of the skunk ape, which I think is pretty believable. I don't, like, looking at the teeth and the eyes that they always say, I thought these pictures were really good. Holy moly, Bigfoot got that dumping. He really do be dumping out, dude. In Florida, yeah, have you seen this? It was abducted by them. I have not seen an abduction video. That was not something I came across. It looks like me. Let's go. That looks more like Dogman in my opinion. You think so? I think it looks more like Dogman. Hold up. I look up Dogman and I see a DreamWorks movie. Dogman cryptid. Remember, this one was actually an escaped zoo animal? Was it? I thought they never found that one. The Henderson only dog. You think? I don't know. I don't think this looks like the dog man. Like, I see similarities, but he's got more primate in him, in my opinion. It's like a raccoon. That looks nothing like a raccoon. Quit playing. That looks nothing like a raccoon. Orangutan, that one goblin mode. Yeah, because there was Momo. Because if you're from Missouri or Kansas, and in some regions of Illinois and some parts of Illinois, they call Bigfoot Momo. And Momo is one of the zoo creatures from somewhere. I didn't do too much deep dive into him yet. But he's one of the zoo creatures that disappeared. And so people think that the Sasquatch in their area, if you're in Missouri, Kansas, or some parts of Illinois, and they call him Momo. Momo the monster, yeah. Triceps, the chair guy, would have to look upon him. He sure would. He would have to look upon him. Momo the monster. Thank you, Sofa! Missouri. Back in Missouri. Hold up. Hold up. Because I can see some pictures of the dog man. And I can agree that he's got similarities, but he still looks like a werewolf. And this just kind of looks like a humanish chimpanzee. Misery. Maybe humans are the real monsters. Oh, they are! Also, the bottom of the skunk ape is the most terrifying Bigfoot picture. It almost looks feline in appearance. The top ones are more fake. This one? This picture? Albert Osman, 18, was a Canadian prospector who reported that he was abducted by Sasquatch and held captive for 6 days. He said that the event took place near Toba in British Columbia in 1924. Interesting. Kind of different, honestly. Why can't we just say werewolf? Were-rape. Why can't we say werewolf? I think werewolf has a different connotation than like a cryptid. You know? I do think werewolves run along the lines of supernatural, where is the dog man... I mean, I guess you could call him a werewolf. I don't see why that would be wrong. But werewolf runs with like a mythology that, you know, it's a human turned into a wolf. Whereas the dog man, I think, runs along the line of being a demon. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't done my deep dive for him yet. I'm very interested to see. Werewolf and Dogman are different, man. Like the zoomed one of the Skunky looks more authentic, but the one where he's not zoomed in looks like more like an ape in a costume. You think? I think so too. This one doesn't seem super realistic, but like this one does. The same one though, you can even see the same trees. But it could turn into a human or human doesn't. Maybe. Maybe. Dogman is bipedal wolf, where werewolf is usually related to curses. Overlap with cryptids, and some hardliners say that unidentified animals and cryptids are here to incorporate things and aliens, demons. Don't want to invite the Twilight fans. Hey now, Twilight's a good book. It just wasn't a very good movie. No boo, I think the character in the Three Bears, he doesn't look photographed and like to hide. Hello! Got me thinking of this decision between an animagus and werewolf or whatever from Harry Potter. Yeah. True. Ghosty got famous. Oh, I'm just on Twitch front page right now. I'm not famous. In the UK, there's a wild cat man, and he's very much a real thing. Catman. Pushman. Sorry. Some cryptids are based in reality. The coelacanth is a good example, since people would report sightings, but they couldn't get their hands on the specimen to prove it. True. But didn't think it was enough evidence the guy soon replicated it. Ah, that's messed up. Giant squid, being gorillas. Gorillas used to be a myth? Also technically an example because it's goofy. I like the platypus. They're cute. Not only, man. It's half duck, half beaver. I think. Twilight was a good book. You lost some points there. Just came. Twilight is a good book. Edward was robbed. Jacob's a weirdo, and the movies were terrible. Okay. Girls used to be a myth. I did not know that. That's interesting. I think it was a cryptid until proven real. They sweat milk. It glows under UV light. It gets weirder. Leave the platypus alone. They're trying their best. Also, like, aren't they like venomous or poisonous? Me so they said that so I identify immigrant. They kick you off with shares, but like look at that. Come on. That's a baby. That's a baby. And our mammals. It's a baby. Why is it always the one you think of the least? I don't know. The platypuses, they're... Platypi. All left over. They're just babies. Look at how cute he is. I like this image. He found them. We put 6x6 cages and had people stare at them all day long. Yeah. It's an angry platypi. Like burning irons, but platypus sing and more painful. Ah. Has any animal been captured or still? Has this animal been captured or still in hiding? Are you talking about Bigfoot? We have not had a Bigfoot unless you consider the dog boy Jojo. But he had a genetic mutation that made him the way he was. Thank you, Ashmala! Everything else was evolving and Platypus just did drugs. No, he's just a baby. He's just a baby. I think it was specifically gorillas. It was a specific type of ground nesting primate that locals would talk about, but it took for him forever to get document evidence on them. That platypus bite that man. He probably deserved it. He probably deserved it. Must be real. Population of them. An Australian dude who served in the war was preferable over a platypus thing. Dang, what the heck? Even the mountains in South Africa. No, that's monster. No, he's a baby. He's a baby. He's a baby platypus. He's cute. He's adorable. He's just a baby. Like pangolins. They're weird tiny dinosaur things. They're adorable. Pangolins. Thank you, Trevor. How you doing? Ha, they're so cute. They remind me of that like little golden shrew Pokemon. Look how cute he is. Look at that. That's so cute. Don't stay baby though. No, they just turn nervous. Like look at this guy. He's like, excuse me. Could I bother you for some tissues and a good cough drop? I like him. A picture of the skunky. Yeah! Then you can contract leprosy from them. Can't you get leprosy from anything that has leprosy? The package is to roll into a ball. Their claws are just for... They're just trying to find it. Hold their hand, look like a shy little guy. Excuse me, I asked for no pickles. Some things about cryptids. We just did the first out of 50 episode streamer tonight. We did the first, which is Bigfoot. This is intro to... Hold up. I'm distracted, hold up. Hold up. Introduction to cryptids for dummies by dummies. Armadillos carry human brand leprosy. I gotta be honest, I don't know enough about leprosy. I gotta be real. Don't know very much at all about leprosy. I remember there was like an island of leprosy that they used to send people to whenever they contracted leprosy, but that's about as much as I know. Have to catch the next 49 episodes. No, thanks. Try not to miss them. Heck yeah. Makes you turn into a ghoul from Fallout. Nothing wrong with being a ghoul's ghoul. There's a Catman of Green Rock. You can see the living cryptids that people take pictures with. Catman of Green Rock. What? 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 He's a feral human. Interesting. Disturbing, but interesting. Is a mean thing. Yeah. The Island of Game Over. Damn. Stream ending soon. I've got to watch all 50. We have front page for another, like, hour and a half. Stream is super contagious. So I would probably stream until then. But I honestly, like, I don't really know what to do past this. Super contagious history where leper colonies everywhere they exile people to show us. So I think it's a little too much. If you are curious If you were curious, I would Google it. Catman of Greenock. But I think it's a little too much for the stream. Xanathat lived in village center site and was enslaved. She died. Oh, what the hell? That's just rude. Yeah, let me Google that. Go over the books. Why is it not letting me? Oh, why is it not letting me copy this? There we go. Okay. Fair humans are a whole nother episode. They sure are. For Brain Mill Hours, Catman of Greenock, the famous cat girl of Route 34. More Catman than Bigfoot. We've had 6 hours of Bigfoot. Like, hold up. We did what we were supposed to do. I went over all of my data, my research. We watched a ton of videos, some about chairs and some about Bigfoot, you know? Nothing wrong with that. Don't forget about the chair video, guys. Don't forget about that. We love that. Hairs look like they should be cryptid. Like the, was it jackalope? The chair! Hold up. Okay. Hold up. Hold up. I'm trying to find the video I found a while ago. The problem is a lot of these videos are very long. And there's a lot of fluff to them. I do love you some fluff. I don't know about this one's a history channel. And I labeled 36 minutes in. And that's all I said. So hold up, I'm gonna pull this up. Hold up. Get... Oh. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I labeled it 36 minutes in. So the monster is a Bigfoot too. Yeah, the Yeti. Okay.
And those almost sound like words.
The question, could those come from any known large animals native to the area?
We're now going to listen to the sound of an elk bugling. The sound of an elk bugling has much longer tonal signals. This is not a match.
Oh,
Now let's
man.
listen to the sounds of a black bear.
Oh man, that's why I labeled it. Cause it reminded me of the of this video. Hold up. This TikTok that made me laugh. Hold up. I sent this to Fawn a while back because I thought it was funny. Hold up. Hold up. Oh god. Oh man, where is the videos? Hold up. Hold up. I have a million tabs open from this stream. Hold up. Don't look at me.
Signals. This is not a match. Now let's listen to the sounds of a black bear.
Hold on. See? It's like the same because during this video there's a woman in here that's like no human could make this sound. I feel like if I get high enough, I can make this sound when I'm like getting into some powdered donuts. You know, like I don't know about that. I don't know. This TikTok has me weak, dude. Now I feel like I hear some real shit gossip about someone I don't like. This is so funny. Be true though.
While the frequency range is similar, the shape and complexity of the signals are totally different. The Sierra sounds are on a much more advanced level.
Gottesman also rules out an assortment of smaller creatures since they lacked lung capacity to create calls that loud and low. Gottesman also notices that whatever made these sounds has an enormous vocal range.
If this is produced by a single creature, there's just a remarkable acoustic diversity that this alleged species has. If they are an animal, I can't confidently point to one, especially one that's native to North America.
So could the sounds have been made?
Can we watch the Bigfoot romance fanfic again? I was half asleep in bed. I want to see it. You want to sit through 10 more minutes of chair lore? Guys, come on. Come on. What do you mean, yes? That sucked. Where's the bush? The real book was the chairs left along the way. Oh my god. Oh my lordy loo. By Chuck. What? Chair lore, bro. They're just chairs. Also, I have to pee really badly. I also need to take my dog out, so I'm gonna be right back, okay? Gonna be right back. Alright, be right back.